believe me. There was no victor. But I always said, take the oil. Bess Levin, Trump twice floated plundering Iraq's oil to its prime minister, Vanity Fair, November 26, 2018. So they say, Trump's in Syria, the president continued. We have the oil, really secure. We'll see what happens with it. 13. Also under attack for its oil is Venezuela. For many decades the United States sponsored client dictators there and in neighboring Latin America. To protect against the threat of nationalist rejection of U.S. proxies, the oil industry located its refineries for Venezuelan oil offshore in Trinidad. The aim was part of the industry's strategy to prevent oil-producing countries from integrating their production with refining oil to produce gasoline and other fuels and marketing these products under their own control. When U.S. sponsored coups against Venezuela's President Nicolás Maduro failed, the United States rounded up its allies to impose sanctions to disrupt its economy and starve it into submission. When Venezuela tried to use its gold to pay for vital food, medicine, and other urgent imports, Britain simply seized the gold reserves held in the Bank of England, holding them for whomever U.S. officials might decide should be the official leader of that country. It would be unlawful to allow Mr. Maduro access to the gold, a British High Court judge said, because Britain's government recognizes his rival, Juan Guaido, as Venezuela's rightful leader. 14 Venezuelans did not support or accept the U.S. appointee. The U.S. geopolitical strategy is to make the world dependent on U.S. oil suppliers and those in its diplomatic orbit. But a backlash has occurred as blatant U.S. use of its control of oil as a choke point to impose its economic and military diplomacy is prompting other nations to become energy independent. The most recent showdown is the U.S. attempt to block Germany and other European countries from importing Russian gas. In December 2019, Congress imposed trade sanctions and financial penalties against companies helping construct Russia's Nord Stream 2 pipeline. U.S. Secretary of State Pompeo traveled to Europe to insist that Germany delay its completion and warning that importing energy from Russia would make Europe trade dependent and therefore potentially hostage to Russian influence. U.S. sanctions were imposed against a Swiss company that supplied the ships to lower the pipes into the water, and in July 2020 a bipartisan group of senators moved to widen the sanctions in order to kill Nord Stream 2 altogether. 15. 13 David Brennan, Trump says U.S. troops stayed in Syria because I kept the oil, Newsweek, January 15, 2020. 14 Elian Peltier and Anatoly Kermanov, Nicolas Maduro can't sell Venezuelan gold at Bank of England, court rules, The New York Times, July 2, 2020. The article adds, British officials have repeatedly sided with the United States in maintaining painful economic sanctions against Venezuela. President Trump's former National Security Advisor John Bolton recounted how in 2019, Britain's foreign minister at the time, Jeremy Hunt, was delighted to cooperate on steps they could take, for example freezing Venezuelan deposits in the Bank of England, so the regime could not sell the gold to keep itself going. On August 10, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov held a joint news conference with his German counterpart Heiko Maas, and the two reaffirmed that Russia and Germany were determined to finish the Nord Stream 2 pipeline in the near future. Mr. Lavrov urged that European states should determine their energy policy on their own. 16. Germany tried to meet the Americans halfway by promising to invest about $1 billion to build port facilities to import U.S. liquefied natural gas, LNG, at much higher prices than those it was to pay for Russian oil, ostensibly to diversify its supply. But the conflict continued to escalate steadily. On January 19, 2021, the final full day of the Trump administration, the Treasury Department sanctioned the Fortuna, the Russian-owned barge that is now laying the Nord Stream 2 pipe on the Baltic Sea floor. A spokesman for Nord Stream 2 AG, the Swiss-registered, Russian-owned company building the pipeline, said, U.S. sanctions actions against companies conducting legitimate business in the European Union on the Nord Stream 2 project are contrary to international law and a violation of Europe's energy sovereignty. 17 To U.S. policymakers, Foreign energy sovereignty represented a threat to U.S. unipolar geoeconomic sovereignty. 3. Copper and other minerals. 15. Andreas Kluth, Nord Stream 2 could sever transatlantic ties, Bloomberg, July 3, 2020. 16. www.rt.com, August 11, 2020, from Johnson's Russia list, August 11, 2020, number 8. 17. Brett Forrest, Biden administration reviews Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline, Wall Street Journal. For discussion of the Nord Stream 2 saga following the Trump presidency, the U.S. goal of controlling Europe, and the dramatic escalation of the new Cold War in Ukraine in February 2022, see my articles America's Real Adversaries Are Its European and Other Allies, February 8, 2022, and America Defeats Germany for the Third Time in a Century, February 28, 2022. At https://michael-hudson.com/2022/America's-real-its-European-and-other-allies, and https://michael-hudson.com/2022/02/America Defeats Germany for the Third Time in a Century/ respectively. Like oil and agribusiness, mining always has been destructive of the environment. Large public investment in road building usually is needed to reach the mountainous areas where metals tend to be located. Corporations seek to avoid having to bear these costs. That is where the World Bank comes in, lending resource-rich countries money to nationalize the costs of production external to corporate profit and loss statements. Also, like the oil industry, mining companies seek to minimize what they pay to the countries in which the natural resources are located. For many decades, U.S. copper companies paid Chile royalties on long-term contractual supplies at producers' prices much lower than the spot prices set by the London Metal Exchange. As America's war in Vietnam expanded in the late 1960s, copper prices soared as each U.S. serviceman used about a ton of the metal each year to saturate the air with bullets. The London market price rose to 72 cents per pound, but the price that U.S. companies paid Chile remained fixed at 34 cents. The differential rent was taken by Anaconda, Kennecott, and Cerro, so Chile was deprived of gaining export revenue from the boom. The ensuing popular resentment contributed to Chileans electing the socialist Salvador Allende as president in 1970. When he announced his intention to sell Chile's copper to whomever he wanted, not necessarily to U.S. companies, he was overthrown on September 11, 1973, by a military coup backed by the Nixon-Kissinger White House. U.S. control was restored by installing General Augusto Pinochet, after the Army's commander-in-chief, René Schneider, was assassinated for opposing military overthrow of a democratically elected leader. A third similarity that minerals exporters share with oil and plantation monoculture exporters is their tendency to become dependent on foreign economies for their basic needs, even for food. Chile, whose guano deposits provide the world's highest natural supply of organic fertilizer, exports it instead of using it domestically to produce its own food. The problem is aggravated by Chile's extremely unequal land distribution, blocking it from growing its own food crops. The cost of its food imports, largely dependent on U.S. grain, often exceeds the net revenue that Chile receives by exporting copper, guano, and other natural resources. Chile's experience reflects a common political byproduct of export monocultures, their association with oligarchies led by dictators. Opposing sovereign governments strong enough to tax them by claiming that natural resources are national patrimony, the oil and mining sectors have become among the leading backers of the neoliberal reaction against social democratic reforms and taxation. As discussed below, they were major backers of the proposals for the Investor-State Dispute Settlement, ISDS, provisions that were included in the Trans-Pacific Partnership Plan. In Australia, an iron mine heiress is the country's richest person, Gina Rinehart. She has thrown her immense fortune behind right-wing attacks on public regulation and taxation of rentier wealth. Her public relations war against the government's short-lived 40% mineral resource rent tax, MRRT, contributed to the downfall of the Australian Prime Minister, who first proposed to tax such rents by a super profits levy. 18. Australia has succumbed to typical Dutch disease features as a result of its iron ore exports. When I visited the country's central bank, I was informed that Australia was fortunate enough to live in the vicinity of China, which served as a customer for its iron ore exports. The resulting influx of foreign exchange helped inflate Australia's real estate bubble on credit to such high levels as to make any thought of competitive industrial trade unfeasible. The central banker explained that his country did not really need industrial employment, as it could simply live off its natural resource wealth, like Canada presumably, until all that would be left would be holes in the ground. A fourth similarity of mining with agriculture and oil is the trend of increasing returns. The deterioration in ore quality has led to technological improvements that enable countries whose mines contain only 1% copper to produce the metal at a lower cost than those with richer 3% ore. In countries like Canada and Australia, large earth-moving equipment has mechanized mining, replacing labor-intensive methods. Most challenges of lower richness of ore are met by technological responses that more than compensate. The major cost that mining companies seek to shift onto their local communities is that of cleaning up the environmental and health damage they cause. The external costs of mining have obvious implications for China's trade policy. It is the world's largest supplier of rare earth metals, 17 elements that are not really rare, but are so widely dispersed in the ground that they require immense volumes of earth-moving and chemical treatment to extract. 19 In 1992, Deng Xiaoping announced, "Rare earths are to China as oil is to the Middle East." 20 Yet for many years China let Taiwanese investors mine these elements, selling them on world markets basically for just the cost of their labor and machinery, with normal profit. Subject to going world prices instead of charging what it would have cost US and other industrial nation producers to extract and refine these elements. 18 mining companies had spent some $20 million advertising against the Rudd Labor government's more powerful resource super profits tax, RSPT, proposal. Labor Prime Minister Julia Gillard's watered-down version, the MRRT, was a backroom deal with the mining companies. The result was that by 2002, Chinese sales drove Molybdenum Corporation to shut down its Mountain Pass mine in the American West, and China undersold its rare earths by so large a gap that by 2009 it accounted for 95% of the world's production. Its low export prices did not reflect the costs of cleaning up the soil and air pollution caused by their extraction. China subsequently cut back its rare earth exports. That policy prompted foreign companies to obtain access to these elements by shifting industrial production to China. The United States mounted a protectionist response to revive its own production to make sure that China cannot interrupt its supply by imposing the kind of sanctions that US officials typically impose on other countries to force them to do its bidding. America's protectionist response will raise the marginal price of rare earths, offering substantial gains for differential rent seeking. 4. The neoliberal fight against host country democracy. The fact that so many natural resources are exploited in ways that pollute the land, air, and water has led to attempts to charge private companies for damages and penalties in order to create less destructive behavior. 21 But corporations fight tooth and nail to maximize their profits by shifting the cleanup costs of their environmental or health damage onto the public sector. This drive to avoid any responsibility for pollution or other damage has produced a highly focused lobbying campaign to transform international law along neoliberal lines to block governments from acting in a way that the past few thousands of years of moral philosophy deems to be enlightened. 19 Ambrose Evans Pritchard, World faces high-tech crunch as China eyes ban on rare metal exports, The Telegraph, August 24, 2009, notes, no replacement has been found for neodymium that enhances the power of magnets at high heat and is crucial for hard disk drives, wind turbines, and the electric motors of hybrid cars. Each Toyota Prius uses 25 pounds of rare earth elements. Cerium and lanthanum are used in catalytic converters for diesel engines. Europium is used in lasers. Terbium is needed to produce low-wattage light bulbs, along with europium and yttrium. 20 Javier Blas, Commodities, in their element, Financial Times, January 29, 2010. 21. The classic pollution tax is the Pigovian tax on emissions, named for the British economist Arthur Cecil Pigou, who described his proposed tax in The Economics of Welfare, London, 1920. This has long been a liberal policy. C. W. J. Baumol, On Taxation and the Control of Externalities, American Economic Review 62, 1972, pages 307-22. At issue is whether there is to be any constraint on private money grabbing and exploitation. At the deepest level, the fight is about whether the world will be consigned to live in the short run, letting assets be stripped and the public damaged by what is much like a barbarian invasion, maximizing corporate and financial profits and resource rents at the expense of economic, social, and environmental resilience. A metaphor for this destructively short-term financial mentality is Brazil's destruction of the Amazon by loggers and slash-and-burn land grabbing, cutting down forests to expand cropland for planting or grazing. Government environmental and social policy is to be treated just like financialized corporate management, living in the short run and treating future consequences as externalities. The entire world environment is to be treated simply as a space in which the natural resource sector can operate to take what is most easy to extract with a minimum of protection against pollution and soil erosion, leaving poisoned soils and a stripped landscape in its wake. Environmental destruction, like soil depletion and the extinction of species, is collateral damage in what is really a war against civilization. That is what a military conquest looks like. In this case, the warlord leaders are financiers and their dukedom companions are the lawmaking politicians they sponsor to administer their takings. Nowhere is opposition to public regulatory power more brutal than in relations between industrial nations and their raw materials suppliers. The Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, and the Kindred Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, TTIP, sought to implement a legal strategy to prevent countries from fining or taxing companies to recover the cost of cleaning up the damage they cause. The TPP was initiated in 2005 by New Zealand, Singapore, Chile, and Brunei as a mutual trade agreement. The United States jumped in to hijack discussions in 2008, and the Obama administration sponsored about 300 corporate lobbyists to transform the TPP from a trade agreement into a full-blown anti-government legal philosophy to block public regulation of health, the environment, worker and consumer protection, and any other public interest that might interfere with corporate profit grabbing and rent extraction. The aim was nothing less than to prevent public regulation in principle. The Investor-State Dispute Settlement (ISDS), Nullification of Democratic Law. Written by U.S.-backed lobbyists as if it were a free trade act, the Trans-Pacific Partnership's actual aim was to create an Investor-State Dispute Settlement (ISDS) court empowered to block governments from suing foreign investors to recover compensation for damages to their countries that these investors cause by their activities, from oil spills to tax avoidance. The ISDS tribunals could order a government to pay foreign companies any amount, without limit, for whatever profits they accuse public regulations of impairing. This would let investors damage public health and the environment without limit, freed of any public responsibility for uncivil behavior. As faculty members at the Global University for Sustainability summarized the TPP, under ISDS rules, if foreign investors consider certain measures of the host country such as environmental, labor, or safety regulations harmful to their present or future interests, they may bypass the legal framework of the host country to bring lawsuits against its government and demand compensation for loss of profits. In other words, firms that invest in a country are quite literally outside the law. If disputes occur, arbitration will no longer be sought based on the legal system of that country, but on the binding international standards of the TPP. 22. One of the most notorious examples of bringing suits overriding a country's own legal framework occurred in Ecuador after Chevron caused a serious oil spill. In January 2016, An ISDS tribunal in The Hague overruled the Ecuadorian Supreme Court, which in 2013 confirmed the judgment of a lower Ecuadorian court that the oil firm Chevron would have to pay out $9.5 billion in damages for polluting the environment in the Orient region. Texaco, acquired by Chevron in 2001, began drilling in the Ecuadorian Amazon in 1964. Billions of liters of wastewater were dumped in the rivers, contaminating food sources and exposing inhabitants to carcinogenic toxins responsible, inter alia, for elevated child leukemia rates. Indigenous Ecuadorians say that oil workers dynamited their homes and subjected them to sexual and other violence. Chevron says it is defending itself against false allegations that it is responsible for alleged environmental and social harms. 22 Sitsui, Erebus Wong, Lau Qin-chi and Wen Taijun, The Rhetoric and Reality of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, A View from China, Monthly Review, 2016. Ecuador has already been whacked by ISDS litigation initiated by petrol firms. In 2012 it was fined $1.8 billion plus interest, more than its annual healthcare budget, after it cancelled a joint exploration venture with the oil giant Occidental. Meanwhile, the Australian mining firm OceanaGold is suing El Salvador for withholding gold extraction permits from its subsidiary POC Rim Cayman LLC, a result of government concerns that cyanide, used in early mining to extract gold from its ore, had polluted water supplies. OceanaGold is after $284 million, more than El Salvador's annual foreign aid income. 23. The legal philosophy underlying these awards strips away the public's right to protect itself in any country signing onto such political, legal, and economic surrender. Summarizing the extremes to which the ISDS had been pressed since its inception in the 1950s, one commentator observed, in a little-noticed 2014 dissent, U.S. Chief Justice John Roberts warned that ISDS arbitration panels hold the alarming power to review a nation's laws and effectively annul the authoritative acts of its legislature, executive, and judiciary. ISDS arbitrators, he continued, can meet literally anywhere in the world and sit in judgment on a nation's sovereign acts. 24. A Financial Times summary reported that Australia has argued that this would weaken sovereign power in favour of multinationals. Anti-fracking activists say such a mechanism would allow oil companies to sue local authorities for imposing strict environmental guidelines. Canada has raised concerns that cigarette companies could use the provisions to take governments to court over anti-tobacco regulations. 25. Lori Wallach explained on Democracy Now! Corporations are empowered to drag a sovereign government to a tribunal of 3 private sector trade attorneys, who rotate between being the attorneys for the corporation suing the governments and being the judges. No conflict of interest rules. And these 3 private corporate attorneys can order a government to pay our tax dollars, in unlimited amounts, to a foreign corporation because they think that our domestic environmental, land use, zoning, health, labor laws violate their new corporate rights in an agreement like TPP. 26. 23. Glenn Newey, Investors v. States, London Review of Books blog, April 29, 2016. http://www.lrb.co.uk/blog/2016/04/29/Glenn-Newey/investors-v-states. The article notes that bilateral ISDS treaties have been around since the late 1950s, but ISDS litigation has rocketed in the last 20 years. Cases are now being filed at the rate of 1 a week, and typically cost governments $8 million each. 24. Chris Hamby, The Court That Rules the World, BuzzFeed.com, August 28, 2016. 25. David Pilling and Sean Donnan, Oceans 12, Financial Times, September 23, 2013. A group formed to counter the TPP, expose THIRD-WORLDISM, noted. Even when governments win, they often must pay for the tribunal's costs and legal fees, which average $8 million per case. Some of the investor-state attacks now underway are Chevron trying to evade liability for its Ecuadorian Amazon toxic contamination. Philip Morris attacking Australia's cigarette labelling policy. Eli Lilly attacking Canada's drug patent policy, and European firms attacking Egypt's post-revolution minimum wage increase and South Africa's post-apartheid affirmative action law. Point 27. The TPP and TTIP would have handcuffed governments from regulating health standards and other areas of public interest, by what the economist Susan George characterized as a sophisticated, toxic US-led corporate racket, a concerted assault across the spectrum, from the environment and animal welfare to labor rights. She pointed out that if Europe lowered its agricultural tariffs, we will have a flood of American corn and basic grains flooding into Spain, and that will ruin a lot of farmers, exactly the way the campesinos in Mexico were ruined by the North American Free Trade Agreement, the NAFTA. 28. 26. A corporate Trojan horse. Critics decry secretive TPP trade deal as a threat to democracy. Democracy Now!, April 15, 2015, citing cases reviewed on www.isdscorporateattacks.org. 27. David Swanson, TPP, The Terrible Plutocratic Plan, Counterpunch, July 22, 2013. 28. Raquel Paricio and Esther Vasquez, Susan George on TTIP and New European Movements, Defend Democracy, May 4, 2016. Ms. George added that, the direct consequences for people, for individuals, is that very likely the food we import would be chemically treated, would be genetically modified, would have no labels. You wouldn't know exactly what is in your food. You could buy chicken that has been rinsed in chlorine, you could have beef that was raised with hormones, you could have biosynthetic food made out of one gene of a plant, another of an animal, and this would not be labeled. The ISDS anti-government ideology was so abhorrent to modern social values that the public was kept in the dark. U.S. legislators had to read the text in a closed room on an eyes-only basis, without being allowed to take notes, and were permitted only to vote to support or reject the entire agreement, without being able to propose any amendments to soften the text's corporate power grab. When the secrecy with which the corporate interests had wrapped their power grab began to be breached in the spring of 2015, Eve Smith wrote on Naked Capitalism, what may have torched the latest administration salvo is a well-timed joint publication by WikiLeaks and the New York Times of a recent version of the so-called investment chapter. The ISDS allows for secret arbitration panels to effectively overrule national regulations by allowing foreign investors to sue governments over lost potential future profits in secret arbitration panels. 29. Regarding the secrecy that WikiLeaks exposed, Smith added, while the U.S. Trade Representative technically allows access, in practice, that right is empty. The congressman himself must read the text, no sending staffers or bringing experts allowed, and only staffers from the committees with direct oversight of trade bills, the Senate Finance Committee and the House Ways and Means Committee, are allowed to join their bosses. The USTR insists that the congressman specify what chapter he wants to review in advance. The USTR then insists that the negotiator of those chapters be present. Since those negotiators travel, it usually takes 3 or 4 weeks to find a convenient time. Hardly by surprise, popular opposition against the corporate takeover grab was directed largely against President Obama and the Democratic Party's designated successor, Hillary Clinton, culminating in their 2016 election defeat by Donald Trump running on a platform that included opposing the TPP. Immediately upon taking the presidency in January 2017, President Trump withdrew from the TPP, having won the Midwestern states, Ohio, Indiana and Wisconsin, most seriously affected by the Democratic Party's neoliberal policies. Instead of the TPP, the ASEAN countries, along with China, Japan, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand, signed a Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, in November 2020.30. The ISDS clauses had disappeared. 29. Eve Smith, Thoughts about the Trans-Pacific Partnership, Naked Capitalism, March 27, 2015. She adds that the ISDS panels have been proved to be conflict-ridden and arbitrary. And the grounds for appeal are limited and technical. Even the Financial Times acknowledged that the Obama administration's radically pro-corporate demands had the effect of isolating the United States from less oligarchic nations, but similar demands were renewed by the Democratic Biden-Harris administration that took office in 2021. President-elect Joe Biden wrote an article in Foreign Affairs in January 2020 promising that his incoming foreign policy agenda will place the United States at the head of the Table 31 Congress, which must approve all final treaties, has remained firm that no foreign countries can set policy for the United States. It insists on not subjecting itself to any international law not drawn up by its own corporate lobbyists. In response, the EU is pressing ahead with plans to increase regulation and taxation of U.S. tech groups, such as Google and Amazon, which the Biden administration promotes as consolidating U.S. technological hegemony. The looming global fracture is becoming a fight by the financialized United States against civilization's most basic organizing principles. All successful societies throughout history have been mixed economies. Any rule of law requires government power to enforce it. For any society to survive and prosper, it is necessary to subordinate private gain seeking to public long-term objectives. U.S. diplomacy is fighting against this principle, even more aggressively as its financialized and industrialized economy is obliged to rely increasingly on overseas rent extraction and dollar diplomacy to avoid a crash. The Earth is to be turned almost into a lunar landscape, with craters where coal and copper mines used to be, while the Earth's vegetation and topsoil is stripped away. No longer will it be elected governments that are to write and enforce the laws, but warlord corporations, to which governments are to become administrative appendages. This is truly a struggle between socialism and barbarism. 30 Deutsche Welle. https://www.dw.com/n/asia-nacios-fine-worlds-free-trade-agreement/55604659. 31 Gideon Rachman, Biden's Flawed Plan for World Leadership, Financial Times, November 17, 2020. Part 2 The Rentier Counter-Revolution 8 How the Rentiers Diverted Politics Away from Socialism. World War I was the great turning point of modern history, but not in the direction that economic observers had forecast. Most had anticipated that the logic of industrial growth would be to tax away or nationalize rentier income while increasing the planning and regulatory role of governments. In the United States, antitrust legislation broke up the Standard Oil and American Tobacco Company monopolies in 1911, while the steeply progressive income tax, ruled constitutional in 1913, fell mainly on wealthy rentiers. In Europe, monarchies were overthrown, starting with Russia's Tsar Nicholas II and proceeding to Germany and Austria-Hungary. The aristocratic nobility lost its hereditary land rents, and the democratic commons gained ground over the upper houses of parliament. Wage earners and farmers were expected to elect politicians to represent their class interest, and socialist and communist parties were created throughout Europe and North America. As unemployment soared in Europe, financially devastated by German reparations and inter-ally war debts to the United States, class conflict became violent. Fighting broke out from German cities in 1921 to Britain's general strike of 1926. But instead of socialism carrying the day, governments became repressive as fascism spread in Germany, Italy, and Spain. And today, nominally social democratic parties in the West have been hijacked to serve a small rentier layer, broadly characterized as the 1%, controlling electoral politics even as it imposes austerity on most of the 99%. Western economies are becoming rentier oligarchies, not democracies representing the economic interests of most of their citizens. Why hasn't industrial capitalism fulfilled its seeming destiny of freeing economies from the rentier classes? How has rent-seeking made a resurgence, accelerating since the 1980s to consolidate support for it in the US and Europe's nominal democracies? The middle class aim of prosperity. Without an alliance with labor. Much of the explanation is to be found in the role of political parties in electoral politics. To win elections, labor parties usually have had to join with those of the middle class, whose ambition is to rise into the rentier class. Fearing socialist threats to property rights and wealth, much of the middle class has shied from making a common cause with labor and fears radical reform as threatening and intrusive. At issue therefore is how much of a compromise needs to be made with centrists, meaning voters who fear disrupting existing trends even though these are polarizing and stifling economies, and hence ultimately their own interests. Insecurity, coupled with hopes for upward mobility, leads centrists to support the status quo, fearing that left-wing reforms would squeeze them. The tacit assumption of mainstream political science is that democracy enables classes to vote in their self-interest, and hence will lead to an economy serving the majority, mainly wage earners. But the class consciousness of US and European politics in the 1920s has been replaced in today's world by social democratic and labor parties supporting, and indeed often leading, the enactment of privatization and financialization policies that ultimately are contrary to the economic interests of their own constituents. Claiming that the middle class and even wage labor may benefit from a rentier economy, rentier lobbyists have played on the hope of wage earners to evolve into the middle class and share financially in rentier gains, by buying homes on credit, securing a retirement income by pension funds growing financially, and making capital gains by playing the stock market. A second characteristic of pro-rentier rhetoric is its attack on big government, that is, one strong enough to regulate and tax economic rent. Any state power not in the hands of the rentier classes is viewed as an existential threat to rentier domination of society. Roman oligarchs accused reformers of seeking kingship, much as Greek oligarchs accused them of an egotistical ambition to become tyrants. Although it was the oligarchs who were the most oppressive, they tried to turn the tables by depicting reformers as would-be tyrants. Yet the actual 7th and 6th century BC tyrants did just what popular reformers demanded throughout all antiquity: they cancelled debts and redistributed land as they overthrew warlord elites in Corinth and Sparta, as well as Athens, by Pisistratus, who followed Solon, to pave the way for classical democracy. The Enlightenment doctrine of individual rights was opposed to the central authority of the church, royalty, and privileged nobility. By the late 19th century, the Austrian school of individualism denounced state planning and regulatory power in principle, idealizing free markets, in the neoliberal non-classical sense, as if these were not controlled by the rentier class in an exploitative manner. As in antiquity, their doctrine attacked public planning and state enterprise when it began to be used to limit the power and privileges of the landed nobility as governments were democratized. The conflict erupted in the Battle of Red Vienna in the 1920s, and in due course Austrian individualism became full-blown fascism on its way to today's neoliberal ideology. Margaret Thatcher's privatizers and Ronald Reagan's deregulators in the 1980s demonized strong state regulatory power as antithetical to personal liberty, not as freeing individuals from the rentier interests seeking to monopolize the economic surplus for themselves while reducing the rest of the population to dependency and austerity. Under cover of an anti-tax protest and an emotional anti-regulatory populism as opposed to socialist interference with markets, today's neoliberals have taken control of government power by redirecting the criticism that classical economists levied against rentiers. Governments are blamed for exploiting taxpayers and wasting money in bureaucratic administration and rulemaking, distracting attention from how creditors and other rentiers are breaking free of all public constraint to act in predatory ways through their own bureaucracies and donor-class lobbying organizations. The only proper role of government is said to be that of protecting rentier interests, above all the property rights of creditors against those of the increasingly indebted 99%. The problem, as Senator Bernie Sanders pointed out, is that you can't be on the side of the wealthy and powerful if you are going to really fight for working families. The stark opposition between the interests of the nominal pro-labor Democratic Party's voters and the pro-Wall Street loyalties of its political candidates became most glaring during the Obama administration's wave of foreclosures on the homes of millions of victims of junk mortgage fraud after the 2008 bank crash. This episode showed how the capture of government by high finance appeared to be quite natural and hence acceptable. Despite the popular resentment at the government acting on behalf of its political campaign contributors instead of its constituency of voters, President Obama and his Attorney General Eric Holder, coming from the elite oligarchic law firm Covington and Burling, defended banks rife with fraudulent liars' loans against their victims. The financial victims found themselves without political support or even an ideological one. Axios on HBO, May 10, 2021. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=G9I3CGFM7. Defense Point 2. At work behind such governmental protection of rentiers is the rhetorical and conceptual doublethink that inverts the classical definition of a free market to mean one free for rent-seeking, with minimal government regulation and public investment. The effect is to promote privatized monopolies in finance and basic social infrastructure. The pretense is that operating the economy's key sectors for profit will provide services more efficiently and hence at lower cost than government planning could do. In practice, the alternative to government planning has been monopolistic rent-seeking and centralized planning by the financial sector. As Chapter 4 has described, post-classical economic analysis erases the distinction between value and price, and hence the concept of economic rent and the contrast between earned and unearned income. All revenue is defined as being earned productively, with value attributed to supply and demand. In practice, this is construed to mean any status quo, by a process of circular reasoning that diverts attention from whether income and wealth are obtained productively or by predatory means and privileges. The resulting political logic of economic individualism rejects any need for reforms and restrictions intended to protect labor and consumers. Already in 1843, Thomas Carlyle, in describing this self-centered perspective, observed that all this mammon gospel, of supply and demand, competition, laissez-faire, and devil take the hindmost begins to be one of the shabbiest gospels ever preached. 3. In similar words 2 years later, Friedrich Engels denigrated the narrow trend of what he characterized as bourgeois economics as it appeared in Market Exchange. 2. Reviewing Obama's 2020 memoir, A Promised Land, Penguin, Michael Kranish cites his reverence for the status quo as being to such a degree that the president worried that stretching the definition of criminal statutes to prosecute banking executives would have required a violence to the social order. Washington Post, November 13, 2020. The refusal by President Obama and his Department of Justice to prosecute shows the degree to which the distinction between rent-seeking and outright fraud and financial crime has been thoroughly erased by Wall Street's regulatory capture not only of the Federal Reserve and Treasury, but of the executive branch of government itself. See also David Sirota, Can Joe Biden Succeed Where Barack Obama Failed? Newsweek, January 18, 2021. 3. Thomas Carlyle, Past and Present, London, 1950-1843, pages 189f, cited in Rajni K. Kunth, Political Economy and Laissez-faire, Economics and Ideology in the Ricardian Era, Totowa, New Jersey, 1986, p. 16. The huckstering spirit penetrates the whole language, all relations are expressed in business terms, in economic categories. Supply and demand are the formulas according to which the logic of the English bourgeois judges all human life. Hence free competition in every respect, hence the regime of laissez-faire, laissez-aller in government, in medicine, in education, and soon to be in religion too, as the state church collapses more and more. Free competition will suffer no limitation, no state supervision, the whole state is but a burden to it. It would reach its highest perfection in a wholly ungoverned anarchic society, where each may exploit the other to his heart's content. 4. By the late 20th century, this bourgeois economics would culminate in Chicago school free market economics. Capital's resistance to reforms beyond checking the aristocracy's privileges. It was one thing to increase the power of the lower houses of parliaments to check that of the landed aristocracy, but once the Corn Laws were repealed in 1846, the last thing that industrialists and bankers wanted was for governments to enact policies favoring wage earners. Nonetheless, democratic reform was spurring class consciousness. The year 1848 saw social protests sweep across continental Europe, starting in February in France and in March in Germany, inspiring the Communist Manifesto among other writings. Serfdom was abolished in Austria and Hungary, but these revolutions stopped short of supporting labor. The main political conflict was between industrial capitalists and the landlord class over who would get society's economic surplus, landlords, industrial capital, or the government by a land tax. In 1848, John Stuart Mill's Principles of Political Economy, with some of their applications to social philosophy, extended the Ricardian rent principle beyond free trade to fully tax land rent. Surveying the European political landscape in 1847, Marx wrote, "We understand such economists as Mill, Cherbuliez, Hilditch, and others demanding that rent should be handed over to the state to serve in place of taxes. That is a frank expression of the hatred the industrial capitalist bears towards the landed proprietor, who seems to him a useless thing, an excrescence upon the general body of bourgeois production." 5. For Friedrich Engels, The Condition of the Working Class in England 1845, in Marx Engels, Collected Works, Volume 4, London, 1975, p. 564. The program of industrial capital and the urban bourgeoisie stopped short of full-fledged socialism and public ownership of the means of production, but served as a catalyst for further reforms extending to labor's working conditions. In spring 1871, Parisians protested in the streets against the economic distress resulting from the Franco-Prussian-German War. At first, Lenin later explained, the Paris Commune was supported by the small shopkeepers who were threatened with ruin unless there was a postponement of payments on debts and rent. It had, at first, the sympathy of the bourgeois Republicans, who feared that the reactionary National Assembly, the backwoodsmen, ignorant landlords, would restore the monarchy. But the chief role in this movement was of course played by the workers, especially the artisans of Paris. Only the workers remained loyal to the Commune to the end. The bourgeois Republicans and the petty bourgeoisie soon broke away from it, the former afraid of the revolutionary socialist proletarian character of the movement, and the others dropping out when they saw that it was doomed to inevitable defeat. The entire bourgeoisie of France, all the landlords, the stockbrokers, the factory owners, all the great and small robbers, all the exploiters, combined against it. This bourgeois coalition, supported by Bismarck, who released 100,000 French soldiers who had been taken prisoner to put down revolutionary Paris, succeeded in rousing the backward peasants and the petty bourgeoisie of the provinces against the proletariat of Paris, and in surrounding half of Paris with a ring of steel. The other half was held by the German army. 6. In May the French army killed 6,000 or 7,000 demonstrators to put down their attempt to obtain progressive social policies. By that time the middle class had withdrawn from the struggle. The emergence of an anti-government individualism opposing socialism. A libertarian professional class supported what Proudhon called order without power, idealizing independent producers free from government authority. Like socialists, they opposed the hereditary rentier class. But unlike socialists, they did not want any kind of strong government to replace it, especially state control dominated by the wage-earning class. Some libertarians withdrew into utopian communities, many in America, instead of fighting politically to gain control of the state with its lawmaking and economic powers, the powers that actually govern a nation. 5. Marx, The Poverty of Philosophy 2.4, 1847, available at www.marxists.org. The French anarchist Pierre-Joseph Proudhon coined the slogan "Property is theft" and advocated an idealistic cooperative movement. 6. Lenin on the Paris Commune, April 1911, www.marxists.org, from the Militant, March 19, 1932, originally published in Rabotchaya Gazeta, No. 4-5, April 28, 15, 1911. The ideal was small-scale cooperative communities in which everyone went about their business without government taxes on their business strivings. There was little discussion of industrial capital as an employer of wage labor. This was Proudhon's approach in France in the 1840s, and in the United States, Henry George led this libertarian advocacy in the 1880s and 90s. George's eloquent denunciation of English landlords in the Irish Land Question, 1881, attracted many reformers to support his advocacy of a land tax. Many of his followers had been driven out of Ireland and emigrated to New York and other large cities. After he gained renown for his 1879 Progress and Poverty, labor groups ran him as a celebrity candidate for mayor of New York in 1886. But George disappointed them by insisting on rewriting the party platform to exclude all industrial and social reform. Turning on his erstwhile supporters, George stripped away all the proposed protections of labor's workplace safety and housing, claiming that a land tax would cure all of the economy's problems, with no need for laws to protect renters, consumers, workers, or debtors. The landlord interest, Catholic Church, and pro-rentier academics denounced the land tax and similar laws as socialism. But George insisted that he also opposed socialism and formed his own political party, unwilling to join with allies whose concerns went beyond his own single-minded focus. He supported free trade against protective tariffs and indeed opposed all taxes apart from his single tax on land. Moving to the political right, he supported capital against labor unions, endorsed Illinois Governor Altgeld's police attack on the Chicago anarchists, and denied that interest-bearing debt was a problem or that interest was a form of unearned income. Even regarding land rent, he avoided relating his ideas about rents, profits and interest to the value and rent theory of Smith, Ricardo, John Stuart Mill, Marx, and other classical socialists. The scope of libertarian politics thus was much more narrowly focused than that of socialism. Yet this narrow-minded idea of individuals creating an economy without government had a simplistic logic more accessible than Marx's analysis of the economy as a complex evolving system. George's books sold millions of copies more than those of Marx, but as he became increasingly sectarian, the generation of reformers whom his early journalism had inspired shook their heads at how he rejected every reform except his single tax panacea. Upon receiving copies of George's Progress and Poverty in 1881, 2 years after its publication, Marx dismissed it as simply an attempt, decked out with socialism, to save capitalist domination and indeed to establish it afresh on an even wider basis than its present one. 7 Rent was to be abolished only to swell industrial profits. Pointing out that the very first measure advocated by the Communist Manifesto included a land tax as a transitional measure, Marx criticized George on the ground that his fundamental dogma is that everything would be all right if ground rent were paid to the state, without addressing capitalist relations with labor and finance, inheritance rights, education, and other basic economic and social dimensions, or what the state would do with the land rent that it taxed away. In contrast to his contemporary reformers writing in the tradition of classical value and price theory to isolate recipients of rentier income, George had no logic for extending the concept of land rent to other forms of unearned income. Wrapping his rent theory in libertarian rhetoric, his aim was to pry his readers away from socialism, not to cooperate with reformers to develop a common critique of rent, profit, and interest. The political blind spot in George's single tax campaign was his belief that the great fight throughout the 19th century to enact a land tax could be achieved without a government strong enough to check the power of vested interests. To overcome the power of landlords and legislate a land tax required an across-the-board set of alliances. But George refused to see the need for any financial or industrial reform. Opposing critics of the banking system as much as he opposed the socialists, he identified interest as a form of profit, and therefore justified as earned income. In 1883, 7 Marx to John Swinton, June 20, 1881, from Letters, Marx-Engels Correspondence 1881, www.marxists.org. I discuss Marx's views on land taxation and other critics of George in Henry George's Political Critics, American Journal of Economics and Sociology 67, January 2008, pages 1 to 46. For a full bibliography of Marx's observations on George, see Hal Draper, Marx-Engels Cyclopedia, New York, 1985, The Marx-Engels Glossary, New York, 1986, p. 78, The Marx-Engels Register, New York, 1985, p. 104, and The Marx-Engels Chronicle, New York, 1985, pages 217, number 23, 218, number 31, 220, number 61, 228, number 19, 229, number 27, and 245, number 47. On June 2, 1881, Marx described George as a panacea-monger, and on December 15 he noted that George had embarrassed himself as a humbug on his lecture trip to Ireland and England. When he visited England to lecture on the invitation of the Land Reform Union, the treasurer, Mr. Champion, and the secretary, Mr. Frost, both socialists, waited on George and told him that, unless he advocated the nationalization of capital as well as land, the socialists in the organization would be compelled to oppose his campaign. To this George sharply and justly replied that they should have been able to find out from his books what he stood for before they invited him. 8. Describing George's lecture tour to Holland in 1889, his major biographer notes that he decided that European radicalism was too much opposed to interest-taking to suit his own position. Many think that interest on capital is quite wrong, he wrote home, but none knows how to capture it, except by the state operation of all business. 9. The upshot was advocacy of a land tax without the aim of public investment of the proceeds in infrastructure or other social spending, leaving infrastructure to private individuals and their financial backers. After George died in 1897, Louis Post became the head of the single taxers. George's followers and those of Marx went around the United States debating each other. In a 1905 debate with socialists, Post forecast, the first really great labor contest at the ballot box is going to be between the principle of the single tax on one side and the principle of socialism on the other. The socialists agreed, but as Seymour Stedman, a socialist lawyer, argued, the single tax is not a philosophy, but only a proposed patchwork for the purpose of remedying certain presumed abuses of the capitalist system. 10. G. Martin Simons, editor of the International Socialist Review, spelled out the crux of the argument. We do not justify their landlord. We stand here to make no plea for him. But we ask them, the single taxers, do you justify the capitalist? That is the question. And by capitalist we mean not some man, owning a little shop. We mean those men that live by virtue of ownership and that hire other men to do the superintending, the bossing, the managing and the organizing, the men whom the French call the rentier class as distinguished from the entrepreneur class, the men who own stocks and bonds and mortgages. Do they justify that? If they do, then Mr. Post was right when he said that the last great struggle was coming between socialism and the single tax. 8. Arthur Lewis, 10 Blind Leaders of the Blind, Chicago, 1910, pages 39f. This book too was published by Marx's cooperative Chicago publisher, Charles H. Kerr. 9. Charles Albro Barker, Henry George, Oxford, 1955, p. 533. 10. Socialism vs. Single tax. A verbatim report of a debate held at 12th Street, Turner Hall, Chicago, December 20, 1905, Chicago, 1905. The debates were also published by Kerr. From Russia to Germany and other industrial economies, the political question was whether the middle class, the bourgeoisie, would support a socialist revolution or ally itself with landed and financial wealth to oppose reforms that would end hopes of entering the rentier class. Adolf Damischke and other leading German followers of George became prominent Nazi supporters, and in New York City the Henry George School of Social Science became a gathering place for Nazi sympathizers and anti-Semites. 11. Frank Khodorov, who became the school's director in 1937, summed up its philosophy seeking to preserve George's libertarian evangelism. George is the apostle of individualism. He teaches the ethical basis of private property. He emphasizes the greater productivity of voluntary cooperation in a free market economy, the moral degeneration of a people subjected to state direction and socialistic conformity. His is the philosophy of free enterprise, free trade, free men. 12. One of the most fateful byproducts of George's defense of capital was to so repel socialists that they left the issue of land taxation to his followers, and in so doing, socialists drifted away from rent theory. The socialist mainstream treated classical land and rentier problems as subordinate to problems between labor and industrial capital. 11. I personally met a number of the school's teachers. I was told that by the 1940s, FBI agents had become a large part of the student body, seeking to track German agents working through the school. Ed Dodson, the school's former president, told me that an assistant head of the school was a Nazi German agent. 12. Frank Khodorov, Education for a Free Society, Scribner's Commentator, February 1941, pages 36-7. Khodorov was removed in 1937 for opposing U.S. entry into World War II. George's major follower in the 1930s, the journalist Albert J. Nock, became persona non grata as a result of his anti-Semitism. By the 1990s the school had become a feeder group for Ayn Rand's objectivist cult. George's modern publisher, the Schalkenbach Foundation, was headed by a series of followers of Ludwig von Mises and James M. Buchanan. For background on its pro-business philosophy, see Kenneth C. Wenzer, The Degeneration of the Georgist Movement, From a Philosophy of Freedom to a Nickel and Dime Scramble, in The Forgotten Legacy of Henry George, Waterbury Court, 2000, pages 46-91. Middle-class parties tend to oppose anti-rentier reform and socialism in general. Fascism emerges when other parties demur from reforms that the population wants and is ready for. That is how Trotsky explained Hitler's National Socialists seizing the initiative in the post-1929 economic collapse. Although Germany's Communist Party had 1 million members under arms in 1930, Stalin directed its leaders not to fight against the Nazis but to form a common front with them. The party suffered a large exodus of members, and soon was wiped out. Already at the Fifth Comintern meeting in 1927, Stalin had directed the Chinese Communist Party to join in a common front with Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists. That set the stage for the Shanghai massacre that wiped out most of the party's leadership. Political hesitancy such as Stalin's was endemic to many left-wing leaders. The problem of party politics holding back on radical but popular and needed reforms was apparent already in 1917, when many Bolsheviks were active in February's Petrograd Revolution. The party leadership was divided over whether to press for revolutionary change or join with the bourgeois parties seeking limited political gains, stopping the war with Germany, reforming post-serfdom rural landlordship, and improving wages and working conditions. Trotsky describes Stalin, Zinoviev and other party leaders as lagging behind the more radical workers' groups, leaving Kerensky to form a moderate government. By April, he wrote, the masses at the moment were more revolutionary than the party, and the party more revolutionary than its machine. Compromisers yielded their power to the bourgeoisie. Stalin sought not to frighten away the Mensheviks and bourgeoisie. But as the war continued into autumn, the masses were getting tired of waiting, of indecisiveness, of mere words. 13. Middle-class party leaders advocated for their constituencies' own relatively narrow concerns. They sought support of wage earners to win elections, but had little interest in enacting more than cosmetic policies to help them. As a general rule, Trotsky summarized, the confusion was most pervasive and lasted longest among the party's higher ups, who came in direct contact with bourgeois public opinion. The Bolshevik Duma faction at once made a sharp right turn by joining the Mensheviks in an equivocal declaration over whether the party was to prepare to play the part of the opposition in a bourgeois republic or whether it was to set itself the task of taking power by storm. Lenin was almost alone in insisting that the party should ally itself with the masses and move to overthrow the Kerensky government. 14. 13. Leon Trotsky, Stalin, London, 2016. Expanded from the 1946 Harper's ed. pp. 236, 258, 243 and 290. His book initially was drafted as a planned biography of Lenin, but Trotsky adopted it for his biography of Stalin in response to a publication offer by Harper's. Russia's revolution turned out to become a tragic detour instead of a path to a socialist future. Communist parties around the world became pro-Russian organizations, fighting most passionately against the non-Stalinist left. Throughout the 1930s, Stalin fought for socialism in only one country against Trotsky's internationalism, fearing that foreign socialist victories would shift the focus of world revolution away from his own leadership. The resulting internecine fight within the left became most blatant in the Spanish Civil War against Franco, as George Orwell and others have described so vividly. The fact that many communist parties were identified with Russia, and that many of their leaders were Jewish, along with their socialist ideology, led them to be attacked by the militaristic, nationalist, and typically anti-Semitic right wing that emerged to oppose socialist reform in the decades leading up to World War II. Political infighting among socialists left progressive politics mainly in the hands of social democratic parties, most notably Franklin Roosevelt's Democratic Party with its New Deal in the United States. After World War II ended, it seemed that industrial capitalism had adopted enough reforms to support rising living standards alongside a growing rentier sector. From 1945 to about 1980, Western economies seemed to enjoy moderately stable growth, with high marginal income tax rates, anti-monopoly regulation, and an array of social reforms. But as an undercurrent, to be sure, the United States and Britain fought covertly and often violently to prevent left-wing movements from emerging free of U.S. control in Greece, Italy, and much of Latin America. 14. Trotsky, Stalin, pages 214 and 289. To buyers of houses and investors in the stock markets, it seemed that banking, insurance, and real estate indeed were providing productive services that worked together to create a vast increase in middle-class wealth, and indeed to elevate labor into the middle class as wage earners became homeowners, on credit. Access to education was still available at non-punitive costs, and new adults were able to achieve higher living standards than their parents had enjoyed. The post-World War II prosperity seemed to be working until about 1980, combining industrial growth with financial gains. The banking and financial sector seemed to be helping build up industrial capitalism. But the past 4 decades since 1980 have seen government investment in social services, regulation of prices and anti-monopoly legislation stripped away, deregulating and privatizing what seemed to be the proper role of government. This rentier resurgence has been led in the political realm primarily by parties identified with labor and small business, especially under Bill Clinton in the U.S. Democratic Party and Tony Blair in Britain's Labour Party, along with continental European Socialist and Social Democratic parties. Chapter 9 will trace these formerly Social Democratic parties in more detail. Anti-government strategists create an economic mythology to defend rentiers. The neoliberal ideological reversal since the 1980s has been bolstered by a change in the way that voters, politicians, and corporate managers think about how economies work. Reversing the tradition of classical value, price, and rent theory, neoliberal economics teaches that all income is earned, and that all forms of economic rent are not merely transfer payments but contribute to output, as measured by neoliberal formulations and redefinition of gross domestic product, GDP. Point 15. This inversion of classical logic is so far-reaching and sensorial that it has influenced Chinese and Russian planning as well as that in the Western economies. The second contributing factor to post-industrial ideology is the political dimension of lawmaking, taxation, and other government policy. The financial sector has gained control of the leading political parties, including those whose identity politics traditionally have aimed at labor and minorities. The result is that instead of reflecting the economic interests of these voters, Today's party politics primarily reflect those of the financial sector. What formerly was left-wing is now right-wing neoliberal ideology. 15 In my Killing the Host, I use the metaphor of thinking of this as a parasitic takeover of the host's brain, to make the host imagine that the parasite, in this case the rentier, is part of the body of industrial capitalism, not an intrusive and extractive free luncher. To counter the prospect of more democratic or socialist governments acting on behalf of labor and industry to tax and regulate rentier income, the financial sector has sponsored three major sensorial tactics to justify a financialized corporate state. 1. A narrow-minded body of economic theory that does not, as indicated above, recognize any productive role for government regulation or public investment. 2. The denial, discussed above and in Chapter 4, that any income or wealth is unearned, thereby dropping the concept of economic rent. And 3. Marginalist analysis limited to the short term, excluding all structural economic change as political and therefore exogenous to the economic logic being promulgated. As George Burns and others are reported to have described politics and business, it's all about sincerity. If you can fake that, you've got it made. And from academia to politics, if you can fake plausibility, you can convince students and the public. Crafting a seemingly realistic logic by faking abstract plausibility is the task of rentier ideology. It presents an internally consistent picture of how economies might operate without government, simply by individuals producing and trading amongst themselves, with no distinct fire sector, public infrastructure investment or economic rent seeking. The rhetorical trick is to keep such problematic real-world phenomena out of the discussion. This tunnel vision is the essence of today's academic neoliberalism. The first tactic is to deny any productive role for government in shaping markets. From Austrian economics through the kindred individualist schools that have followed it, the main thrust is that government interference can only distort the presumably natural equilibrium of private sector markets, which are said to create the most efficient and even equitable distribution of income and wealth. As Margaret Thatcher famously put matters, there is no such thing as society. There is only the market. She called it the social market, not because it was social but because the market was to become society itself, stripping away everything social that does not promote private profit and rent seeking. The resulting limited scope restricts measurement and definition of the economy to private sector transactions. Public spending is counted as overhead as if infrastructure investment, education, and health and social services do not play a productive economic role but merely absorb taxes and other transfer payments on the ground that they do not themselves make a profit, as if that means they do not contribute to the economy's overall surplus. James M. Buchanan's public choice theory distracts attention from rent seeking by redefining it to mean what government bureaucrats do: increase their power and wealth at the private sector's expense. The only economic rent that is recognized is the revenue that governments receive. Their choice is just how to exploit the economy. This view depicts government officials as the real robber barons, not landlords, monopolists, and other rentiers. The solution to rent seeking is claimed to be to minimize government power, especially regulatory authority, not to tax away rentier income. 16. The implication inherent in opposing government regulation, social spending, subsidies, taxes, and resource allocation is that private sector markets are not themselves planned. The reality is that every economy is planned. If governments do not set priorities, the financial sector takes over the planning role, planning in its own interest, not the interests of society as a whole. Where there is no public regulation, financial managers fill the policy vacuum by carving out monopoly privileges for themselves and their customers. A second, and related, aim of pro-rentier ideology is to strip away rent theory, by claiming that all income is earned productively. That was as theory, by claiming that all income is earned productively. That was as 1938, responding as much to the land tax movement of Henry George as to Marx. His distribution of wealth, 1899, claimed that everyone deserves what they earn, by assuming that all income is earned in proportion to its recipient's contribution to production. It is the purpose of this work, Clark wrote, to show that the distribution of the income of society is controlled by a natural law, namely that the revenue of each recipient is equal to the value they add to the product being sold, whether it takes the form of wages, profits, rents or interest. Land was depicted as simply a form of business investment, and rent and interest are payments for the landlord's or creditor's contribution to production, to be statistically reported as the amount of wealth which that agent creates. 17 Robber barons, landlords, and bankers are depicted as intrinsic parts of the economy's production process, while prices and incomes are assumed to settle at their cost of production, which is defined by circular reasoning to include whatever charges rentiers manage to obtain. This logic excludes any recognition that markets may work in unfair, inefficient, or unproductive ways. 16 For a review of how Buchanan's theories were sponsored by the Koch brothers and Libertarian Public Relations Foundations, see Nancy McLean, Democracy in Chains, The Deep History of the Radical Right Stealth Plan for America, New York, 2017. The politics legitimizing such free market tunnel vision is described in Avner Offer and Gabriel Sodenberg, The Nobel Factor, The Prize in Economics, Social Democracy and the Market Turn, Princeton, 2016. They describe how the prize single-handedly rescued the academic standing of Frederick Hayek and his attack on government regulation as the road to serfdom, and hence the economic rationale for Mrs. Thatcher's dismantling of Britain's public sector. This claim that all income is earned productively is the foundation myth of the pro-rentier economics that has shaped today's national income and product accounts, NIPA. Dropping the concept of economic rent as unearned income leaves no measure of exploitation, and hence no need for the reforms advocated by classical economics. Financial and rentier claims on production are conflated with the basic technology of production. To Clark and subsequent free market economists, a market is the existing status quo. The distribution of wealth and property rights is taken for granted as part of economic nature, no matter how inequitable. Any revenue-yielding asset is counted as capital, even if it is a rentier privilege. This is the vantage point of financiers and investors, for whom land and other real estate, oil and mineral deposits, patents, monopoly privileges and related rent extraction opportunities are treated as capital investment. That erases the distinction between profit and rentier income. It is the approach followed by today's tax laws, which make no such distinction, and which, in practice, give tax favoritism to financial and real estate revenue. A third arm of the supersession of classical theory is marginalism. It focuses on very small changes in a short-term time frame in which all variables are analyzed as working within a given set of economic and political institutions, because economic structures change in the long run. Sidestepping this reality rules out discussion of structural reforms as exogenous, outside the narrow discipline of economics as compared to classical political economy and the 19th century American institutionalist school, which were all about how to improve existing institutions to minimize rent extraction. All consideration of change is avoided, because that would open the discussion to reform, which is excluded as being political, not an economic topic as such. 17 John Bates Clark, The Distribution of Wealth, New York, 1899, pv. In any case, the long run is irrelevant for financial managers. Their time frame is notoriously short-term, aiming to squeeze out as much revenue or capital gain as quickly as they can. The basic business plan is simply to take the money and run, for instance to use industrial profits to increase stock prices by buyback programs and dividend payments to stockholders instead of undertaking new capital investment, research, and development. The problem is that for a national economy, the result of living in the short term is to fall behind in the long run. Financial gain-seeking undercuts the overall economy when financial asset prices can be artificially increased by asset stripping, shrinking tangible capital investment to produce financialized wealth in the form of price-inflated stock and bond claims on the economy. The role of political parties in sponsoring neoliberal pro-rentier economics. History cannot be explained simply as the unfolding of a purely economic logic based on the dynamics of interest, land rent, monopoly rent, industrial capital, and wages. All these dynamics unfold in the context of laws, public regulations, and administration, and in a political regime usually characterized by at least two parties, although sometimes, as in China and the United States with its Democrat-Republican duopoly, a single policy-making regime. A party's platform and actions in office reflect an implicit body of economic theory, whose basic component concepts guide the understanding of political administrators. Voters in Britain and the United States have had little alternative to what the dominant political duopoly has been offering. The reason for this, and for the limited ability of voters throughout the West to have a chance to elect a real alternative to the post-1980 trends of polarization and deepening austerity, debt deflation, rent-seeking, monopoly at home, and military support of client oligarchies abroad, lies mainly with the character of party politics in the West. Popularization of the post-classical ideological changes described above was necessary to enable neoliberalism to secure control via Tony Blair's Labour Party and Bill Clinton's Democratic Party. Libertarian free market doctrine appeals to Labour's wish to become prosperous members of the middle class. Mrs. Thatcher paved the way by offering small investors guaranteed quick gains, the free lunch that Milton Friedman claimed did not exist, by selling British Telecom customers, the entire adult population, underpriced shares of the monopoly on its way to being privatized. After a few follow-up financial giveaways, she promised occupants of Britain's publicly owned council housing quick real estate gains by privatizing their homes, initially at low prices promising the traditional source of middle-class wealth. Housing prices did soar for insiders, the initial buyers, who bought into the privatization. Indeed, they rose so far that few new workers could afford to rent or buy into London apartments. They had to live far outside of central London and pay high prices for privatized rail transport to commute to their jobs. Buses also were privatized. Their central terminals were sold for quick real estate gains, and many routes were cut back, depriving low-income residents of access to jobs, shopping and other needs. That was libertarian democracy in practice. The need for an alternative to democratic centrism in order to check rentier power. Today, the public policies that successfully guided U.S., German and other leading industrial economies during their industrial takeoff have been largely abandoned by them, but have been substantially adopted in China. That nation's success followed a revolution that cleared away landlordism and established state control of money creation and banking. Its remarkable economic growth since 1980 contrasts sharply with the decelerating growth of the United States, Europe, and their associated market democracies. Their economies have polarized and their cost of living and doing business has risen, contributing to their deindustrialization, while their privatized fire and infrastructure sectors and monopolies have seen their wealth soar since 1980. Looking back through history since classical antiquity, democracy rarely has managed to keep rentier interests in check. State-controlled economies have been more successful than democracies in checking rentier dominance. The idea of a rentier democracy or democratic oligarchy would have seemed an oxymoron to 19th-century economists. The fight to reduce rentier legislative power, after all, had entailed a fight for democracy. Industrial capitalists sought to mobilize wage earners and the middle class to oppose post-feudal rentier power. Economic policy and organization were expected to follow the logic of industrial engineering to create prosperous domestic and foreign markets. This logic involved public subsidy of industry and social spending to increase economic productivity and create a prosperous domestic market. At least, that was the ideal that industrial capitalism promised. The polarization and financial austerity of Western economies since the 1980s pose some hitherto unthinkable questions. Why have Democratic Party politics been unable to check the rentier interests, whose political and economic ideology contrasts sharply with the interests of wage labor, small business, and even industry, by undermining the classical dynamics of industrial capitalism? Is the West doomed to austerity, debt deflation, and privatized monopolies in what were expected to be public utilities in money and credit creation, banking, education, healthcare, transportation and communications, including today the Internet? Have Western democracies reached an economic limit, a paralysis of growth as a result of their failure to prevent a new rentier sector from taking economic and even political control? Is a successful response to today's hereditary creditor class possible in the West, comparable to the 19th century's successful fight against the landed aristocracy? Or, must the West suffer the fate of the debt-ridden Roman Empire, dissolving into a dark age of rentier austerity, with culture and wealth surviving only at the top of the increasingly steep economic pyramid? 9. The neo-rentier road to serfdom. The great political question facing Europe's economies emerging from World War I was what would replace their dethroned monarchies and aristocracies. How much economic rent and natural resource wealth would be socialized by taxing rentier wealth more steeply, creating a classical rent-free market? That era's widespread familiarity with the logic for taxing land and natural resource rent has disappeared from today's policy discussion. Land rent, natural resource rent, and monopoly rents have been privatized in the hands of a rentier class, whose financial control is becoming as hereditary as that of Europe's post-feudal nobility as it breaks free of government regulation and taxation. Locking in its dominance by inflating the Western economy's ratios of debt to income and wealth, today's neo-rentier revival cloaks itself in the vocabulary of democracy. But the business plan behind its rhetoric of free markets is to impose neo-feudal debt peonage and dependency by creating markets free from public regulation, sponsoring rentier monopolies that impose toll booth charges for access to most basic needs, from housing to education and health care. The resulting rake-off of payments for debt service and monopoly rents has led to an economic polarization not seen since the 1920s and the pre-war Gilded Age. Unlike the literal European serfdom that tied its subjects to where they were born and lived, people now have the freedom to move wherever they want. But wherever they live, they must go into debt and pay mortgage interest, or pay rent to a landlord who hands it over as interest for the credit needed to buy the property. The most important choke point has become the political party system. The rentier sector's ability to control lawmaking is reflected in the fact that despite opinion polls reporting that most Americans want public health care, no party leadership does. Democracy as managed by the neoliberal donor class is a set of patronage relationships governed by wealth at the top. Characterizing any state strong enough to regulate business and finance as being inherently oppressive, financialized capital wants a strong state to serve its own interests, not those of labor, consumers, the environment, or long-term social prosperity. The West's former left-wing parties have adopted neoliberal policies relinquishing political control back to the financial and rentier elites that seemed on the brink of losing it when the 20th century's tax and regulatory reforms began to be put in place. Tony Blair's British Labour Party and Bill Clinton's US Democratic Party in the 1990s have been followed by the German Social Democrats and French Socialists in this regression, not to mention the Greek and Spanish Socialist parties. What began as a fight by Enlightenment reformers against the oppressive rule and privileges of the church and governments controlled by the landed aristocracy has been transformed into a libertarian fight to block democratic governments from regulating and taxing rentier income and wealth. Instead of freedom from rent-seeking as envisioned by classical political economy, the slogan of free markets has been hijacked and redefined by neoliberals to mean protection of rent-seekers. The classical freedom from rent-seeking has been inverted to become freedom for rent extraction. Using a libertarian rhetoric, neoliberals warn that public regulation and spending is socialism, as if freedom from financial exploitation is something alien instead of a basic right. Money, interest, and debt as the crux of economic control. Aristotle described money as a product of law nomos, the root of our word numismatics, the study of coinage. Debts and creditor rights also are created by laws. All money is debt, except for gold as a commodity. Historically, the power of creditors was based on their holdings of monetary metal which they lent out at interest. Today, commercial banks have the privilege of creating money as credit. They oppose governments creating their own money, because that would make economies less dependent on bankers and bondholders. Opposing modern monetary theory, MMT, banks and bondholders demand that governments finance their budget deficits by borrowing at interest instead of simply creating their own money by fiat. Monetary problems ultimately are debt problems. A key victory of neoliberal intellectual censorship has been to exclude both money and debt from economic analysis. Money is treated only as a veil or counter, not as having its counterpart in debt on the liabilities side of the economy's balance sheet. The excuse is that it would be double counting to add the value of stocks, bonds, and loans to the economy's underlying wealth. Financial liabilities and real wealth are seen as mirror images that cancel each other out because we owe the debt to ourselves. The problem, of course, is that the 99% owe debts to the 1%. Money creation in the form of rising debt ultimately leaves less disposable income to be spent on goods and services. The superstructure of debt and financial securities, claims on wealth, polarizes the distribution of income and wealth. That leads to debt deflation and increasingly widespread forfeiture or distress sales of property to creditors. Near Eastern rulers kept the volume of debt in check for thousands of years by repeatedly proclaiming clean slates that cancelled debts, liberated bondservants, and returned self-support land that had been forfeited to creditors. These acts prevented financial oligarchies from gaining enough power to rival the palace and in-debt economies irreversibly. But subsequent Greek and Roman oligarchies rejected kings and wrote pro-creditor laws. Centuries of civil warfare failed to cancel debts and redistribute land to the citizenry. Medieval European creditors obtained control over realms by lending them gold and silver to wage war, securing pledges of land and other royal assets as collateral. Similar creditor leverage is still forcing debtor countries to privatize public assets to pay off their borrowings from the IMF and foreign bondholders. The United States is unique in being able to create its own fiat dollars, Treasury ES, as money of the world. After the junk mortgage crash in 2008, the Federal Reserve created trillions of dollars of fiat credit to bail out the banks that had made bad loans. And after the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic shutdown, it created a new wave of money to lower interest rates and raise prices for stocks and bonds. Establishing independent central banks under commercial bank control has shifted monetary and debt policy away from the national treasury, while fiat money creation, along with taxes on labor and consumers, replaces taxes on rentier income, giving rentier wealth priority over credit to build up the industrial real economy. Interest as a transfer payment, not a service for credit as a real product. For thousands of years economies transacted their activities on credit. Exchange during the crop year was conducted on credit, example by Babylonians running up tabs at alehouses. The major early use of money initially, grain or other crops, was to settle debts after the harvest was in. Interest typically was only charged for late payments. Aristotle noted the seeming irony that creditors charged interest despite the fact that metallic money itself was sterile. As Shakespeare put matters, interest was a breed of barren metal. The problem was that interest-bearing loans did not create the means of production to pay the debt service, but had to be paid out of what debtors were able to pay by producing or earning income elsewhere. Pro-rentier economists characterize interest as being earned by creditors filling a basic economic need. From the medieval schoolmen to 19th-century Austrians, interest rates were justified by reference to the creditor's cost of doing business, headed by taking risk. But in practice creditors shun risk, and demand public bailouts when their solvency is threatened, even after the massive bank fraud that caused the 2008 junk mortgage crash. Creditors also expand their power not only by charging interest, but by foreclosing on collateral when debts cannot be paid. Today's central banks administer interest rates by supplying or withdrawing money from the banking system. For most of the 20th century their main aim was to stabilize foreign exchange rates. But since 2008 their aim has been to protect the FIRE sector and the rest of the 1% from losing wealth as the economy suffers from debt deflation. The US Federal Reserve and European Central Bank have inflated asset prices for stocks, bonds, and packaged real estate loans through quantitative easing. Their helicopter only drops money on Wall Street and other financial centers, not over the rest of the economy. The Austrian school has treated interest as a reward for creditors making the personal sacrifice of being patient and abstinent, saving their money instead of spending it on consumption. That prompted Marx to quip that the Rothschilds must be the most abstinent family in Europe, as if their wealth was obtained by consuming less, not by money lending that ultimately limits the ability of their debtors to spend and consume. As individuals become richer, they succumb to wealth addiction. Creditors and indeed the rest of finance capital are notoriously impatient. It is the height of hypocrisy to turn the tables and blame debtors for being impatient. The doctrine of personal responsibility holds the poor to be responsible for their poverty, as if their indebtedness reflects a choice to consume now, not simply to survive. The problem is market and debt relations in a polarizing economy. A related Austrian speculation depicts interest charges as a fair sharing in profits made by the debtor investing loan proceeds productively. A false historical fable is hypothesized in which the practice of charging interest might have originated among individuals lending and borrowing grain or cattle at interest, which the borrowers supposedly would have paid out of the crop surplus or calves produced by the grain or cattle obtained on credit. This productivity theory of interest included compensation for risk of non-payment because of crop failure, cattle dying and so forth. But no such lending of cattle or grain is attested either by anthropologists or Assyriologists. The risk historically has been placed on the debtors, who often lost the cattle that they were obliged to pledge to creditors, or which creditors simply seized. Debtors also lost their personal liberty or that of their family members, and ultimately their land rights and hence their means of self-support. The effect was to turn free owner-occupants into renters. Crops did indeed sometimes fail back in the Bronze Age, 3500 to 1200 BC. When drought, floods or disease occurred, debts could not be paid. But thanks to the fact that most debts were owed to the palaces, temples, and their collectors, Near Eastern rulers were able to maintain stability by proclaiming the clean state amnesties described above that wiped out the rent and debt arrears. Since most of these debts were owed to themselves, there was no strong vested financial interest to protest, as would be the case by classical antiquity in Greece and Rome. These clean slates prevented crop failures and other interruptions from destabilizing economies, minimizing the transactions costs of human bondage and monopolization of the land. None of these adverse effects of creditor-debtor relations have deterred pro-financial apologists from depicting finance-driven economies as minimizing transactions costs, while government regulations and taxes are said to increase such costs, by definition, that is, by an Orwellian circular reasoning. Douglas North was awarded a Nobel Economics Prize for this anti-government Thatcherite approach. His view would oppose government policy maintaining resilience by cancelling debts as increasing the risk to creditors. This aim of deregulating rentier wealth-seeking turns a blind eye to how cancelling bad debts minimizes risk and transaction costs to debtors, and hence to society at large inasmuch as most of the economy is indebted. Western civilization since classical antiquity has replaced financial clean slates with pro-creditor laws. Medieval creditors demanded that governments pay debts by selling off their natural resources and mines, or by creating public monopolies to sell off or trade for government debt. That is why Europe's East and West India Companies were created, as well as Britain's South Sea Company and the Bank of England. Today's financial sector likewise shifts the risk of inability to pay onto the public sector. Yet neoliberal economics refuses to treat this as a transaction cost, or to see any negative consequence of today's creditor privileges. Yet the major cost burden plaguing today's post-1980 rentier economies in the West is the proliferation of private sector credit and the resulting economic polarization. Financial and related rentier overhead has been the most disruptive and polarizing cost throughout most of history, impoverishing societies as the 1% increases its wealth by holding the 99% in deepening debt. The objective is to monopolize society's wealth and income for itself, as if this is a natural right, not a product of acquired financial dominance. Celebrating wealth addiction as the economy's driving force. Milton Friedman claimed that corporate managers should ignore all social responsibility and aim simply at benefiting stockholders. Point 1. The implication is that governments should not impose any such responsibility. Left out of account is the fact that corporations originally were granted charters for performing services helping the economy on behalf of government policy. The 19th century saw corporations break free of any such responsibility. Point 2. They have no social responsibility in their charters, and according to the Chicago School, should not have any conscience. As Friedman claimed in his 1962 book Capitalism and Freedom, each attempt to limit corporate gain-seeking is a step along the road to totalitarianism. He rejected the logic for governments to set social priorities for the environment, infrastructure, education and leisure, worker safety and public health. The degree to which his doctrine of greed has been able to gain firm con. 1. Milton Friedman, A Friedman Doctrine, The Social Responsibility of Business is to Increase Its Profits, The New York Times Magazine, September 13, 1970. Insofar as a business executive's actions in accord with his social responsibility reduce returns to stockholders, he is spending their money. Insofar as his actions raise the price to customers, he is spending the customers' money. Insofar as his actions lower the wages of some employees, he is spending their money. Herman Kahn's wife Jane Kahn told me that when she asked Friedman whether orphans should be supported, he answered, "Why do you want to subsidize the production of orphans? All price rises are held to be an incentive to produce more, and all taxes a disincentive." 2. For a good popular review, see Maurice Wormser, Frankenstein, Incorporated, New York, 1931. Trawl over nominal democracies is documented almost daily. For instance, Gina Rinehart, Australia's richest person, lashed out at politicians for their high levels of spending in response to COVID-19 and warned the mining industry could face future tax increases as a result. Ms. Rinehart criticized Australia's political establishment for spending policies that have pushed debt levels to new highs. And guess whose money they are spending? Their own? Of course not. It's the taxpayers, which is why our taxes continue to be too high. 3. The rentier worldview seeks to disable the ability of governments to tax and regulate rentier income and wealth, on the ground that taxing it or spending public money to prevent global warming or other social disruptions would be steps along Hayek's road to serfdom. To defend their ideology, rentier interests use their economic rents to buy control of public media and sponsor a self-serving academic curriculum to influence government policy makers and to shape the perceptions and value judgments of voters with regard to how economies actually function, by indoctrinating students with the worldview of finance capital. Public relations think tanks are funded, such as those endowed by Ms. Rinehart, along with award-giving institutions such as the Nobel Economics Prize Committee. The most notorious funder of such propaganda is Charles Koch, who has used his net worth, estimated to exceed $50 billion, to finance a phalanx of lobbyists, think tanks, and university programs including Americans for Prosperity, a grassroots army of political activists, the Cato Institute, the American Enterprise Institute and the Ayn Rand Institute. One recent journalist summed up their common philosophy. In 1974, Mr. Koch gave a blistering speech to a libertarian think tank, called the Institute for Humane Studies, in which he outlined his vision of the American regulatory state, and the strategy he would employ over the ensuing decades to realize that vision. On the list of government interventions he condemned were confiscatory taxation, wage and price controls, commodity allocations programs, trade barriers, restrictions on foreign investments, so-called equal opportunity requirements, safety and health regulations, land use controls, licensing laws, outright government ownership of businesses and industries. As if that list were not exhaustive enough, he added, and many more interventions. In short, Charles Koch believes that an unregulated free market is the only sustainable structure for human society. 4. 3. Jamie Smith, Iron magnate rails at Australia's COVID relief. Financial Times, November 24, 2020. The report adds, she reported a 55% year-on-year increase in profits to $4.07 bn, thanks to a boom in iron ore prices pushing her wealth to $21 billion in 2020, thanks to her successful drive to axe the Australian Labor Party's mining tax via her right-wing Institute of Public Affairs, a think tank that promotes climate change skepticism. The degree to which this worldview threatens the resilience of Western civilization is indicated by the remarks of Thomas Hobbes in Chapter 29 of his Leviathan, 1651, of those things that weaken or tend to the dissolution of a commonwealth. A fifth doctrine that tendeth to the dissolution of a commonwealth is that every private man has an absolute propriety in his goods, such as excludeth the right of the sovereign. Every man has indeed a propriety that excludes the right of every other subject. There is sometimes in a commonwealth a disease which resembleth the pleurisy, and that is when the treasury of the commonwealth, flowing out of its due course, is gathered together in too much abundance in one or a few private men, by monopolies or by farms of the public revenues, in the same manner as the blood in a pleurisy, getting into the membrane of the breast, breedeth there an inflammation, accompanied with a fever and painful stitches. Hayek's anti-government road to serfdom failed to recognize that the actual road to serfdom is that which is occurring in the West today as a result of the financial sector gaining control of the government. Thomas Jefferson warned against that prospect already 2 centuries ago, complaining in 1825 about the vast accession of strength from their younger recruits, who, now look to a single and splendid government of an aristocracy, founded on banking institutions and moneyed in corporations under the guise and cloak of their favored branches of manufactures, commerce and navigation, riding and ruling over the plundered ploughman and beggared yeoman. Y5. Franklin D. Roosevelt made a similar point in his 1938 message to Con. For Christopher Leonard, Charles Cox Big Bet on Barrett, The New York Times, October 12, 2020. He was a major supporter of James Buchanan, as well as Tea Party Republican politicians. 5. Jefferson to William Branch Giles, December 26, 1825. https://founders.archives.gov documents/Jefferson/98-01-02-5771. Gress on curbing monopolies. The first truth is that the liberty of a democracy is not safe if the people tolerate the growth of private power to a point where it becomes stronger than their democratic state itself. That, in its essence, is fascism: ownership of government by an individual, by a group, or by any other controlling private power. Among us today, a concentration of private power without equal in history is growing. And industrial empire building, unfortunately, has evolved into banker control of industry. We oppose that. To the extent that governments refrain, or are prevented, from regulating economies, life will be shaped by financial wealth overpowering the ostensibly democratic state as well as industry. The Supreme Court Citizens United ruling of January 21, 2010 treated corporations as persons, letting them and their owners become the donor class, contributing unlimited amounts of money to buy control of election campaigns. The result is to make voting power proportional to wealth, which defends its rentier income by asserting libertarian property rights against public taxes. The most successful exercise in mobilizing populist opposition to taxing rentier income is California's Proposition 13, passed in 1978 to freeze taxes on all real estate, commercial as well as residential. The result has been an enormous price rise for real estate. Not collecting rising site values as taxes has provided a bonanza for commercial property owners and for banks, as the rising rents have been paid as interest while state and local authorities have had to cut back public services. In 2020, some 42 years after this neoliberal tax revolt, Proposition 15 was put on the state's ballot to end the tax freeze and raise an estimated $6.5 billion to $11.5 billion a year for public schools, community colleges, and city and county governments, explained one advocate. We can't afford to continue to give large corporations a tax break they don't need when we desperately need to invest in infrastructure, first responders, public health, and public education. 6 But Californians voted not to repeal the tax giveaway. They also rejected a law that would have obliged Uber and other cab companies to treat their drivers as employees and pay for health insurance, Social Security, and other workplace benefits. Treating them as self-employed contract workers freed Uber from what had been normal employer obligations. Wage labor thus finally has made its way into what appears to be a professional class as piece workers, excluded from protection under what used to be viewed as the social contract. 6 Connor Doherty, California tax revolt faces a retreat, 40 years later, The New York Times, October 28, 2020. Paved by the steady decline in union membership since 1980, wage rates have remained stagnant while rentier income and wealth has soared. That is the financial sector's business plan, to roll back the 20th century's democratic reforms and lead economies down the road to serfdom and debt peonage. Evangelistic ideal of a U.S.-centered, corporate global state. When the Louisiana demagogue Huey Long was asked in the 1930s whether fascism could come to America, he replied, "Sure, only we'll call it anti-fascism." 7 As Bertolt Brecht explained, the intellectuals cast a veil over the dictatorial character of bourgeois democracy, not least by presenting democracy as the absolute opposite of fascism, not as just another natural phase of it where the bourgeois dictatorship is revealed in a more open form. 8. Neoliberal policy sees democratic laws as intruding on liberty if they oblige business to take the common will into account, example by holding corporations liable for damages that they cause. The ideal is the ISDS court discussed above in Chapter 7, denying nation-states the power to enact their own democratic laws. The kind of government interference that neoliberals applaud is the World Bank's recent urging that governments attract foreign investment by guaranteeing profits by socializing the risks. 9. What was needed to create a full-blown new pro-rentier international economic order was a proselytizing idealization of the corporate state. The logic was couched in modern liberal terms by Democratic official George Ball, who served as Under-Secretary of State for Economic and Agricultural Affairs in the Kennedy and Johnson administrations, 1961–66. Explaining that the nation-state is a very old-fashioned idea and badly adopted to serve the needs of our present complex world, Ball urged that the modern age required a more modern planner, the multinational corporation, to replace governments as the new organizers of global markets. At a joint economic committee hearing he attacked the very notion of sovereignty, complaining that governments made policy based on parochial, local or selfish, considerations. Proselytizing the virtues of transferring the power to allocate resources and shape markets to multinational corporations, he advocated that. 7 Some of the Voices of Hate, Life magazine, March 6, 1939. 8 Bertolt Brecht, Journals, 1934–55, London, 2016, p. 387, for March 16, 1948, quoted in Gabriel Rockhill, Liberalism and Fascism, Partners in Crime, Counterpunch, October 14, 2020. 9 Yomo Kwame Sundaram and Anish Chowdhury, World Bank urges governments to guarantee private profits, November 23, 2020. https://www.ksjomo.org/post World Bank urges governments to guarantee private profits. To fulfill its full potential, the multinational corporation must be able to operate with little regard for restrictions imposed by individual national governments. Implied in this, of course, is a considerable erosion of the rigid concepts of national sovereignty. What I am recommending is nothing so unreal and idealistic as a world government. But it seems beyond question that modern business, sustained and reinforced by modern technology, has outgrown the constrictive limits of the antiquated political structures in which most of the world is organized, and that itself is a political fact which cannot be ignored. For the explosion of business beyond national borders will tend to create needs and pressures that can help alter political structures to fit the requirements of modern man far more adequately than the present crazy quilt of small national states. And meanwhile, commercial, monetary, and antitrust policies and even the domiciliary supervision of earth-straddling corporations will have to be increasingly entrusted to supranational institutions. 11. A global corporate state thus was depicted as an idealistic alternative to the nation-state, whose rivalries had led to World Wars I and II. But in practice, this has turned out to be an American nationalism directing other countries to create rentier economies to serve as spokes in the U.S.-centered global economic wheel. 10. The promise of the multinational corporation, Fortune magazine, June, 1967, p. 80. 11. Matt Stoller, free trade pacts were always about weakening nation-states to promote rule by multinationals. Repair. Naked Capitalism, February 21, 2014, https://www.nakedcapitalism.com/2014/02/matt-stoller-free-trade-never-nation-states-colonialism.html, citing the Congressional Record transcript of the July 20, 1967 hearing on the future of U.S. foreign trade policy, available at http://obamatrade.com/wp-content/upload/1967-nafta-discussion.pdf, pages 272-73. Stoller makes the point that pressing for the reduction of trade barriers with the Kennedy Round and by extension, the 2016 push for the TPP and TPIP was less about free trade than about reorganizing the world so that corporations could manage resources for what Ball characterized in his congressional presentation as the benefit of mankind. The cover story for turning control over to the corporate state was a promise that companies would sponsor rising living standards by investing in technology to raise productivity. But despite soaring productivity gains since 1980, wages have stagnated and American employees are being worked even harder as their workplace conditions have become more harsh. Most are being driven deeper into debt as the financial sector monopolizes and appropriates the economic surplus. As the satirical publication The Onion put matters in a comic headline, cost of living now outweighs benefits. 12. Disabling the ability of Democratic Party politics to check the rentier interests. In practice, only the two official parties can play a significant role in the U.S. Congress. Independent candidates such as Bernie Sanders are obliged to caucus and vote either with the Democrats or Republicans. The aim is to prevent any alternative party from gaining proportional representation such as occurs in Europe's parliamentary systems. Corporate control of the two official parties allows voters to select only those candidates vetted by the elite at best, to choose who seems to be the lesser of two evils. Two journalists recently discussed how the Democratic Party leadership blocked Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren from becoming Treasury Secretary after she campaigned for consumer financial protection against bank abuses and urged a wealth tax on America's ruling 1%. Paul J. I sat with Tom Ferguson, who does a lot of money in politics research. I asked him once, would finance rather go with the kind of fascism that Trump's heading towards or would they put up with a Warren? And his answer was, as long as the wealth tax is on the table, they'll go with fascism. And maybe it actually was a tactical mistake of hers. Maybe the wealth tax, it's just not the time to do that, given how strong the right-wing forces are. Matt Taibbi, I think it's obvious that they would have preferred Trump over a Warren because they didn't see Trump as a terribly dangerous figure. He gave them everything they wanted in the pandemic bailout and his tax policy and military spending. And, yeah, Warren's wealth tax was a problem because there was no way to loophole your way out of it. That was the whole point of the proposal. It was designed to make sure that companies just paid taxes on what they actually earned as opposed to what they reported or where they reported it. 13. 12. The Onion. https://www.theanion.com/cost-of-living-outways-outways-living-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways-outways- presidential election to Donald Trump with Hillary Clinton as their candidate than to win with Senator Sanders. Again in 2020 they manipulated the presidential primary elections to stack the deck for the second time against Sanders, putting forth the decrepit Joe Biden, along with the equally unpopular vice presidential candidate Kamala Harris, just sneaking to a win over Mr. Trump while losing congressional seats threatening their majority. Biden's election was followed by the Democrats' night of the long knives to marginalize the left-wing squad in the House of Representatives. The Democratic National Committee simply purged them from funding and from appointment to meaningful positions. The revival of rentier political power threatens a regression of Western civilization to one controlled by a narrow finance-based class lording it over the economy and the rest of society. The political crisis has been most blatant where neoliberals had the freest hand to create their ideal market from scratch, namely, in advising Soviet Russia to use shock therapy after 1991 to create a crisis enabling natural resource rents to be privatized and the selling off of public utilities for token amounts to compliant insiders, who dollarized the value for their takings by selling a large part of their shares to Western buyers. This was applauded as wealth creation, and it certainly did create wealth for U.S. investors in the post-Soviet stock market and real estate. The neoliberalized post-Soviet states became an object lesson in what to avoid in the Western model, as Chapter 11 will describe. Unlike the situation in the 1920s, force has not been necessary in the United States, Europe, and the post-Soviet economies to prevent industrial capitalism from evolving towards socialism. A distorted narrative of history and economics has clouded public understanding of where today's rentier-based finance capitalism is leading. 13 A dangerous moment for the Democratic Party. Matt Taibbi, The Analysis. News, November 10, 2020. https://theanalysis.news/interview/a-dangerous-moment-for-Democratic-Party-Matt-Taibbi. So we are brought back to how Rosa Luxemburg summarized matters: the choice is between socialism and barbarism. Creating privatized kleptocracies to serve as client oligarchies is a basic aim of U.S. diplomacy, locking in its power by controlling the international monetary and financial system. That is the topic of Chapter 10. $10 hegemony, the privilege of creating paper gold. Imagine that you could go to the store to buy groceries, eat out in restaurants, pay your rent, and buy automobiles and furniture simply by writing EIS to the sellers. People cannot do this in practice, because nobody would accept their EIS for long unless they had legal recourse to seize the income and property of whomever has signed the promissory note, as banks do when they make loan agreements. But what if the grocery store or other businesses just accepted your IOU, and indeed paid their suppliers partly with it, circulating it like real money? That is the kind of free monetary ride that the United States enjoys in its foreign relations. Most of the excess dollars that its military and civilian economy spend abroad end up in foreign central banks. Foreign exporters receiving these dollars exchange them at their central banks for their own domestic currency to conduct their business. The central banks have no real recourse other than to recycle these dollars by purchasing U.S. Treasury EIS. They are not permitted to use their dollar inflows to buy the commanding heights of the U.S. economy. OPEC countries, for instance, have been told that they can use their surplus dollars to buy into the U.S. stock market as junior partners, but not to buy any real control over vital U.S. assets. China likewise is blocked from buying important information technology companies. Point 1. Every empire in history has drawn money and resources into itself from its dependencies. This power always has been backed by military force, and most of the tribute has been spent on this military force. America's 750 foreign military bases around the world are in this tradition, requiring foreign financing, while its domestic military-industrial complex is the major drain on the domestic treasury budget. What sustains this military power is U.S. control of the international financial system, giving it a free ride and enabling it to spend over $1 trillion annually to field military operations that would collapse the exchange rate of any other nation, and which indeed drove the dollar off gold in 1971. Despite its widening balance of payments deficit beginning with the Korean War in 1950 and accelerating with its subsequent military spending on the Vietnam War, U.S. diplomacy has been able to retain its financial domination over the world economy no longer by its power as the world's major creditor, but as its largest debtor. The dollars that the U.S. government and private investors spend abroad to pay for America's military and economic encirclement of the world pile up as monetary reserves in foreign central banks, whether countries want these dollars or not, and despite rising concern about the U.S. military adventurism that these dollar outflows finance. This financial arrangement is what makes America the exceptional economy. When other countries run deeply into debt, the IMF and bondholders bring financial pressure to dictate their economic policy, privatize their natural resources and public enterprises, and impose austerity on their labor force. But U.S. officials have always rejected foreign attempts to dictate its domestic or foreign policy. In being exempt from reliance on having to earn foreign money in order to conduct its military policy, the United States enjoys a fortunate monetary position akin to that of classical Athens described in Chapter 3. Athens was able to build expensive trireme ships, hire mercenaries, and support military allies with silver owls minted from its own silver mines at Laurion. The U.S. Treasury does not have to produce or sell silver or gold, but can simply print dollars as paper gold, Treasury is to spend abroad. Unlike the foreign debt of other countries, nobody expects the United States to pay off its EIS. In fact, official U.S. dollar debts have virtually no likelihood of being paid off. That, indeed, is what makes the United States so exceptional. The United States has now enjoyed this self-financing unconstrained free lunch for the past 50 years. However, in the face of growing foreign disagreement with the aims of dollar diplomacy, a rising number of countries are seeking to break free and de-dollarize their economies to stop funding the U.S. military encirclement of their territory, and to limit the ability of U.S. investors to buy up their most profitable industries and natural resources. 1. This chapter summarizes My Super-Imperialism, The Economic Strategy of American Empire, 1972, New ed., Dresden, 2021. Intergovernmental imperialism contrasted with private sector imperialism. Prior to World War I, government intervention in foreign lands followed the path of private trade and investment. Governments used force to seize lands rich in minerals, tropical crops, and other raw materials, and to expand the interests of their nationals in these areas. Private capital took the initiative, government policy followed. But the debt settlements imposed in the wake of World War I saw intergovernmental debts far exceed the value of private foreign investment, and governments to have strategic objectives quite distinct from those of private investors. Government demands for payment crowded out private investment opportunities. And for the first time in modern history, international finance became dominated by a single government. The U.S. government emerged as the overwhelming world creditor mainly to its allies for their arms debts incurred prior to U.S. entry into the war. Its monetary claims far overshadowed private loans and investments. The priority of government over private interests was assumed to be natural, and hence that debt payments to the U.S. government should take precedence over private sector concerns. This view was held even to the point of imposing unemployment and the Great Depression, setting the stage for World War II. The world sacrificed its growth and stability by agreeing to satisfy the demands of public as well as private creditors so large that debtor countries could pay only by subjecting their economies to austerity. Foreign governments siphoned off economic surpluses to pay debts to the U.S. government. No writer had anticipated that the main destabilizing and exploitative factor would be government, not private capital. During the war, Lenin's imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, 1917, had anticipated that private capital and its growing concentration would become the major cause of future conflict. To many observers, the main hope for world peace seemed to be intergovernmental cooperation to restrain commercial and financial rivalries. Within the emerging post-war finance capitalism, however, private and government policies were indeed at cross purposes. The overriding concern of U.S. diplomacy was for its own world power, even to the point of disrupting prosperity, and hence the profits of its bankers and investors. That is why President Herbert Hoover's 1931 announcement of a moratorium on U.S. inter-ally debt demands and German reparations made stock markets jump throughout the world. Debt relief suspending intergovernmental claims restored foreign exchange stability, more than repaying the United States for the loss of the nominal $250 million in foregone debt service. Wall Street bankers wanted the government's creditor claims out of the way so as to leave room for a renewal of private credit. A conflict broke out on the eve of the 1933 London Economic Conference as incoming President Franklin Roosevelt replaced Hoover, who along with Republican Treasury Secretary Ogden Mills supported the Eastern banking interests. Led by Morgan partner Russell Leffingwell, the Wall Street internationalists tried to promote Norman Davis, a State Department Democrat, to a position of influence. But Roosevelt's advisor Raymond Moley expressed his mistrust, writing that Davis wanted to get the debts out of the way to facilitate reviving private lending to Europe. Roosevelt rejected Davis's advice. Point 2. The U.S. aim was to subordinate foreign interests to those of its government's creditor claims, while escalating America's protective tariffs and quotas. Critics complained that the Roosevelt administration's America First policy was rejecting world leadership and even world recovery, by blocking debtor countries from earning the dollars to pay by exporting more to the United States. But Roosevelt and his advisers did not want an altruistic internationalist leadership that would have rehabilitated British, French, and other governments and their economies to act as equals of America. In the U.S. view, freeing Europe from having to pay its war debts to the United States would simply leave its governments with more money to rearm and threaten the world once more with war. War did occur, of course. And the U.S. government organized the aftermath to gain an even stronger position vis-a-vis Europe and Japan. In 1944-45 it moved to absorb the sterling and franc areas into its own dollar-centered financial system. In the U.S. nationalistic view, no other country or grouping of countries should be in a position to dictate economic or foreign policy to the United States. Insisting on retaining unilateral national autonomy, U.S. diplomats did not want to create a grouping of equal nations. They wanted America's own unipolar dominance, and have sought that goal ever since. Setting to work on global planning in the closing years of World War II, U.S. officials once again used the government's creditor power as a lever to shape post-war diplomacy. With the Axis powers vanquished, it was now time for the United States to subdue its allies. But instead of seeking direct repayment of its wartime loans, which would have repeated the post-World War I debt tangle, U.S. officials set about to conquer America's allies in a more enlightened manner, demanding concessions of a commercial and political nature, above all to open foreign markets to U.S. exporters and investors. To Raymond Moley, after 7 years, New York, 1939, pages 96-100, and the First New Deal, New York, 1966, pages 52 ff. Viewing British imperial interests in particular as being antithetical to those of the United States, the first post-war objective was for the dollar to replace sterling as the world's leading currency and indeed, as the basis of the global monetary system. America's creditor power remained its key leverage. Early in the war, Treasury Secretary Henry Morgenthau Jr. started putting pressure on the British to sell off their big American companies Shell Oil, Lever Brothers, and Brown and Williamson Tobacco. On January 28, 1941, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee reported that, if Lord and Lady Astor own real estate in New York, their assets will be on the auction block with the rest 3. Lend-Lease and Bretton Woods, blocking alternatives to U.S. economic dominance. The first fight was over America's Lend-Lease loans to finance Britain's war effort. The basic principle of Lend-Lease was free trade. Called multilateralism, it was nationalistic from the U.S. vantage point, calling for a strict commitment to non-discriminatory foreign trade and the end of British Empire preference, the preferential tariff arrangements between Britain and its colonies and former colonies within the British Commonwealth. Ending that protectionist system opened up British and European colonial raw materials resources and import markets to all comers, naturally led by the United States. Whereas Britain had opened up China by force, America opened up Britain and its empire by a your money or your life offer at a time of British wartime neediness. Paragraph 2 of Article 7. The Lend-Lease Agreement called for the elimination of all forms of discriminatory treatment in international commerce, and 3. the reduction of tariff and other trade barriers. For when Keynes was handed a draft of Article 7 of the Lend-Lease Agreement on July 28, 1941, he noted that it said nothing at all about the essential counterparts in American policy, the lowering of tariffs and the avoidance of a serious post-war depression. 5. 3. Robert Skidelsky, John Maynard Keynes, Volume 3, Fighting for Freedom, 1937-46, New York, 2001, pages 99 and 102 f. 4. Hal Larry and Associates, The United States in the World Economy, U.S. Department of Commerce, Economic Series No. 23, Washington, D.C., 1943, p. 12. Britain asked that Lend-Lease be made retroactive so as to recoup the heavy expenditures it had made in the United States before the Lend-Lease program had begun. Its request was rejected, leaving substantial sums owed for the military and economic support Britain had obtained prior to that date. Harry Truman, then head of the Senate's War Investigating Committee, demanded in November 1943 that when it came time for repayment of Lend-Lease and other American credits to Britain, if Britain cannot pay us dollars for petroleum needed by her and cannot, by reason of a shipping shortage or other situation, procure the petroleum she needs from the petroleum resources she controls in Asia, South America, and the Dutch East Indies, consideration should be given as to whether she might not pay for the petroleum obtained from us by transferring to us her ownership of an equivalent value of foreign petroleum reserves or of the English-held securities of the corporations having title to such reserves. 6. The U.S. government insisted that Lend-Lease support stop with the end of hostilities, and by 1945 its Lend-Lease claims on Britain amounted to $20 billion. U.S. negotiators set the stage for the $3.75 billion British loan of 1946 by terminating Lend-Lease to Britain upon the declaration of peace ending the war. That threatened its economy with insolvency, leaving Britain with little alternative but to agree to the terms of the loan, which served as a lever to pry open Britain's empire preference system, with its nearly $10 billion in block sterling wartime accounts accumulated by India, Egypt, Argentina, and other countries by the end of 1944. These sterling balances, debts owed by Britain to sterling area countries for supplies they had provided during the war, were restricted to be spent on British exports. It is natural for the economic theory and diplomacy of every country to reflect its immediate situation and self-interest. And the rules that U.S. diplomats drew up for the International Monetary Fund, which Britain was required to join as a condition of the British loan, sought to free these sterling balances to be spent on foreign, largely U.S., exports. From the American vantage point, access to foreign markets was deemed to be a precondition for achieving full employment at home. But U.S. exports would be constrained if foreign countries were permitted to insulate their economies to promote their own growth. To prevent them from enacting protective tariffs, quotas, or financial barriers such as competitive devaluation, multiple exchange rates, bilateral clearing agreements or blocked currency practices beyond a brief transition period, the United States took the lead in forming the IMF to ensure a post-war system of fixed currency parities. 5. Richard N. Gardner, Sterling Dollar Diplomacy, Oxford, 1956, p. 57. The British Empire preference or imperial preference system of relatively low tariffs among Commonwealth members was developed in 1932 at the Ottawa Conference to maintain some degree of payments stability within the British Empire in the face of the inter-ally debt disruptions. 6. Arthur D. Geyer, Economic Aspects of Lend-Lease, in Jacob Viner et al., The United States in a Multinational Economy, New York, 1945, p. 140, referring to additional report of the Special Committee investigating the National Defense Program, Senate Report No. 10, pt 12, 78 Cong, LST Sess. Washington, D.C., 1943, pages 13f. Britain and other countries receiving U.S., IMF, or World Bank aid, which was an added incentive for countries to join the fund, were obliged to relinquish concepts of self-sufficiency and reject a return to protectionist policies and controls. Any nation wishing to join the bank had to agree to join the fund and to service all its outstanding and future official government and government-guaranteed debt to foreign creditors. The fund was to be financed by member country subscriptions in their own currencies, with voting rights proportional to their subscription quota. The United States had the largest vote, giving it veto power, on the logic that its dollars were expected to be the most in demand by war-torn countries. The terms of the British loan precluded Britain from devaluing the pound sterling until 1949, keeping it overvalued and forcing Britain's balance of payments into deepening deficit. It also prevented sterling area reserves, including the sterling balances, from being spent on British and British Empire goods. Sterling became a satellite currency of the US dollar, reversing the situation that had existed in the 19th century. Keynes saw that the U.S. plans for an open international economy sacrificed domestic employment to free trade and the gold standard, locking Britain into a high exchange rate that required it to impose domestic austerity to prevent spending on imports. 7. By surrendering to these terms, Britain joined the United States in a united front vis-a-vis continental Europe to negotiate the operational philosophy of the Bretton Woods institutions and the proposed International Trade Organization. Then the developed nations as a group, having accepted the U.S. terms in the face of their own economic duress, confronted the less developed countries with a fait accompli. That opened war-devastated markets to U.S. exports and established the post-war order for most of the world on principles locking in U.S. leadership and domination. 7. Skidelsky, Keynes, pages 130f. U.S. opposition to international money. Independent of the dollar and U.S. gold. As UK Treasury representative, Keynes went to the 1944 Bretton Woods Conference with a plan for an international clearing union to settle multilateral payments by putting pressure for adjustment on creditor economies, mainly the United States, not deficit economies, such as Britain. His plan was for the IMF to issue a fiat international currency, the banker, to finance balance of payments deficits. The clearing union would provide credit to help countries invest in productive economic expansion. Unlike the U.S. plan for a fund of dollars and other national currencies, Keynes's plan did not require governments to pay their subscriptions in their own currency. The banker was to be a blanket overdraft facility. International payments would be effected by the clearing union debiting the paying country and crediting the receiving country. Most important, Keynes sought a scarce currency clause. Its basic philosophy was that creditor nations had an obligation to make debts payable by importing goods from the debtor countries. If the balance of payments of creditor nations became unmanageably high, these credits might be cancelled altogether, freeing the deficit countries from obligations that had become unpayable. That would prevent creditor nations from monopolizing the world's money. But such a financial monopoly was precisely what U.S. officials desired. By providing new dollar credits to supplement Europe's depleted gold reserves, America enabled the metal to be maintained as the basis of international finance instead of the managed paper credit standard that Keynes proposed. The dollar was made as good as gold, convertible into the metal at the rate of $35 an ounce under the gold-dollar exchange standard. U.S. policy thus was determined to ensure that no alternatives to the dollar and its own near monopoly of gold holdings emerged. Europe, running balance of payments deficits, lost gold rapidly to the U.S. Treasury, which increased its holdings steadily. When the war ended in 1945, it held about $20 billion, accounting for 59% of world gold reserves. U.S. holdings rose by $4.3 billion by 1948, and by 1949 its gold stock reached an all-time high of $24.8 billion, reflecting an inflow of nearly $5 billion since the end of the war. Neither the World Bank's reconstruction loans nor the IMF's balance of payments stabilization loans were sufficient to meet the financial needs of European recovery. France lost 60% of its gold and foreign exchange reserves during 1946–47, and Sweden's reserves fell by 75%. The effect was to concentrate in U.S. government hands most of the major decisions as to how much, to which countries, and on what conditions international loans would be extended. Foreign wars pushed the U.S. balance of payments into deficit. From outbreak of the Korean War in 1950 onwards, the U.S. balance of payments moved steadily into deficit. The private sector's trade and investment were in close balance, and U.S. foreign aid was tied to the purchase of U.S. exports and so actually produced a payments inflow. The deficit resulted entirely from U.S. military spending. Europe and other countries initially welcomed the net outflow of dollars. It helped them increase their international reserves and afford pro-growth policies. As the U.S. deficit widened, Europe and other countries began to rebuild their gold stocks. That freed them from pressures to prevent their exchange rates from declining by slowing down their economies in order to limit imports. By the 1960s, the Vietnam War and related U.S. military spending in Asia made U.S. gold losses serious. Every Friday the Federal Reserve Board published statistics on the gold cover, the degree to which paper U.S. currency was backed by the Treasury's monetary gold stock. U.S. law required at least 25% gold cover. The gold drain was reducing this legal gold cover toward the point where insufficient bullion would remain available to pay foreign countries turning in their surplus dollars for gold. General de Gaulle was most vocal in cashing in the surplus dollars flowing into France from its banks in Vietnam, Laos, and other former French colonies, where there were few U.S. banks. Chase Manhattan was asked to help solve this problem by setting up a branch in Saigon, which was built like a fortress. That was not a business decision, but a show of patriotism by David Rockefeller. He had taken over the bank from George Champion, who had been one of the most outspoken critics of the Vietnam War and its associated military spending, accusing it of not being fiscally responsible. Political support for U.S. military policy did not come from Wall Street, but from the labor movement and Cold War advocates of the national security state. In Europe, large anti-American demonstrations were organized in response to the atrocities reported from the war. Matters reached crisis proportions by January 1965, when President Lyndon Johnson announced a set of voluntary balance of payments controls. U.S. banks and companies were told not to increase their total foreign loans or investments by more than 5% during the coming year. That disrupted business plans. Banks make their profits by increasing their lending, and that was limited. The oil industry also was strongly affected, fearing that foreign rivals would gain an edge in new investment. The war in Southeast Asia was conducted with almost no understanding of how it affected the U.S. business sector. Companies pointed out that much of what was reported as foreign investment did not really constitute a balance of payments outflow. When oil companies, or airlines or manufacturing firms, moved U.S. equipment and machinery or lent dollars to their foreign branches or affiliates to pay U.S. management, interest charges, and other expenses, including for imports of U.S. equipment, these dollars never really left the U.S. economy. The trade and GDP figures reported trade and investment as if it were all paid in cash rather than being largely balance sheet entries with little actual outflow after accounting for countervailing exports of U.S. goods and services. As a result of industry lobbying to explain these facts of international life to Congress, the oil industry was made exempt from the Johnson voluntary program. But banks and civilian industry suffered. American business continued to be boxed in by the financial effect of U.S. military policy. Interest rates rose, and after public opposition to the war forced President Johnson to announce in 1968 that he would not run again for office, the Democrats lost overwhelmingly to Richard Nixon, who promised a plan to end the war. However, Secretary of State Henry Kissinger persuaded Nixon to extend the war to Laos and Cambodia, hoping to bomb the enemy to the peace table. As the U.S. military buildup escalated, other countries stepped up their gold purchases. Germany kept pace with France in turning in its excess dollars, although without the public verbal confrontation expressed by the Gaullists. U.S. tactics to create a free lunch to finance its military payments deficit. By the late 1960s, U.S. diplomats revived Keynes's idea for the IMF to create a fiat banker, proposing special drawing rights, SDRs. The idea was to give member countries overdraft facilities in proportion to their IMF quotas. SDRs would enable the United States to use the IMF as a means of financing its international military spending responsible for its balance of payments deficits. The difference was that Keynes's plan aimed at financing economic recovery and expansion of Europe's economies to create means of production, not military spending to destroy it in countries deemed to be U.S. adversaries. Understandably, foreign countries balked. Finally, by August 1971 it became apparent that the price for continuing U.S. military war-making was for the Treasury to either lose its shrinking gold stock or cut the dollar loose from gold. President Nixon chose to stop supplying Treasury gold to the London Gold Pool to hold down the gold price, which quickly soared. That effectively ended the dollar's convertibility into gold at $35 an ounce. Many politicians worried that this would mean the end of America's diplomatic leverage over the world's financial system. Ever since World War I, the United States had dominated world diplomacy by its creditor position, monopolizing most of the world's gold and therefore the global monetary base. Other countries suffering gold outflows had to impose austerity. Hard money economists forecast that continuing to run a balance of payments deficit would drive the dollar down and cause inflation. And indeed, Treasury Secretary John Connally started the decline by depreciating the dollar's exchange rate by 5% at the same time that he stopped gold sales. When that reduced Europe's valuation of its dollar reserves as measured in its nation's own domestic currencies, Connally quipped to Europeans, "It's our dollar, but your problem." However, what followed the 1971 delinking of the dollar from gold turned out to be quite unanticipated. It opened the way for a new form of dollar hegemony, one based on America's leverage as the world's major monetary debtor. The dilemma that America's dollar diplomacy poses for foreign central banks. Central banks had little option regarding what to do with the surplus dollars being pumped into the world monetary system by U.S. military spending and investment buyouts of foreign companies. Central banks did not buy stocks, and they were not going to buy U.S. companies or real estate, as sovereign wealth funds had not yet come into being. So the great question was how Europe and other economies would cope with the glut of new dollars, now that they no longer were able to cash them in for gold. Until quite recently, what central banks have bought usually has been limited to the bonds of other governments. The only major supply of such securities in the 1970s and indeed down to fairly recent times were U.S. Treasury bonds and EAs. So that is what foreign central banks bought with their surplus dollars. In the absence of the gold standard, the world moved onto a U.S. Treasury IOU standard. Here's the problem that foreign economies faced: if their central banks did not recycle their dollar inflows into the U.S. economy by buying Treasury securities, their exchange rates would rise against the dollar. That would raise the price of their exports to dollar area economies. To prevent the dollar glut from giving dollar area exports a price advantage, nations receiving a surplus of these dollars used them to buy Treasury securities, supporting the dollar's exchange rate. This recycling meant that, contrary to usual experience, America's largely military balance of payments deficit helped finance the domestic budget deficit. Both deficits stemmed largely from spending on the military-industrial complex. This was a new kind of international circular flow, and it tended to lock in foreign central banks. The more U.S. securities they bought, the more they stood to lose, as measured in their own domestic currencies, if the dollar depreciated. U.S. officials encouraged recycling by inviting central banks to buy U.S. stocks and private sector bonds as well as Treasury securities, but not majority ownership of leading U.S. companies. Only the United States, as the world's exceptional nation, could do this to other economies, subject to occasional nationalistic pushback abroad. American demands that foreign countries recycle their dollar inflows into U.S. bond markets became explicit by late 1973 and early 1974, when OPEC oil producers responded to the quadrupling of U.S. grain prices by quadrupling their oil prices so as not to lose purchasing power. State Department officials told their counterparts in Saudi Arabia and other Arab oil-producing countries that they would agree not to oppose the price increase as long as these countries agreed to recycle their surplus dollar inflows to U.S. financial markets. Failure to do that would be an act of war. I was invited to a number of White House and Defense Department meetings where officials elaborated the details of this agreement. U.S. dollar outflows ended up in the oil-exporting countries and Europe, and were returned to the United States as liquid financial investments in corporate stocks and bonds, treasury securities, and an unprecedented inflow into U.S. commercial banks. Much of this inflow was lent to third world countries to pay for their increasingly costly grain and oil imports, as well as to pay debt service on their mounting foreign debts incurred to finance their own balance of payments deficits. The Washington Consensus aims to create an international rentier economy. U.S. officials deftly played both sides of the emerging creditor and debtor diplomacy. While using the new debtor-based dollar diplomacy against trade surplus nations, they took a pro-creditor position when dealing with third-world countries and others running balance of payments deficits. The post-1980 Washington Consensus called for the IMF and bondholders to impose austerity on these countries, forcing privatization sell-offs and an ongoing devaluation of their currencies and hence, depreciation of the price of their labor. The effect was as destructive and predatory as overt European colonialism had been. Much as European imperialism had turned colonies and dependencies into trade and monetary satellites, grabbing the natural resources and rent-extracting monopolies for Europe's own investors, the neoliberal Washington Consensus guiding IMF policy has had a similar effect. The foreign currency debt overhead of third world and other payments deficit countries blocks their ability to develop industrial capitalism along the lines followed by the United States and Western Europe. The Washington Consensus turns these countries into rentier economies, as well as financializing the advanced Western economies in which wealth also is obtained increasingly by rent extraction. This is welcomed as ushering in a post-industrial society. But it is precisely what classical economists from Adam Smith through John Stuart Mill, Marx, Alfred Marshall, and Thorstein Veblen hoped to avoid. In their mind the dynamic of industrial capitalism was to free economies and markets from rent-seeking. The expectation was that wealthy nations would invest in less developed countries and help them catch up, spreading democratic politics and public investment to modernize colonial and other less developed economies. But instead of helping these countries join the industrial economies, the effect of U.S. diplomacy and the Washington Consensus has been to aggravate their inequality and impose dictatorships run by oppressive client oligarchies. This is not progress, it is a new form of backwardness, almost a retrogression back toward a feudal property-owning creditor class. U.S. officials take a pro-creditor stance toward third-world debtor countries, defending U.S. bondholders and foreign client elites holding their country's dollarized bonds. Vulture funds pick up what institutional bondholders sell off, at pennies on the dollar, hoping to foreclose on whatever government assets they can grab. That has occurred most notoriously with Paul Singer's moves against Argentina. The 2020-22 COVID-19 pandemic has slashed industrial production throughout the West, leaving little or no way for many third-world debtors to pay their scheduled debt service. So we are back in the kind of Latin American debt crash that followed Mexico's announcement in 1982 that it could not pay its foreign debt. The result then was a cessation of international lending, leading Argentina and Brazil to pay 45% annual interest on their dollar debt by 1990, owed mainly to their domestic oligarchies operating out of tax haven accounts, to be sure, and Mexico to pay over 22% on its medium-term dollar bonds. In the wake of the world economic slowdown resulting from the coronavirus, demand for raw materials and other exports has declined, creating new third-world balance of payments deficits. The question confronting today's indebted third world countries is whether they once again will be forced into austerity that prevents their economies from recovering. Will they be forced to privatize their natural resources and public enterprises, for sale to payments surplus countries and U.S. investors? Such economic demands in the past could only be imposed by military conquest. Today they are being imposed by financial conquest just as destructive, taking into account the decline in population resulting from shortening lifespans, suicide rates and emigration. The destruction is financial and intellectual, not military. Dollar diplomacy enables the United States to use the deadly monetary weapons of austerity and financial sanctions to gain economic control and to obtain the free lunch that goes with it. That is the international dynamic of rentier finance capitalism. Indebted countries cannot inflate their way out of debt, because it is denominated mainly in dollars or other foreign currency, which their central banks cannot print. They can create domestic currency, but not the dollars and other hard currencies necessary to pay these foreign debts. Increasing domestic taxes will not help to pay their foreign currency debts, because taxes are levied in local currency. That is what Keynes called the transfer problem in the 1920s, when the European allies demanded that Germany wreck its economy to pay reparations. The pro-creditor assumption is that higher taxes will impoverish labor and business by enough to slow imports of consumer goods and capital goods. But this is only a cover story, an excuse to make debtor countries even more dependent on creditors. The reality is that poverty is never a way to grow. It only pays the looters, and even in such cases only in the short run. Attempts to enforce Europe's unpayably high foreign debts after World War I were in vain. Keynes showed that unless the Allies would agree to buy German exports, there was no way the Reichsbank could create or tax the dollars to pay. Yet today's IMF and US foreign diplomacy follow this destructive hard money policy, insisting that fiscal austerity, along with asset sell-offs, can pay foreign debt service. The effect can only be to strip and impoverish debtor countries. Chronic austerity is now also being imposed on Eurozone members, making the euro a satellite currency of the dollar. Limiting budget deficits to no more than 3% of Eurozone GDP prevents euros from being issued in large enough amounts to rival the dollar as a vehicle for central bank reserves. This rule also prevents Eurozone members from Keynesian spending to revive their economies from stagnation. The result is a monetary straitjacket that limits social spending to promote economic growth. Probably national populations and living standard will have to drop substantially in order for voters to become aware that this limitation is needless and that austerity is not necessary. If European governments continue to refrain from creating their own money in more than marginal amounts and no other alternative currency bloc emerges, that will leave global money creation to American military spending and other U.S. balance of payments deficits ending up in the world's central banks. That is the essence of today's dollar standard and the United States' almost unipolar dominance of global money creation. Today's contrast between nationalism and globalism is occurring in a completely different context from what it was in the 1940s and 50s when discussions were framed in the aftermath of World War II and when it seemed to be a good idea for Europe to integrate so as never again to suffer intra-European wars. 7 countries formed to create the European Common Market, with special focus on creating its Common Agricultural Policy, CAP, to make itself independent of reliance on foreign, mainly U.S., food producers. The United States kept trying to break down the CAP and sponsored the creation of a rival European Free Trade Area, EFTA, led by Britain, as usual acting as U.S. foreign policy proxy, and Scandinavia. The U.S. hope was that this free trade area would provide an alternative to progressive social democratic or socialist continental Europe. Today, the English-speaking and Scandinavian sphere is part of NATO's right-wing alliance. Now that NATO and the Eurozone have expanded eastward to include the Baltic states and Poland, the result has been to block the EU politicians in Brussels from following policies at odds with US plans, particularly in relation to Russia, China, and other countries the United States treats as adversaries or potential trade rivals. The response by nations that are sanctioned or otherwise treated as antagonists to U.S. neoliberal policy is to revert to settling their balance of payments surpluses or deficits in ways that existed prior to the U.S. Treasury bill standard. Resisting dollar hegemony. Every economy needs foreign exchange reserves. Dollar reserves are U.S. debt, supplied mainly by U.S. military spending, Cold War diplomacy and investment takeovers of foreign economies, headed by investment in natural resource rent extraction and monopoly rent opportunities that arise from privatizing public infrastructure. The problem for foreign countries is how to protect themselves from being flooded with dollar inflows stemming from U.S. military and investment takeovers, for which they receive merely paper dollars. As noted above, countries that do not approve of the combination of U.S. military policies and U.S. takeover of their economic assets face a dilemma. If they do not recycle their dollar inflows into U.S. capital markets, their currencies will rise, threatening to price their exports out of world markets. The path of least resistance taken by Russia, China, and some other payments surplus nations is to de-dollarize. One element of this policy is to revive gold as a means of settling balance of payments deficits. Gold is a pure asset, having no liability on the opposite side of the balance sheet, and hence does not fund the U.S. budget and payments deficits that finance dollar hegemony. Gold's use to settle payments deficits is likely to be the smoothest route in any transition to an alternative currency bloc. For third world debtor countries, the problem is how to avoid letting creditor demands destroy their economies in the way that German reparations and inter-ally arms debts destroyed Europe's economies in the 1920s. IMF and U.S. diplomacy offer only marginal palliatives such as lower interest rates, slower amortization payments and simply lending countries enough to pay their scheduled debt service. But as the underlying debt volume keeps accumulating, debt write-downs are the only solution in the end. That requires a new principle of international law, stipulating that no country should be forced to destroy its economy to pay foreign creditors. That principle recognizes that pro-creditor laws are a tributary demand similar to an act of war. Ultimately at issue are the criteria for nationhood, as a modern corollary to the 1648 Treaty of Westphalia that ended Europe's bloody 30 Years' War. The treaty ruled that nations should not interfere in the government or internal politics of other nations. At issue is political and economic independence, whether to be in control of one's own destiny by preventing foreign interference in domestic affairs, or to be faced with today's financial market dilemma, your money, or your life. U.S. financial diplomacy rejects the long-standing 1648 principle of international relations, replacing it with unilateral U.S. demands for controlling world trade and investment diplomacy, while refusing to join any international institution unless it has veto power to be exempt from any foreign control or censure over its own policies. That is why it refused to join the League of Nations after World War I, and agreed to join the United Nations only on condition that it have veto power. Similar U.S. power was assured in 1944 over the World Bank and IMF by setting the U.S. quota high enough to veto any policy decision that U.S. representatives did not feel reflected U.S. national interests. That logic also led the United States not to join the World Court. In a travesty of the traditional rules-based order, U.S. officials insist on their unilateral right to dictate the rules of other countries' domestic as well as foreign policies. Matters came to a head on March 18, 2021 when U.S. and Chinese officials confronted each other in Anchorage, Alaska. Secretary of State Antony Blinken in effect depicted U.S. sanctions, political meddling in other countries' elections, and military belligerence backing dictators, client oligarchies and neoliberal kleptocracies as being the essence of the world's new rules-based order. In substance, he accused China's domestic policy of threatening this U.S.-centered neoliberal order by subsidizing its industry and refraining from privatization. The alternative to a rules-based order, he claimed, is a world in which might makes right and winner takes all, and that would be a far more violent and unstable world. There was no acknowledgement that the main purveyor of military confrontation, violence, and global rule-breaking and instability for decades has been the United States. China's representative Yang Jiechi, a member of China's Communist Party Politburo, replied that a rules-based order imposed unilaterally by the United States in its own national interest was unacceptable. I don't think the overwhelming majority of countries in the world would recognize that the universal values advocated by the United States or that the opinion of the United States could represent international public opinion, and those countries would not recognize that the rules made by a small number of people would serve as the basis for the international order. Yang urged his audience to uphold the United Nations-centered order underpinned by international law, not what is advocated by a small number of countries of the so-called rules-based international order of U.S.-backed neoliberal principles. Referring to this China U.S. exchange, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov backed China's position that the U.S. aim was not to create a common and symmetrical order, but to ensure its own unilateral dominance. U.S. diplomats, he stated, want to replace international law with their own rules, which have nothing in common with the supremacy of law globally, on a universal scale. He noted that when he had complained to former Secretary of State Rex Tillerson about U.S. support for anti-Putin movements in Russia and the Ukraine Support Act, he told me that was totally different. I asked him why, and he said because we promoted authoritarianism, and they spread democracy. That was it. 9. 8. U.S. Department of State, Secretary Antony J. Blinken, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, Chinese Director of the Office of the Central Commission for Foreign Affairs Yang Jiechi and Chinese State Councilor Wang Yi at the top of their meeting, March 18, 2021. https://hk.usconsulate.gov/n-2021031801. 9. Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov's interview given to Channel 1's Bolshaya Igra, Great Game, talk show, Moscow, April 1, 2021, Johnson's Russia List, April 2, 2021, number 20, from https://www.mid.ru/n/press_service minister_speeches/dash/asset_publisher/7ovqr5kjwvmr/content/id/4662534. In contrast to the U.S. insistence on non-interference in its own affairs, its diplomats insist that they have a right as the exceptional nation to dictate the policies of other countries, removing elected leaders who advocate political and economic policies that do not serve America's new Cold War aims. Also exceptional is America's insistence, voiced most proudly by President Trump, that the United States must be the net gainer in any trade agreement. This demand for unipolar world domination rejects the traditional norms of equity and symmetry, prompting a reaction to create a more multipolar world economy. U.S. diplomats like to describe their policies by sanctimonious biblical quotes. More appropriate is what the Christian father Lactantius, c. 250-325, wrote in the Divine Institutes, describing the Roman Empire. His description might well describe that of the United States and indeed, the inherent dynamic of today's finance capitalism. In order to enslave the many, the greedy began to appropriate and accumulate the necessities of life and keep them tightly closed up, so that they might keep these bounties for themselves. They did this not for humanity's sake, which was not in them at all, but to rake up all things as products of their greed and avarice. In the name of justice they made unfair and unjust laws to sanction their thefts and avarice against the power of the multitude. In this way they availed as much by authority as by strength of arms or overt evil. 10. Lactantius, Divine Institutes 5.6:7-9, 1964, 72. 11. The war against nations that treat money and land as public utilities. Nearly half a millennium ago Niccolò Machiavelli's The Prince described three options for how a victorious power might treat states that it defeated in war but have been accustomed to live under their own laws and in freedom. The first is to ruin them, the next is to reside there in person, the third is to permit them to live under their own laws, drawing a tribute, and establishing within it an oligarchy that will keep it friendly to you. 1. Machiavelli preferred the first option, citing Rome's destruction of Carthage. That is what the United States did to Iraq and Libya after 2001. But in today's world it also wreaks lethal destruction in ways much less costly than military warfare, by trade blockades and financial sanctions such as it has imposed on Cuba, Iran, and Venezuela, and with less success against Russia and China. The idea is to deny adversaries essential technology and information processing ability, raw materials, and access to credit. The second option is to occupy rivals. This is done only partially by the troops stationed in America's 750 military bases abroad. The more efficient and remunerative occupation is by corporate takeovers of their basic infrastructure, land and natural resources, banking and public utilities. The effect is to siphon off economic rent, profits, and interest for the imperial core. President Trump said that he wanted to seize Iraq's and Syria's oil as reparations for the cost of destroying their society. His successor Joe Biden, upon taking office in 2021, sought to appoint Hillary Clinton's loyalist Neera Tanden to a high government position. She had urged that America should make Libya turn over its vast oil reserves to fund its Cold War spending. We have a giant deficit. They have a lot of oil. Most Americans would choose not to engage in the world because of that deficit. If we want to continue to engage in the world, gestures like having oil-rich countries partially pay us back doesn't seem crazy to me. 2. 1 Niccolò Machiavelli, The Prince, 1532, Chapter 5, concerning the way to govern cities or principalities which lived under their own laws before they were annexed. To Neera Tanden, Should Libya Pay Us Back? Memo to Faiz Shakir, Peter Jewell, Benjamin Armbruster, and NSIP Corps, October 21, 2011. Mr. Shakir, to his credit, wrote back, "If we think we can make money off an incursion, we'll do it." That's a serious policy/messaging/moral problem for our foreign policy, I think. US strategists usually focus on Machiavelli's third option, leaving the defeated adversary nominally independent but ruling via a client oligarchy, backed by the above-mentioned corporate occupation and local military base. President Jimmy Carter's national security advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski referred to them as vassals, in the classical meaning of owing loyalty to their U.S. patron, sharing a mutual interest in privatizing and financializing the subject country's economy. These latter two options often are initiated by ruining the adversary to begin with. Shock therapy in the former Soviet republics after 1991 cleared the slate for privatization by a client oligarchy, created by a grabitization that utterly disrupted the economic interconnections that had integrated the former Soviet economies. The effect was to block national self-reliance, keeping the economic surplus at home to promote domestic prosperity. To put it in a terminology that harkens back to the more brutal age of ancient empires, Brzezinski explained, the three grand imperatives of imperial geostrategy are to prevent collusion and maintain security dependence among the vassals, to keep tributaries pliant and protected, and to keep the barbarians from coming together. 3. Having defeated Germany and Japan in World War II, U.S. diplomacy reduced Britain and its imperial sterling area to vassalage by 1946, followed by the rest of Western Europe and its former colonial systems, as Chapter 10 has described. The next step was to isolate Russia and China, while keeping these barbarians from coming together. If they were to join up, warned Mr. Brzezinski, the United States may have to determine how to cope with regional coalitions that seek to push America out of Eurasia, thereby threatening America's status as a global power, for that is the logic underlying today's Cold War 2.0. Neoliberalism's ideological conquest to promote rentier kleptocracies. Marx did not write a blueprint for how to manage a socialist economy on its way toward communism. His writings focused on how capitalism was laying the groundwork for socialism by organizing industry and banking, in ways that in the natural course of affairs would become socialized, simply on grounds of efficiency. In Russia and then in China, to be sure, this evolution toward the most efficient organization of industry, labor, and agriculture required a revolution to free economies from control by the old vested interests. That is what occurred in Russia in October 1917. 3. Zbigniew Brzezinski, The Grand Chessboard, American Primacy and Its Geostrategic Imperatives, New York, 1997, p. 40. C. Pepe Escobar, For Leviathan, It's So Cold in Alaska, unz.com, March 18, 2021. 4. Brzezinski, Ibid, p. 55. But Russian officials read less of what Marx wrote about capitalism as they focused on how to create their own economy, starting with electrification and the logic of industrial engineering. State companies acted as public utilities, responsible for feeding their workforce, providing leisure and other obligations. Housing, education, healthcare, and other basic needs were treated as public utilities, not opportunities for rent-seeking requiring families to run into debt to a banking sector. Although housing supply remained limited and crowded, at least it was free of real estate speculators. Money and credit also were treated as public utilities. State credit was provided to build factories, electrify the economy and provide other basic needs. Interest was not charged, because the state did not seek to make a profit. This is what the classical economists had urged. Soviet leaders also limited labor's work week, and provided paid vacation time and education to raise literacy and make labor more productive. The largest Soviet companies were governments in miniature, providing housing, meals and entertainment. Some entire cities, such as Russia's largest auto manufacturing site, the Auto VAZ plant in Taliati, Samara Oblast, were local corporate states. Privatizing such enterprises stripped away the social functions they had provided, leaving employees without compensation to make up for the loss of these corporate obligations. What Soviet Russia did not have was market feedback, or opportunities for innovation of new products such as China has allowed since the reforms of Deng Xiaoping, 1982-87, and his successors Jiang Zemin, Zhu Rongji, Hu Jintao, and Xi Jinping since 2012. By the late 1980s, the inefficiency of Soviet central planning led its officials to become demoralized by their failure to match America's consumer prosperity. They saw a need for a market, but did not anticipate how financialization and rent-seeking would distort market prices, income, and wealth distribution. There was no recognition of the most positive Soviet achievement, the abolition of rent and interest charges on real estate and industry. It may have been this freedom from rentier income and from a rentier class that led Soviet officials not to understand the pitfalls of financialization and landlordship when they agreed to introduce Western finance capitalism by neoliberal shock therapy, without any real therapy, as if that were the only alternative to Soviet bureaucracy. Pulling out the Soviet Union's economic interconnections and mutual obligations was promised to lead to a survival of the fittest in which the most efficient and productive businessmen would create an economy like that of the United States. Giving away state property to insiders was supposed to create a managerial class motivated to maximize profits by running business along economically rational lines. Neoliberals claimed that freeing Russia from central planning would make it richer in consumer goods, housing, and living standards without any need for anti-monopoly legislation, workplace protection for labor or progressive taxation such as was common in the West before the 1980s. Such policies were claimed to be intrusive into the neoliberal free markets presented to Russia as the new Western economic ideal. This advice turned Russia's wealth and accumulated capital investment into a market free for a U.S.-oriented client rentier class to extract land and natural resource rents, monopoly rents, and interest. The alternative to centralized Soviet industrial planning turned out to be kleptocratic rent-seeking. Much of this rentier revenue quickly found its way into the hands of foreign investors and banks. The result was a collapse that Naomi Klein described in Shock Doctrine, The Rise of Disaster Capitalism, 2007.5. The neoliberal reforms following this shock therapy sharply raised the former Soviet Union's cost of living and doing business. Goods and services that were not privatized simply stopped being produced. Soviet planners had distributed production facilities across the Soviet Union's member states, and these interconnections were pulled up from East Germany to the Pacific Ocean. All that Russia was left with to export were its natural resources whose rents were privatized, not used to support post-Soviet public spending. Russia lost as much of its population as had perished in World War II. While prices soared, labor went unpaid as factories were closed or simply stopped paying salaries or providing the basic services, meals, healthcare, and other social obligations that had been built into the Soviet industrial system. Birth rates and health standards fell as AIDS cases spread from the classic response to poverty, a combination of drug addiction, prostitution, and rising suicide rates. The decade of the 1990s in Russia stands as an object lesson demonstrating the economic and social damage resulting from the Washington Consensus promoting asset grabbing by privatization. The kleptocratic class sponsored by neoliberals registered Russia's natural resources and land in their own names and went untaxed. It was a very narrow class. 5. The most thorough discussion is by Peter Redaway and Dmitry Glinsky, The Tragedy of Russia's Reforms, Market Bolshevism Against Democracy, Washington, D.C., 2001. There was method in this madness. Cold War planners recognized that the narrower an oligarchy in control of a nation's wealth, the more cosmopolitan its members behave and the larger its capital flight tends to be. The more easily this privileged class gained a free lunch via privatization, the more eager its members were to cash out by selling their shares abroad. Using the proceeds to buy foreign real estate and financial assets was the easiest way for Russian kleptocrats to avoid domestic tax collectors and prosecutors. Today, 3 decades later, the destiny of Russia and other post-Soviet states remains shaped by the way in which their land, mineral resources, and public enterprises have been privatized. Unlike the Norman invasion of England and Spain's conquest of Peru and Mexico, there was no need for military invasion to grab ownership of formerly public assets. The Soviet Union's major assets were stripped by financial means, and like the land grabs of the Norman conquest and Spain's conquest of the New World, the post-Soviet asset grab created a new aristocracy empowered to extract land and natural resource rents for themselves and increasingly for their U.S. and other foreign shareholders and backers. Russians called this grabitization, while Western neoliberals celebrated it as a success story. It made Russia the world's most lucrative stock market during 1994–97. Insiders registered companies in their own names, and the 7 bankers obtained key natural resources for pennies on the dollar, paying largely with deposits from Russia's own central bank. But they could only cash out their takings at a high price by selling their shares to Western buyers, because domestic savings had been wiped out by the hyperinflation caused by the U.S.-sponsored shock therapy. So the new grabitizers relied mainly on U.S. financial institutions to market their shares. The Russian government could have maximized its return from its privatizations by following the normal practice that privatizing governments and venture capitalists in the West use in initial public offerings. IPOs issue only a small proportion of the shares to private buyers at first, to establish a realistic price for the remaining shares. That is what Saudi Arabia did when it started to privatize Aramco shares. But Western consultants and brokerage firms advised Russia not to protect itself by holding off. To keep almost all the price gains for U.S. investors, the American advisors insisted that all the shares of new natural resource companies and monopolies be sold at once, meaning at a distress price instead of waiting for the new managers to show a profit, or economic rent, that could be capitalized into asset price gains. The underwriters wanted their own clients and money managers to grab as much rent-yielding privileges as possible, by underpricing the entire stock issue in one quick asset grab, snapping up the shares for a fraction of what they soon would bring as U.S. investors piled in and bid up their prices. What privatizers and foreign investors want most are raw materials and real estate, not industrial enterprise. That is where quick and easy economic rents can be made, in contrast to profits made by investing to restructure industry to make it more efficient. Russian industry was dismantled, undercutting its military potential by turning the economy into what Senator John McCain called a gas station masquerading as a country. This industrial dismantling and sell-off of land and natural resources was precisely the neoliberal aim, a Western fast buck ideal. While factories were closed down and sold for scrap, the former Soviet Union experienced the largest real estate bubble in modern history. New housing, office buildings, stores, and hotels were built for privatizers and foreigners, not for the population at large. Employment was plummeting while Russia suffered an estimated $25 billion in annual capital flight throughout the 1990s, which continued well into the 21st century. The Soviet tragedy was the inability of its leaders to imagine an alternative to the drastic restructuring urged by Western neoliberals. Soviet leaders thought that U.S. advisors would help Russia replicate the kind of capitalism that had made America prosperous, not loot it and turn it into a tributary satellite ruled by a local client oligarchy. They did not understand that there are various kinds of capitalism, and that U.S. finance capitalism itself was nearing the end of its great post-1945 expansion, an end accelerated by its own embrace of neoliberalism since the 1980s. Privatizing post-Soviet economies by pulling out their interconnections. What is so remarkable in retrospect is how clearly the scenario for uprooting Soviet industry was spelled out in advance. On December 19, 1990, the IMF and World Bank, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, EBRD, produced a joint report on the economy of the USSR. A study undertaken to a request by the Houston Summit. 6 published by the IMF, the report imposed on the Soviet Union what the Treaty of Versailles had done to Germany after World War I. It delivered the coup de grace ending the Cold War that had lasted since Russia's 1917 revolution. Russia's demoralized leadership accepted the neoliberal insistence that there was no way to reform or enhance performance under the old system. Describing social democracy as a misguided attempt to shape a fair society, the Houston report claimed, there is no example of a successful modern centrally planned economy. Government planning has proved to be counterproductive seemingly everywhere, as if only a kleptocratic oligarchy can create a truly free market. The reality throughout history is that no rentier economy can be deemed successful except for the predatory class at the top. Only mixed economies with checks and balances have prevented economic polarization and concentration of wealth from impoverishing society. Yet the report's free market tunnel vision claimed not to know of any path of gradual reform, which would minimize economic disturbance and lead to an early harvesting of the fruits of economic efficiency. Only a radical shock would do the trick, endowing an oligarchy of insiders with virtually free ownership of privatized enterprises, without being constrained by laws and regulations. Neither employees nor government agencies were given a role to play in the resulting free market. Warning that workers' ownership in enterprises would run counter to the desired objectives of enterprise reform, the Houston report opposed democratizing ownership, claiming that maximum efficiency could be obtained by avoiding employee constraints on management. A largely symbolic voucher scheme provided opportunities for asset grabbing. Most vouchers were said to have been sold for the price of a glass of vodka, because at least that was something tangible. The Houston report insisted that an optimum market economy must be accompanied by rapid and comprehensive price liberalization. The ensuing hyperinflation wiped out Russian savings, pensions and related social support systems, which were characterized as the overhang problem. Capital flight crashed the ruble's exchange rate, making imports more expensive, while the IMF's demand to restrict the money supply shrank employment and production. Progressive taxation was rejected in favor of a flat tax on income, with almost no property tax. The word reform took on a negative connotation to most Russians. 6. I discuss this in How Neoliberal Tax and Financial Policy Impoverishes Russia Needlessly, Mir Peremin, The World of Transformations, 2012, 3, pages 49-64, in Russian. March 2012, ISSN 2073-3038, pages 49-64. Neoliberals thus achieved in the former Soviet bloc what they could not completely bring about in the United States and Europe, a corporate rentier state. The resulting austerity was even more drastic than that which the IMF, Chicago Boys, and U.S. sponsored Operation Condor had imposed on Latin America in the 1970s. The false promise was that rising prices would cure shortages by eliciting more output, while reducing the population's purchasing power, by wiping out Soviet-era savings, would leave more output to be exported. What actually happened was that Russia's industry was closed down, leaving no industrial output to export. The government could have generated at least as much revenue and much more foreign exchange by operating these enterprises itself. Instead, Russia suffered a lost decade and lost $500 billion in capital flight and tax evasion. In the face of this industrial dismantling and its lost opportunities, the overhead cost of a bureaucratic state seems to pale. By 2020, 3 decades after the reforms started, Russians recognized how drastic a mistake they had made. Praised in Washington, President Gorbachev's 1985 flagship perestroika policy was welcomed with open arms by the West. Now, in 2020, almost half of Russia believes that the country would be better off if it had never happened. According to a poll by the Levada Center, 47% of Russians believe that life in the country was better before perestroika, with just 39% disagreeing. When isolating the responses of those over the age of 55, all of whom were adults when the reforms began in 1985, almost 2/3, 61%, agreed that life was better before. 7. The neoliberal plan to turn countries into U.S. economic satellites. Selling mineral rights, land, public infrastructure, and industrial companies to foreigners was supposed to increase efficiency, on the theory that foreign management would raise productivity, and thereby supposedly generate more foreign exchange for Russia. Instead, the new managers bled their enterprises and sent their takings abroad as U.S. and other Western buyers bought their ownership rights. 7. Johnny Tickle, would life be better if Gorbachev's perestroika reform never happened? Almost half of today's Russians say yes, reveals new poll, www.rt.com, November 3, 2020, from Johnson's Russia List, November 4, 2020, number 15. Privatizing financial, real estate and other rent-yielding assets, freeing these rentier choke points from public regulation and even untaxing their income has become the capstone of a U.S.-centered rule of law legitimizing rent-seeking, sponsored by the U.S. Agency for International Development, AID, the World Bank and IMF. The resulting dynamic has indebted foreign economies to U.S. banks and bondholders in the absence of local public banks, leaving the host economies to collapse under a deepening financial and fiscal burden which acts as a lever to force yet further privatizations, sell-offs and new indebtedness. This neoliberal policy involves 11 major aims. Privatization to remove assets from the public domain. Privatizing the banking and credit system is the key to transferring real estate, natural resources, and basic infrastructure mainly to political insiders. These appropriators are expected to find their interest to lie in selling their shares to buyers in the United States and Western Europe, at prices that leave substantial leeway for capital gains. Privatization of basic public utilities, typically starting with the highly capital-intensive transportation and communications sector, whose services can be provided at inflated prices, including monopoly rents. Healthcare and education likewise can be privatized and monopolized. Political support for capturing public regulatory agencies can be gained by a symbiosis of the infrastructure privatizers with the financial sector by using mutually remunerative debt financing. 3. Minimal regulation to protect labor and consumers and the environment, permitting creditors, landlords, and employers to maximize rents and profits, and to transfer the proceeds abroad in capital flight to London, New York and Delaware, Cyprus, and other tax havens. 4. Dependency on U.S. and European banks to create credit for domestic governments, banks, and companies, credit that domestic central banks could create themselves at a cost of foreign exchange outflows of debt service and income in years to come. 5. A debt burden, especially one denominated in foreign currencies, dollars, euros, or other, for real estate, corporate and financial debt, whose burden grows proportionally with the local currency's depreciation. 6. Merely nominal taxes on real estate and other rent-yielding property, inverting the classical principle of progressive taxation falling mainly on land rent, natural resource rent and monopoly rent. 7. A regressive flat income tax that falls on labor, increasing its cost and thus helping price it out of foreign markets and in time the home market, while favoring the rentier income and wealth of client oligarchies and their foreign investors. 8. A real estate bubble raising access prices for housing and commercial space, and hence the economy's cost structure but increasing the mortgage market for banks. This obliges the domestic economy to take on rising mortgage debt, raising the cost of living and doing business. 9. Deindustrialization, resulting from financialization, that is, from financial short-termism and privatization, regressive income and consumption taxes instead of taxes on economic rent, and high debt burdens, all of which raise the cost of living and doing business, thereby pricing domestic labor and industry out of world markets, euphemized as progress toward a post-industrial economy. 10. Rising trade dependency resulting from deindustrialization and the tendency of monocultures to lack basic economic self-sufficiency, leading to structural balance of payments deficits. The resulting foreign debt causes deepening dependency on the IMF and foreign bondholders, which insist on yet more neoliberalization in a vicious economic circle. 11. Capital flight and emigration of labor, especially skilled labor. Reversing the progressive era reforms of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the above prescription for economic suicide aims to make populations and businesses increasingly indebted and dependent on financial and property-owning rentiers within the U.S. orbit. How Russia could have laid the ground for post-Soviet prosperity. Most Soviet resources were spent on industry and the military. There was a chronic housing shortage and overcrowding, but at least housing charges were much lower than those in the West, with no speculative market. Russia left its assessed land valuation unchanged since 1928. Rents remained fixed at low rates that were absorbing less than 3% of household income aid by 1991. There was no mortgage debt or absentee landlordship, because housing was treated as a public utility, a natural right. If the former Soviet republics had maintained this principle and turned over their housing and office space to its existing occupants and users after 1991, that would have endowed their populations with the hallmark of middle-class status, with minimal housing costs. Instead, prime real estate was indeed turned over at giveaway prices, but only to insiders and corrupt opportunists. Post-Soviet governments could have taxed away the rise in property prices so as to recapture what was obtained corruptly. A land tax would have minimized leeway for banks to create credit, debt, to bid up real estate. Instead, real estate prices soared to levels that made post-Soviet cities the world's most expensive. 8. Redaway and Glinsky, The Tragedy of Russia's Reforms, p. 179. In the Baltics, Swedish banks provided most credit for buyers to obtain ownership of their own homes. They aggravated the debt problem by persuading borrowers to obtain slightly lower interest rates by denominating their mortgage debts in dollars, euros, or Swiss francs. It was a bad option, because hard currency exchange rates rapidly rose against the post-Soviet currencies, increasing the debt burden of foreign currency loans. The military and political aftermath. A major reason why Mikhail Gorbachev accepted the U.S. offer of advice to help the Soviet economy privatize was his hope of ending the Cold War spending that was weighing it down. Ending the military confrontation was seen as making possible a peace dividend by redirecting government spending to social and economic investment. U.S. President George H.W. Bush, 1989–92, and Secretary of State James Baker promised Mr. Gorbachev that NATO would not move eastward if Russia dissolved the Warsaw Pact and agreed to let East and West Germany integrate. But the incoming administration of Bill Clinton, 1993–2000, broke this promise, reminding the Soviet leader that he had not gotten anything in writing. Gorbachev had naively trusted the United States, neglecting the most basic rules of international agreement making. Breaking treaties has been U.S. policy since the nation's inception, as shown by its dozens of broken treaties with Native American tribes in the 19th century down to its withdrawal from the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action with Iran in today's world. Claiming to be protecting democracy, U.S. Cold Warriors demanded that Russia remove the strong Yevgeny Primakov from office as a condition for getting IMF loans. 9 Then, disappointed at President Putin for ending the Yeltsin-era's giveaways, Mikhail Khodorkovsky was lionized as a hero of democracy. Formerly Russia's richest oligarch, Forbes estimated his fortune to be $15 billion in 2003, the year in which he was arrested for tax fraud and embezzlement. He had used profits made from import trading to buy privatization vouchers and helped found the Minatep Bank to finance further acquisitions, topped by the vast Yukos oil reserves in Siberia. When he prepared to sell the company to Exxon, Vladimir Putin drew the line. 9 Kevin Murphy, Stephen F. Cohen helped us understand the Russian Revolution and Nikolai Bukharin, Jacobin, December 5, 2020. He adds, when Prime Minister Yevgeny supporting Bill Browder, former head of the Hermitage Fund when it was the largest foreign stock investor in Russia, President Obama sponsored the Magnitsky Act, named for Browder's lawyer-fixer Sergei Magnitsky, imprisoned for financial fraud. 10 Western sanctions were imposed against Russia, ostensibly to defend democracy, implicitly defining it as including freedom for tax evasion and money laundering by client kleptocracies. Like wartime isolation or tariffs, the effect of these US and NATO trade sanctions on Russia was to spur domestic production. In agriculture, for instance, Russia developed its own cheese production to replace imports from Lithuania and other foreign dairy producers, and became the world's leading grain exporter. American-backed sanctions also have been mounted in an attempt to block Russia's main exports, oil and gas. As discussed in Chapter 7, U.S. officials pressured Germany in an attempt to block the Nord Stream 2 pipeline from supplying Germany with low-priced Russian gas, and insisted that Europe earmark an estimated $1 billion to build shipping terminals to import U.S. liquefied natural gas, LNG, at much higher prices. America's hopes to subdue China much as it had defeated Russia. In the wake of Russia's economic dismemberment and that of other ex-Soviet republics, former National Security Advisor Brzezinski crowed that the economic and even political destiny of what was not long ago a threatening superpower is now increasingly passing into de facto Western receivership. That was the setting for the U.S. hope that China might be as gullible as the Soviet Union and adopt neoliberal policy, privatizing its wealth and selling it off to Americans. As Chapter 6 describes, Clyde Prestovitz, former trade advisor in the Reagan administration, recently spelled out that hope, what the free world expected when it welcomed China into the free trade body the World Trade Organization in 2001, was that from the time of Deng Xiaoping's adoption of some market methods in 1979 and especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1992, increased trade with and investment in China would inevitably lead to the marketization of its economy, the demise of its state-owned enterprises. 11. Primakov made moves towards state regulation and deficit spending in the late 1990s, the IMF refused financial help, only to renew it once he was unceremoniously ousted after only 8 months in office. 10 Lucy Commissar provides an ongoing narrative of U.S. support of Browder and Magnitsky in her blog, https://www.thecommissaarscoop.com. When America invited China to join the World Trade Organization, WTO, in 2001, membership was expected to transform China to accept democracy, a euphemism for U.S. financial takeover of its commanding heights. After all, China already had sold or reorganized some of its unprofitable state-owned companies after the 1997-98 Asia crisis. The WTO imposed hard entry conditions on China, particularly regarding patent and intellectual property rights. But China insisted that foreign manufacturing affiliates share their technology if they were to set up domestic production facilities. 12 Having few national loyalties, US and other international firms agreed to do this, seeing an opportunity to replace American workers with China's vast pool of lower-priced labor. The labor cost gains were so large that companies were willing to deindustrialize their own economy in order to get rich on the China trade, benefiting from international labor rent by selling its products in the United States for as near as possible to the price that it would cost American labor to make them. American banks were expected to accompany U.S. foreign investors to China and create credit to finance local business, real estate, and even government budgets. In this scenario, China was to relinquish the gains from trade to foreign investors and American banks. Its balance of trade and payments would fall into deficit, enabling the IMF and foreign lenders to insist that China sell off its public infrastructure, as occurred in Russia and other post-Soviet economies and in a replay of the 1997-98 Asia crisis, with client Chinese billionaires turning its economy into a Yeltsin-style kleptocracy. 11 Clyde Prestovitz, Blow Up the Global Trading System, Washington Monthly, March 24, 2021. 12 See my article China in 30 Years, in China in the Next 30 Years, Beijing. 2011, pages 2-29. Instead of following the neoliberal lines imposed on the former Soviet economies after 1991, China's government kept control of industrial investment, and also kept money and debt in state hands. This was at odds with the liberal, rules-based global system, complained Prestovitz. More fundamentally, he summed up, to repeat the quote in Chapter 6. China's economy is incompatible with the main premises of the global economic system embodied today in the World Trade Organization, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and a long list of other free trade agreements. These pacts assume economies that are primarily market-based with the role of the state circumscribed and microeconomic decisions largely left to private interests operating under a rule of law. This system never anticipated an economy like China's in which state-owned enterprises account for 1/3 of production. The fusion of the civilian economy with the strategic military economy is a government necessity. 5-year economic plans guide investment to targeted sectors. An eternally dominant political party names the CEOs of 1/3 or more of major corporations and has established party cells in every significant company. The value of the currency is managed. Corporate and personal data are minutely collected by the government to be used for economic and political control, and international trade is subject to being weaponized at any moment for strategic ends. This is jaw-dropping hypocrisy, as if the U.S. civilian economy is not fused with its own military-industrial complex and does not manage its currency or weaponize its international trade as a means of achieving strategic ends. And as for the fantasy that American industry is independent of government, Prestovitz urged President Biden to invoke the Defense Production Act to direct increased U.S.-based production of critical goods such as medicines, semiconductors, and solar panels. The U.S.-China conflict between rentier finance capitalism and socialism. Seeing the Pax Americana unraveling, Brzezinski by 2016 acknowledged that the United States is no longer the globally imperial power. 13 That is what is making so urgent its antagonism toward China and Russia, along with Iran and Venezuela. The conflict is deeper than just national trade rivalry. The underlying issue is whether money and credit, land, natural resources, and monopolies will be privatized and concentrated in the hands of a rentier oligarchy or used to promote general prosperity and growth. This is basically a conflict between finance capitalism versus socialism as economic systems. 13 Brzezinski, Towards a Global Realignment, The American Interest, April 17, 2016. For a discussion see Mike Whitney, The Broken Checkboard, Brzezinski gives up on. When U.S. trade strategists juxtapose free world democracy against Chinese autocracy, the major conflict in reality concerns government control of money and credit. China avoided foreign dependency by not turning its infrastructure investment into rent-extracting toll booths on roads, phone systems, and other natural monopolies such as characterize Western rentier economies. It has kept basic infrastructure services low-priced via public enterprise. Most important, China also has kept the People's Central Bank and its subsidiary banks in the hands of the state, not leaving them to be privatized and to eventually gain control over the non-financial economy. As the US economy has become financialized and industrialized, China has shown itself to be aware of the risks of financialization and has taken measures to contain it. State control has enabled the government to alleviate debt strains instead of letting these lead to close downs and labor layoffs such as those that are now plaguing North America and Europe, particularly in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. China has increased the productivity of its labor and capital in the same way that the United States and Germany did to overtake British industrial leadership in the 19th century, by public investment in education, health, transportation, and other infrastructure, providing their services at subsidized prices or freely. 14 That, along with public control of money and credit, was the classical doctrine of industrial capitalism. It has enabled China to avoid the Washington Consensus that carved up the post-Soviet economies and which indeed has been applied by Western nations to their own economies since the 1980s. The resulting contrast between shrinking Western growth and China's state-sponsored takeoff is the reason why today's world is being plunged into an economic and quasi-military Cold War 2.0. Empire, Counterpunch, August 25, 2016. 14 There was no conscious attempt to emulate U.S. experience. Indeed, that era of the American takeoff finds no mention in Western economic history books, because it was protectionist and largely state-directed, in contrast to the present-day neoliberal mainstream. I describe this school in America's Protectionist Takeoff, 1815 to 1914, The Neglected American School of Political Economy, Dresden, 2010. In its broadest terms, the conflict between rentier oligarchies and an overriding central power seeking to maintain economic resilience is found already 2,500 years ago, in the contrast between Near Eastern kingship and the Greek and Roman oligarchies. Since classical antiquity, Western economies have been dominated by private owners of rent-yielding assets, money and banking, with creditor-oriented rules governing debt foreclosure, land, and natural resources. Rentier oligarchies historically have fought against the concept of kingship and, most recently, against democratic or socialist government power. Greek and Roman oligarchies feared that royal power or that of domestic tyrants and democratic reformers might cancel debts to save populations from being reduced to debt bondage and dependency, and ultimately to serfdom, and redistribute land to prevent its ownership from becoming concentrated in the hands of creditors and wealthy landowners. Having managed largely on a pragmatic ad hoc basis to uplift the welfare and productivity of its population, China has not sought to proselytize the logic that has made it so successful. Its logic is much like that of Soviet Russia when it started out, with central planning by industrial engineers, starting with electrification and extending to water systems and other basic public utilities. This was purely pragmatic, not ideological, except to the extent that official Marxist policy emphasized the political and moral ideals of social equity and avoidance of a rentier class receiving interest and rents. All economies are planned. The key to understanding their dynamics is to ask who is doing the planning, and in whose interest. Will decision-making be placed in the hands of elected or state officials with a primary concern for their nation's development and a realistic economic understanding to guide their national laws, or in the hands of special interests to create a dysfunctional system that polarizes and impoverishes society? Will labor and industry control the state, or will finance and real estate monopolies do so? Will it be run for a narrow elite, or the population at large? And in today's world, will it be U.S.-centered, or multipolar? For all economies, the major internal threat to general prosperity is that a rentier class will develop, above all a financial interest fueling a real estate bubble. Everyone should have a home, without having to spend a lifetime going into debt. The Soviet states were able to avoid the Western disease of rising housing prices, which increase nominal wealth for those who already own their homes, but raise the cost of living and hence the basic wage that new buyers require and ultimately employers have to pay, as chapters 4 and 5 have described. Why rentier capitalism treats China's socialist economy as an existential threat. Since taking the lead in restructuring the world economy in 1945, the United States has obliged other countries to reshape their economies to accept Washington's control as the price of remaining in its unipolar free world monetary and trade orbit. Financial dependency was locked in by the gold exchange standard until 1971, and then by the dollar standard, the Treasury bill standard, while trade dependency obliged countries to rely on the United States for essential imports, from grain to information technology. Many nations are today moving to create an alternative to US dirigisme over their economies. That breakaway was beyond the scope of the non-aligned nations in the 1960s and 1970s. They had large populations, but lacked the diversification and self-sufficiency to become independent. But since the 1990s, especially since China's membership in the WTO, the only leverage left to the United States is gunboat diplomacy, regime change coups and manipulation of NATO satellites to impose sanctions against Russia, China, and other nations whose policies do not follow the Washington Consensus. Meanwhile, instead of supplying credit to the world, the United States demands that foreign central banks support it by accepting dollar EAS, U.S. Treasury securities, without limit. And U.S. and other investors and bankers seek to undermine and isolate what they cannot control. Finance capital wants a strong state to serve itself, but not to serve labor, consumers, the environment, or social progress at the cost of eroding profits and rents. That is why U.S. diplomacy sees China and Russia as existential threats to the global expansion of U.S.-centered rentier wealth, and therefore aims to deter them and neighboring members of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, from socializing their financial systems, land, and natural resources, and from keeping infrastructure utilities public to prevent their being monopolized in private hands and siphoning off economic rents. The increasingly aggressive and military tone of this conflict is fracturing the world's trade and monetary relations, even between the United States and Western Europe. Germany's subjugation to U.S. natural gas rivalry opposing the Nord Stream 2 pipeline has strongly contributed to Russia's pivot to Asia, mainly to China. As Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov explained on December 8, 2020, apparently, the European Union has given up any attempts to become one of the centers in the emerging multipolar world order and is now simply taking its cues from the US 15. The US economy is deindustrializing regardless of Chinese competition. Its policy seems bound to be self-defeating in that it is opposing China's successful system on the one hand while supporting a financialized rent-seeking privatization of its own economy, the very same policy that it has used to control vassal countries. Former U.S. Treasury Secretary and Goldman Sachs head Henry Paulson noted the U.S. policy dilemma: its own economic power is waning while that of China is increasing. In 2001, when China was admitted to the WTO, U.S. companies saw that shifting their production facilities abroad would increase their profits. That did occur, but at the cost of turning what had been America's industrial heartland into a rust belt. The U.S. response has not been to rebuild its economy, but to become more belligerent toward countries not following neoliberal financialization and its race to the bottom when it comes to their own labor force. While investors from around the world are benefiting from investing in equity securities from China, Washington is making it more difficult for U.S. investors to do so. Unless something changes dramatically, China will remain the world's fastest growing major economy, surpassing the U.S. in size in the foreseeable future, while at home, Washington won't be able to pay its bills. 16. To cap matters, U.S. economic warfare and sanctions are driving China, Russia, and other countries to protect themselves by de-dollarizing their economies. That threatens to end the Treasury bill standard's balance of payments free lunch. China also is protecting its economy from U.S.-backed trade and financial sanctions by aiming at self-sufficiency in essentials. That involves technological independence and the ability to provide enough food and energy resources to support its economy in isolation from the U.S. bloc. It also involves creation of a computerized alternative to the SWIFT bank clearing system. 15. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov remarks at the General Meeting of the Russian International Affairs Council, Moscow, December 8, 2020. https://www.mit.ru/n/press_convcr/minister_speeches/dash/asset_publisher/7ovqr5kjwvmr/content/id/4470074. 16. Henry M. Paulson Jr., China wants to be the world's banker, Wall Street Journal, December 10, 2020. Likewise, the task confronting Russia since the late 1990s has been how to invest its wealth in the national interest rather than see it disappear in asset stripping and capital flight to London and the West. The problem is that President Putin is obliged to deal with wealth that is concentrated in just a relatively few hands. It may take another revolution to create a regulatory and tax policy to achieve a broadly grounded prosperity. The age-old policy challenge of preventing a rentier class from corroding prosperity. China and indeed all countries face a threat from domestic or foreign-backed families seeking to get rich financially, using their power to exploit populations by usury, landlordship, and kindred patronage arrangements. This threat has characterized civilization for thousands of years. It traditionally has been countered by government control of credit and debt relations, land tenure, and infrastructure. That control is the basic principle of socialism, but it has a millennia-long pedigree extending back to the palace economies of the Bronze Age Near East. Rulers prevented an oligarchy from emerging to threaten their palace-centered economies by taxing or redistributing large aggregations of wealth to prevent rivalry with the palace, which found its interest to lie in protecting a broad distribution of self-support land and prosperity so as to maximize tax revenue and population growth. Western history broke from this tradition when it started its distinct trajectory in the Aegean and Mediterranean in the 7th and 6th centuries BC. There was no legacy of divine rulership, but spontaneous early revolutions addressed the threat from the wealthy domineering families early on. Reformer leaders, tyrants, mobilized support to overthrow local warlords who dominated archaic city-states, and they took steps to protect themselves from being overthrown by oligarchic families. A key step was to bring the people, demos, into their camp by supporting democratic checks and balances against oligarchy. In Miletus, in Asia Minor, opposite the island of Samos, Thrasybulus is said to have received a herald sent by his fellow Corinthian reformer Periander in the 7th century BC. Both men were disparagingly called tyrants by opponents of their policy of cancelling debts and redistributing land. Herodotus reports that Thrasybulus led the emissary to a field and cut off the highest ears of grain with a scythe. 17 Periander understood this as advice to cut the wealthiest members of Corinth's aristocracy down to size, now called the tall poppy syndrome, by exile or other means. A similar policy is found in 10th century Byzantium. When Emperor John I Tzimiskes died in 976, civil war broke out. Bardosh Skleros, a general from one of the richest families, sought the throne for himself. Backed by the military aristocracy, he had his troops acclaim him emperor in 977. Basil II, 976-1025, and his court at Constantinople hired Bardosh Phocas to defend the city against Skleros, but in 987, after much fighting, both generals teamed up. Phocas then had Skleros arrested, and marched on Constantinople with his own troops in 988 but died in battle the next year. Skleros's 13-year offensive finally collapsed in 989. In due course Skleros submitted to Basil II, and was assigned a rank second only to the emperor in exchange for promising not to revolt. The 11th century chronicler Micheal reports that the two leaders held a reconciliation meal in 991, concluding with a long conversation during which Basil asked how his empire could be preserved free from dissension in the future. Skleros had an answer to this, although it was not the sort of advice one would expect from a general. "Cut down the governors who become overproud," he said. "Let no generals on campaign have too many resources. Exhaust them with unjust exactions, to keep them busied with their own affairs. Be accessible to no one. Share with few your most intimate plans." 18. That became Basil's policy. Whatever happened to contribute to his own, the emperor's, welfare, or to the good of the state, was allowed to remain on the statutes. All those decrees, on the other hand, which referred to the granting of favors or positions of dignity, were now rescinded. Taxing the landed elites helped save small holders from falling into dependency, leaving them available to serve in the army and pay taxes. 17 Herodotus 5.92. Aristotle, Politics 3.1284 at 2633 and 5.1311a, reverses the roles, and depicts Periander as sending this advice to Thrasybulus. 18 Micheal Celis, Chronographia I.29, translated by E.R.A. Sauter as 14 Byzantine rulers, the Chronographia of Micheal Celis, London, L. 966, p. 43. The word unjust no doubt is Celis's own interpolated value judgment. This kind of conflict has changed little today. In Russia, President Putin is seeking to steer the oligarchs to use their wealth to build up the economy, not empty it out and send dividends, interest, and capital flight to the West. The legacy of China's Great Revolution created great prosperity, but this inevitably has enabled some families to pull ahead of others and seek to turn their gains into political power. The threat is that a neoliberal-style free market might develop to foster oligarchic kleptocracy and rent extraction. How should economies cope with this seemingly eternal tendency? Few would advise cutting down all the tall poppies to make everyone equal. The aim should be to create a market structure in which they can gain wealth by playing a productive economic role that enriches the overall community in ways that avoid exploiting others through rent-seeking. The classical ideal is for innovators only to make a profit on their necessary costs of production, payments to labor, and for machinery and materials, cost value, but not by financial lending and foreclosure, or creation of landlord, creditor, or monopoly power relationships charging prices in excess of underlying value. A counter-rentier program. Achieving an equitable growing economy requires a strong state, regulated with a clear distinction between earned and unearned income, and productive and unproductive capital and credit/debt. A counter-rentier policy program would include the following 11 steps to juxtapose against the neoliberal policy agenda described above, pages 213 to 14. Public ownership of natural monopolies, especially money and credit creation privileges to prevent their monopolization in private hands and resulting rent-seeking. Keep basic infrastructure, in addition to banking, in public hands to provide essential services such as transportation at subsidized prices or freely to minimize the cost of living. Providing high-quality education and health care as basic human rights will prevent them from being turned into vehicles for monopoly rent-seeking and financialization under private ownership and management. National self-sufficiency in money and credit creation to protect against other nations' ability to create credit at will, and the political strings that accompany borrowing from the IMF and U.S.-centered international banking systems. Consumer and labor protection against rent-seeking behavior and exploitative employment conditions. Capital controls to prevent borrowing or denominating debts in foreign currency. Borrowing foreign currency to spend at home requires the central bank to create domestic credit for use in the local economy in any event. In such cases, foreign currency is not needed, but is simply a liability. When governments need foreign credit to stabilize their exchange rates, a principle of international law is needed to ensure that no government should be obliged to pay foreign debts at the cost of having to impose austerity and economic shrinkage. Taxes should fall mainly on unearned income, economic rent, which is not a necessary cost of production. Taxing economic rent prevents it from becoming an overhead cost. Progressive taxation of income and wealth to prevent economic polarization and the resulting instability, and to avoid taxing labor and industry so as to minimize industrial and labor costs. A land tax to collect the site value that results from public infrastructure spending and general prosperity, not the landlord's own investment. This tax will prevent land's rising rental value from being pledged to banks for credit to bid up real estate prices, and will prevent the emergence of a symbiotic finance, insurance, and real estate sector. Use the economic surplus for tangible capital investment to raise productivity and improve living standards, and to achieve economic and environmental resilience, not to create financial wealth in the form of claims on the economy. National self-sufficiency in food and other basic needs so as to protect the economy from foreign coercive trade and related economic sanctions as well as from adverse movements in world prices for food and other essentials. Fiscal and capital controls to prevent speculative attacks on the domestic currency, and to prevent capital flight and tax avoidance via offshore banking centers. Monetary sovereignty to prevent a rentier takeover. An essential element of national sovereignty is to keep banking and credit as a public utility. Greece's official debts to the IMF and European Union, along with those of Argentina and other debt-strapped countries, show the danger of falling into dependency on creditors. Financial interests claim that anti-labor austerity will make debtors more competitive and able to work their way out of debt, but the real aim is to promote a financial takeover. To avoid that fate, economies should, as noted above, deter borrowers from denominating domestic debts in foreign currency in order to obtain a lower interest rate. This raises repayment costs if the domestic exchange rate weakens. Also to be avoided is borrowing from foreign banks or bondholders for spending or investment at home. The influx of foreign credit tends to push up the domestic exchange rate, making exports more expensive to foreigners and lowering the domestic price of imports, worsening the trade balance. And such borrowing still obliges the central bank to create the domestic currency equivalent, while holding dollar reserves that provide free credit to the U.S. Treasury in effect, a global tax enabling America to finance its gunboat diplomacy simply by its own money creation. The problem is how to establish a broad principle of international law to protect national sovereignty in the face of foreign creditor demands. No nation should be obliged to impose austerity and sell off its public domain to pay foreign creditors. If that is the only way to pay debts, the loans should be considered to have gone bad and the creditor should bear the risk. A modern body of international law along these lines would be a logical extension of the doctrine of national rights that has governed the law of nations ever since the 1648 Treaty of Westphalia ended Europe's devastating 30 Years' War. The United States rejects the sovereignty principle that nations must not interfere in the government policies of other nations, although it does not itself submit to international law or other interference in its own internal affairs. It justifies sponsoring coups and other meddling throughout the world to impose its neoliberal rules-based order on the assertion that it is the exceptional nation. This exceptionalism is at the root of the political and military strains fracturing today's world economy. The United States has refused to join any international diplomatic, judicial, or economic institution unless it has veto power to be exempt from any foreign control over its foreign and domestic policies. That is why it did not join the League of Nations after World War I, and why it agreed to join the United Nations only on condition that it have veto power, which it gained by extending such power to other Security Council members, Russia, China, Britain, and France. Similar U.S. veto power was achieved in the World Bank and IMF in 1944-45 by setting the American quota high enough to give it enough votes to block any policy that U.S. representatives did not feel reflected U.S. national interests. Being subject to U.S. veto power, the United Nations is unable to punish American war crimes or stop its biowarfare against countries, America's use of Agent Orange in Vietnam and similar carcinogenic poisons in Colombia, its environmental damage, oil spillage and pollution, or its invasions of countries like Iraq whose resources U.S. strategists seek to grab. The resulting self-proclaimed U.S. immunity from the rules of international law and its breaking of the diplomatic promises that it has given, has made America, in Vladimir Putin's phrase, non-agreement capable. Indeed, U.S. diplomacy might be called the art of breaking the deal. From the early republics' aforementioned land treaties with Native American tribes to the U.S. promise not to expand NATO if the USSR would agree to German reunification in 1990, from President Trump's withdrawal from the Iran Agreement to the Paris Climate Accord, and from U.S. withdrawal from the Eisenhower administration's ballistic missile agreements with Russia for arms parity to the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty in 2002 and the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty in 2019, The United States does not feel obliged to live up to any contract that it signs. It thus hardly can be expected that the United States would agree to a modern-day Treaty of Westphalia that protects countries from foreign financial demands to privatize rent extraction opportunities, and implicitly outlaws the threat of raids on their foreign exchange rates, trade sanctions and other means of economic coercion in pursuit of these economic demands. Such a principle of national sovereignty runs contrary to announced U.S. foreign policy. The Project for a New American Century, PNAC, a think tank backed by the most extreme U.S. hawks who supported the invasion of Iraq, has celebrated America's basic philosophy of international relations as envisioning a strategic confrontation with China, and a still greater permanent military presence in every corner of the world. The objective is not just power for its own sake but power to control the world's natural resources and markets, power to privatize and deregulate the economies of every nation in the world, and power to hoist upon the backs of peoples everywhere including North America the blessings of an untrammeled global free market. The end goal is to ensure not merely the supremacy of global capitalism as such, but the supremacy of American global capitalism by preventing the emergence of any other potentially competing superpower. 19. Caitlin Johnstone, if Biden wins, Rusiagit will magically morph into Chinagit, Caitlin's newsletter, October 26, 2020, quoting Michael Parenti, Superpatriotism, 2004. https://caitlin.johnston.substack.com/p/if-biden-wins-russiagate-will- magically. Backing this imperial evangelism is the dollar-centered financial and monetary system. That system enables dollar diplomacy, and indeed dollar hegemony, in a way that defines international adjustment as imposing austerity to extract rising debt service from the indebted wage-earning populations and businesses of other nations, while inflating their stock, bond, and real estate prices by debt leveraging. The effect is to deepen inequality among nations, as well as within them. National freedom from this dynamic requires avoiding the use of the US dollar and banks, along with rejection of IMF and World Bank neoliberal demands. That means withdrawing from the dollar area's unipolar diplomacy, recognizing that the system is not reformable as it stands. A fresh start is required, as Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov spelled out in his response to the US demands being forced on the world. Realizing that it is impossible to impose their unilateral or bloc priorities on other states within the framework of the UN, the leading Western countries have tried to reverse the process of forming a polycentric world and slow down the course of history. Toward this end, the concept of the rules-based order is advanced as a substitute for international law. It should be noted that international law already is a body of rules, but rules agreed at universal platforms and reflecting consensus or broad agreement. The West's goal is to oppose the collective efforts of all members of the world community with other rules developed in closed, non-inclusive formats, and then imposed on everyone else. We only see harm in such actions that bypass the UN and seek to usurp the only decision-making process that can claim global relevance. Another example of the dictatorial methods introduced by the West is the practice of imposing unilateral sanctions without any international and legal grounds, with the sole purpose of punishing undesirable regimes or sidelining competitors. We believe such efforts to impose totalitarianism in global affairs to be unacceptable, yet we see it more and more from our Western colleagues, above all the United States, the European Union and other allies, who reject all principles of democracy and multilateralism on the global stage. As if to say, either it's our way, or there will be repercussions. It is striking that Western leaders, while openly undermining international law, do not hesitate to argue that the main task of world politics should be to counter the attempts of Russia and China to change the rules-based order. In other words, there has already been a substitution of concepts. The West is no longer concerned with the norms of international law and now requires everyone to follow its rules and observe its order. What's more, U.S. representatives freely admit that the USA and Great Britain have had the biggest hand in shaping these rules. 20. Russia is willing to deal with national governments such as Germany, France, and Italy on equal terms, Lavrov announced, but has given up trying to deal with Europe via Brussels, whose pan-European policy is committed to supporting US Cold War antagonisms. This rejection of U.S. directed globalism reflects a radical break from the one-world idealism that spread in the wake of World War II. Viewing warfare as a product of nationalism, most people hoped that the antidote would be globalism bringing world peace and mutual economic benefits. It was not expected that globalism would take the form of a self-serving U.S. nationalism imposed globally, as if what is good for its corporations and banks will be good for the world. There is still a tendency to think of nationalism as a retrograde step. But for foreign countries, breaking away from today's unipolar global system of U.S.-centered financialization is the only way to create a viable alternative that can resist the new Cold War's attempt to destroy any alternative system and to impose U.S. client rentier dictatorships on the world. The international economy is thus far away from having a collective world government. The most logical alternative is for a grouping of nations to build up a mutual regional prosperity based on their own trade and investment. To achieve this, their governments will need to be in control of their banking and credit creation as a public utility to finance their tangible growth, and have enough foreign currency reserves to withstand speculative attacks by raiders or hostile powers. To be workable, such a system must organize bilateral balance of payments settlements via a region-wide bank empowered to create its own money, as Keynes had proposed with his banker credit in 1944. Such expansionary region-wide credit is what the Eurozone has failed to create for its member nation governments, with the resulting fracture between Northern European creditor nations and the debt-strapped Mediterranean piegs, Portugal, Italy, Ireland, Greece, and Spain. 20 Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov's remarks at the meeting of the UN Security Council, Maintenance of International Peace and Security, Upholding Multilateralism and the United Nations-Centered International System, held via video conference, Moscow, May 7, 2021, Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Johnson's Russia List, May 9, 2021, number 24. Lavrov added, by the way, as soon as we suggest discussing the current state of democracy not just within states but on the international stage with our Western colleagues, they lose interest in the conversation. https://www.mid.ru/n/press_service/minister_speeches/hyphen asset_speeches/7ovqr5kjwvmr/content/id/472194. Neither the United States nor Europe and the other dollar area satellites are likely to approve of such a region-wide institution. The dollar-centered system requires other free world countries to acquiesce in privatization sell-offs, anti-labor policies and pro-US trade favoritism, and of course, the free lunch obtained by the Treasury bill standard of world monetary reserves. The alternative is the classical 19th century aim of creating a world free of rentier overhead. Whether countries will succeed in applying the necessary reforms depends on their ability to create their own de-dollarized alternative institutions. Part 3 The Alternative 12 Reviving the Classical Concepts of Value, Rent, and Fictitious Capital. Today's post-industrial economy often is euphemized as well-educated, motivated, productive and efficient, with white-collar labor replacing unskilled, meaning low-paid, blue-collar labor. This phenomenon has been called a service economy. The etymological root of service is servile, as in servant. It connotes a state of dependency. And today's post-industrial service economy is indeed one of dependency, financial dependency, because labor today hardly can survive without running into debt, except for individuals fortunate enough to inherit membership in the emerging rentier aristocracy. This increasingly hereditary aristocracy calls itself a meritocracy, depicting its wealth and hence, the bifurcated economy's polarization as a natural result of better education and technology. But the most remunerative service is that of collecting interest and rent from an increasingly indebted economy. This revenue is not a technological phenomenon, and it is extractive rather than productive, and is a product of fiscal policy capture, economic deregulation and the creation of legal privilege endowing a self-proclaimed meritocracy of wealth and status. This is celebrated as a free market. Like free trade, it is a euphemism for the status quo dominated by the existing distribution of wealth. Corporate employers have freed the U.S. economy from the drudgery of factory labor by moving their production facilities abroad, mainly to Asia. The unemployed are told to learn computer coding, drive Uber taxis or work in home care or other post-industrial services. Despite soaring incomes and wealth for the elite, wages and living standards have not increased for the majority, notwithstanding reported productivity gains, largely from working labor more intensely. What the winners call progress has turned out to be a regression toward oligarchy and its associated exploitation of labor. With the COVID-19 pandemic having accelerated the debt crisis, the West's 75-year upswing since 1945 is ending in a cascade of bankruptcies and, for the United States, state and local budget shortfalls and a backlog of rent and mortgage arrears leading to looming evictions of renters and mortgage defaulters. The past 4 decades of neoliberalism since 1980 have enabled the 1% to turn economies into vehicles to extract land rent, natural resource rent, and monopoly rent by monopolizing control of real estate, industry and hitherto public infrastructure. The rentier class depicts its income and wealth as benefiting society. The generic trickle-down image is that of a rising tide raising all boats, as if a larger GDP will make everyone richer. But critics have quipped, "I see the yachts of the stockbrokers, but where are the boats of their customers?" The overgrowth of financial wealth is associated with rising poverty, mainly because financial wealth takes the form of debts claiming interest from corporate business, real estate, and individuals, and stock holdings claiming dividends, all at the expense of consumption and fixed capital investment spending. The resulting polarization of income and wealth has led the beneficiaries, and the media, to focus on overall GDP, not on its distribution. Official GDP and national income statistics depict the U.S. economy as growing, but this growth has accrued entirely to the wealthiest 5% since the 2008 bank crash. 1 millions of evictions followed President Obama's refusal to write down the junk mortgage debt to realistic valuations when he bailed out Wall Street banks and brokerage houses instead of their victims. In responding to the 2008 crash, and again during the 2020-22 pandemic, the Federal Reserve supported bank liquidity to inflate real estate, stock, and bond markets by creating money to lower interest rates, eventually moving to a zero interest rate policy, ZIRP. The Fed has even bought, for the first time in its history, junk bonds for its own account, again not spending into the economy to help it revive. Its policy has created unprecedented price gains for the 1%, who receive 75% of today's reported capital gains in the United States. Wealth has soared for the wealthy financial layer even more since the 2020-22 pandemic closed businesses while living standards fell for most of the population. Chart 12.1 Distribution of U.S. household wealth, 2020 trillions of dollars to 1. Pavlina Chernova of the Levy Institute shows that nearly all the increase in GDP since 2008 has accrued to the wealthiest 5%, GDP has declined for the remaining 95%. http://www.levyinstitute.org/publications/inequality-update-who-gains-when-income-grows. See also Chuck Collins, U.S. billionaire wealth surges past $1 trillion since beginning of pandemic, Institute for Policy Studies, December 9, 2020. https://ips-dc.org/u-s-billionaire-wealth-surges-past-1 source, Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, Distribution of Household Wealth in the U.S. since 1989 https://www.federalreserve.gov/releases/z1/dataviz. Artificially low interest rates have not helped employment. And they offer personal savers lower safe fixed income returns, and oblige pension funds to increase their set-asides to meet their retirement target levels. For businesses, lower interest rates raise the threat of corporate raiders mounting a takeover. This obliges a potential target company to go into debt itself by taking a poison pill, buying other companies on credit so that raiders cannot load it down with any more debt to pay off their takeover loans from junk bond buyers. And, of course, near zero interest rates have encouraged even more borrowing to purchase real estate, stocks, and bonds, producing the above-mentioned capital gains for the wealthy, along with a tsunami of debt pollution for the overall economy. The contrast between affluence at the top and deepening distress at the bottom is not new. In 1776, Adam Smith described it as an inherent dynamic of capitalism. The rate of profit does not, like rent and wages, rise with the prosperity and fall with the declension of the society, he wrote. On the contrary, it is naturally low in rich and high in poor countries, and it is always highest in the countries which are going fastest to ruin. 3 Today, capital gains are highest while economies are shrinking. DFA/distribute/chart/ #Quarter 125, Series Corporate %20 Equities %20 and %20 Mutual %20 Fund %20 Shares, Demographic Net Worth, Population 1,3,5,7, Units Levels. 3. Smith, Wealth of Nations, Part 3, ch. 11, On the Rent of Land, conclusion of the chapter. Smith pointed out that the major capitalists of his day, merchants and manufacturers, promoted laws and policies that benefited themselves, not society at large. Their proposals came from an order of men whose interest is never exactly the same with that of the public, who have generally an interest to deceive and even to oppress the public, and who accordingly have, upon many occasions, both deceived and oppressed it. In today's world, the attempt at such deception takes the form of neoliberal free market economics. Its defenders argue that making income and wealth equal would hurt the economy, because it is financial capital and property ownership that drives economic growth. The implication is that the wealthy deserve their soaring wealth as a result of their contribution to production, as if they create real output, not extract economic rent. To support this view, the economics discipline has turned into an abstract and otherworldly attempt to distract attention from the reality that the rentier sector is extractive. Instead, rising capital gains for the wealthy are treated as being not only correlated with rising employment, but implicitly, in good trickle-down fashion, as causing it. This claim formed the basis for the Obama administration's support of Wall Street. Jason Furman, chair of President Obama's Council of Economic Advisers, blithely commented on what he considered to be the inequality trade-off: "I don't want to have a lower stock market and higher unemployment." His interviewer commented, "In other words, increasing wealth for the wealthy is an inevitable side effect of keeping interest rates low to support the economy and create jobs for." But the trends have been moving in opposite directions, for reasons that should be obvious, as most of the population becomes increasingly indebted to creditors, and home ownership rates fall while stock and bond ownership becomes more highly concentrated in the hands of the wealthiest 10% of the U.S. population. Chart 12.2 Distribution of U.S. household wealth, corporate equities and mutual fund shares, 1989 to 2020 trillions of dollars. 5. 4 Quoted in Alan Sloan and Cesare Podkuhl, How the Federal Reserve is Increasing Wealth Inequality, ProPublica, April 27, 2021. https://www.propublica.org/article How the Federal Reserve is Increasing Wealth Inequality. 5 Source: Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, Distribution of Household Wealth in the U.S. since 1989, Corporate Equities and Mutual Fund Shares by. Behind the maldistribution of income in the United States is the concentration of wealth in the hands of a narrowing layer of the population, dominated by rentiers. To justify their extractive behavior and support their self-serving mythology, it is necessary for the economy's GDP statistics to depict all income as being earned by making a productive contribution. That was the anti-classical revolution led by John Bates Clark and the Austrian school in the late 19th century, denying the classical distinction between productive and unproductive labor and investment. Claiming that all income is earned productively implies that all wealth has been fairly obtained as an accumulation of such income not inflated by financial engineering, debt leveraging and central bank subsidy, or earned in other unproductive ways. To obscure such dynamics, the National Income and Product Accounts, NIPA, and the National Balance Sheet of Asset Ownership and Debt Liability avoid drawing the classical distinctions of real wealth from overhead, earned income from economic rent, and productive capital investment from predatory extractive finance. Wealth percentile group. https://www.federalreserve.gov/releases/dfa/distribute/chart/number sign quarter:123 equities $20 and $20 mutual $20 fund $20 shares, demographic net worth, population 1,3,5,7, units levels, range 1989.3-2020.4. Plato, Aristotle, and other classical Greek writers placed the phenomenon of wealth addiction at the center of their social analysis, as discussed in the introduction. Today's pro-rentier academic economics replaces that universal phenomenon with the assumption of diminishing marginal utility, as if the wealthy become as satiated with financial wealth as they would from eating bananas or chocolate cake. But the reality is that as rentiers increase their wealth, they do not want to share it. They want to hog it all for themselves and keep making even more. To do this, they oppose government regulatory power to limit their takings or to enact laws that benefit mainly the less affluent 99%. The tensions between the wealthy and the rest of society have always been mediated by governments. All economies are mixed economies, and the key to understanding any economy, and to designing any national income accounting format, needs to begin with the government's relation to the private sector, and with that sector's division into fire services and the productive economy that pays economic rent and interest to that fire sector. Public policy invariably backs either the wealthy layer at the top or the economy at large. Any pretense by a government to be steering a middle course is rarely anything other than a cover for public policies perpetuating a status quo favoring the wealthy, who always have used their wealth to influence and control governments and public policy. Political democracies have not shown themselves to be very effective in resisting the tendency to turn into financialized oligarchies. Avoiding that fate requires a strong central power not captured by the propertied financial classes. Throughout history, that was achieved only by palace rulers, in the Bronze Age Near East, or today in socialist economies. A model of the economy's sectors. GDP statistics show a rising proportion of GDP as being rentier income for banks and bondholders, absentee landlords, and monopolists. Their interest charges, penalty fees on debtors, and real estate and monopoly rents, are reported as reflecting a product in the form of financial services or the services of landlordship or kindred rent extraction. These payments leave less disposable income for wage earners and businesses to spend on production and consumption in the real economy. That is the phenomenon of debt deflation and rent deflation, discussed in chapters 4 and 5. Such payments are thus antithetical to adding to real product. They are transfer payments from income earners to rentiers. The government's fiscal role, supplying money to the economy, and taxing it back. A circular flow exists between governments spending money into the economy and taxing it back. The starting point for analyzing any modern economy's distribution of income and wealth is this relationship between government spending money into the economy by providing basic services and subsidies, and levying taxes to absorb this money. Accepting it to pay these taxes is what gives money its public value. A joke in America is that the United States has a two-party system, a tax and spend party, Democrats, opposed by a borrow and spend party, Republicans. But it is not necessary for governments either to borrow money or to levy taxes to finance their spending. They can print money. The effect on prices of doing this is the same as borrowing from wealthy investors or taxing the public. The money is spent in either case. However, the fiscal and income effects differ. Borrowing from wealthy savers does not lead them to cut back their consumption or even production spending, so it does not lower product prices. But paying them interest is indeed deflationary, to the extent that indebted governments are obliged to cut back fiscal spending into the economy in order to meet their interest obligations. The most important monopoly privilege is that of credit and money creation, backed by laws governing debt payment and legislating the rights of creditors relative to general economic welfare. That is why the money and credit system should be a public utility. As modern monetary theory, MMT, explains, government money created to cover deficit spending does not require interest charges, or even repayment. Keeping the money and credit system in government hands is China's great advantage over Western financialized economies. Despite their ability to finance their activities by printing their own money, there are good reasons for governments to levy taxes. The classic aim is to minimize economic rent and therefore the economy's cost structure, by taxes falling mainly on land and natural resource rent, not on wages and productive capital investment. More modern reasons include the management of inflation, as well as taxing luxury spending, pollution, and other socially undesirable activities. Rent-seeking also can be averted in sectors that are natural monopolies, such as basic infrastructure, by public investment and pricing instead of letting privatizers turn these sectors into rent-seeking opportunities. Bank lobbying against public money creation and public banking. Neoliberal ideology insists that governments forego the advantage of public money creation and instead rely on private credit creation, borrowing private savings and bank credit at interest rather than financing budget deficits with their own money. The effect of this financial takeover of government functions shifts money and credit creation to banks. The financial sector also advocates lower taxes. Starving public budgets opens the path for high finance and its clients to take over functions that governments stop supplying and to extract monopoly rent from hitherto public infrastructure, seeking to minimize public price regulation to prevent market manipulation abuses. To block governments from financing budget deficits by printing their own money, Austrian and Chicago school privatizers claim that doing so is inherently inflationary. The more extreme lobbyists raise the red flag of hyperinflation, citing Weimar, Zimbabwe, and Venezuela. But hyperinflations almost always result from currency depreciation, not from domestic money creation, except in a desperate attempt to pay foreign debts. Point 6 Governments cannot create money to obtain foreign exchange to pay debts owed in foreign currency. Their balance of payments deficits may lower the exchange rate, making the debt situation worse by increasing the domestic cost of imports and hence general price levels. For that reason, governments should not borrow in currencies that they cannot create. They can save themselves from the threat of bankruptcy by denominating debts in their own currency, because they can always print enough new money to pay what they owe. And to save them from becoming trapped in the way that Germany was in the 1920s, the rules of international finance should adopt the basic principle that no government should be obliged to pay creditors at the cost of imposing austerity and polarizing its economy. 6 Stephen Zarlingha's The Lost Science of Money, 2002, gives a detailed historical refutation of such accusations. Critics of government money creation sidestep the fact that bank credit is strongly inflationary, but it inflates mainly asset prices, not consumer prices for goods and services. Commercial banks create credit mainly for buyers of assets. About 80% of bank loans in the United States and Britain are to buyers of real estate, which is pledged as collateral, with its rents and profits paid as interest to the banks. That is how banks now receive most of the economy's land rent as interest. Interest charges absorb purchasing power from the economy, just like taxes do. And as will be discussed below, the asset price inflation resulting from bank credit creation leads to debt deflation in the production and consumption sector. Bidding up housing and other asset prices on credit leaves less to spend on production and consumption. The effect of bank credit thus is different from that of government spending until recently, When US and Eurozone central banks since 2008 indulged in quantitative easing to supply bank reserves to drive interest rates nearly down to zero to support prices for bonds, real estate, and stocks. Neoliberal governments discovered that MMT could be used to finance growth of the rentier sector, having previously refused to use it to support the industrial economy, the real economy of production and consumption. 2. The rent-extracting FIRE sector versus the productive value-producing economy. Post-classical ideology avoids acknowledging that the circular flow of wages and profits, the economy of production and consumption, is wrapped in the overlay of the finance, insurance, and real estate, FIRE, sector and its rentier siblings, the oil and mining sectors extracting natural resource rent, and the sectors obtaining monopoly rent. These economic rents are not real product, but are transfer payments extracted from the economy as a result of special privilege, literally private law. Charts 12.4 and 12.5 trace the supply of credit and the reciprocal flow of debt service through the government, FIRE sector, and real economy. How asset price inflation causes debt deflation. Running budget deficits spends money directly into the economy. That may raise prices for goods and services, depending on capacity and employment constraints. But as described above, banks create credit for borrowers to buy assets already in place, mostly real estate, stocks, and bonds. Rising debt leverage accelerates the price rise for these assets. Indeed, price rises for land have far exceeded the rise in GDP or consumer prices. Wealth is obtained primarily by asset price, capital, gains in the valuation of land and real estate, stocks, bonds, and creditor loans, virtual wealth, not so much by saving income, wages, profits, and rents. The magnitude of these asset price gains dwarfs those of profits and rental income. That fact, and the laxity of taxing capital gains, explains why real estate investors are willing to pay most of their rental income as interest to the banking sector. They hope to sell their property at some point for a capital price gain. Modern finance capitalism focuses on total returns, defined as current income plus asset price gains. Inasmuch as a home or other property is worth however much banks will lend against it, wealth is created primarily by financial leverage, by banks lending a rising proportion of the valuation of the assets pledged as collateral. That is what creates a debt-leveraged economy. The fact that asset price gains are largely debt-financed explains why growth is slowing in the United States and Europe even as stock market and real estate prices are inflated on credit. By lowering interest rates to near zero, central banks enable financial gains to be made freely by arbitrage borrowing at a low rate to buy an asset yielding a higher return. This has nothing to do with the production and consumption process. The resulting debt leveraging increases virtual wealth prices for financial securities and property claims on the economy by creating an exponentially growing rentier overhead, debt service and rent. The effect is to concentrate ownership of wealth in the hands of creditors and owners of rental real estate, stocks, and bonds. Their wealth is based on revenue from debt service and related financial fees and penalties and overhead imposed on the non-rentier economy, as Chapter 2 has noted. Under these conditions, more bank credit actually tends to reduce consumer prices. Rising debt-leveraged prices for housing require new home buyers and renters to pay a rising proportion of their income to banks as interest on mortgages to buy their homes, or to landlords as rent. These payments to the FIRE sector leave less income to spend on goods and services. Asset price inflation thus leads to debt deflation as the economy becomes more highly leveraged. Debt deflation is thus a byproduct of asset price inflation. Rising housing prices leave less to spend, putting downward pressure on consumer prices, yet the cost of living remains high. That is why governments should aim to keep housing prices down by opposing the FIRE sector's drive to obtain asset price gains. A similar deflationary result of asset price inflation occurs when bank credit is spent on stocks and bonds. That inflates their prices, which means lowering the current yield, i.e., rate of return, of any given asset. When central banks lower interest rates to sustain the asset price rise, mainly to keep banks solvent, the lower yields on assets increase the amount that pension funds need to set aside to obtain a given current income. So public employers and private corporations are obliged to set aside more revenue to fund pension plans, and thus to spend less on new capital investment, or they themselves speculate in financial markets in search of capital gains. The housing bubble can continue even as rents are falling because real estate owners hope to pay interest charges by borrowing against the new equity created by rising asset prices, capital gains inflated on credit. To sustain the solvency of indebted landlords and speculators, central banks keep flooding the asset markets with new credit, enabling bank customers to borrow their way out of debt. An exponential increase in the rate of such lending to pay debt service is required to keep the financial system from collapsing. That is the mathematical dynamic inherent in the magic of compound interest. The only way to keep financialized economies solvent is to turn them into Ponzi schemes, attracting new inflows of credit. That requires central bank aiding and abetting. 3. Relations between the federal government and local state and city budgets. Many countries are suffering a common problem, a fiscal squeeze. States and cities cannot create money. Only the central government can do that. Only national government can create money. Local governments are obliged to balance their budgets by levying taxes or borrowing when their spending exceeds their fiscal revenue. They either must live within the constraints of balanced budgets, borrow against future tax revenue, sell off public property, or, if they are fortunate, receive grants in aid from their national government. 7. The way in which states and localities deal with this fiscal problem often determines their economic fate for many years to come. Many U.S. cities have felt obliged to sell future tax revenues to the financial sector under distress conditions. A notorious example occurred when Chicago sold off 75 years of its street parking meter rights to Wall Street. Mayor Richard M. Daley in 2008 struck a deal with the investment consortium Chicago Parking Meters LLC, or CPM, that included Morgan Stanley, Allianz Capital Partners and, yes, the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Abu Dhabi, to privatize our meters. The price of parking and the intensity of enforcement skyrocketed. City council members got 2 days to study the billion-dollar, 75-year contract before signing off on it. An early estimate from the Chicago Inspector General was that the city had sold off its property for about half of what it was worth. Then an alderman said it was worth about 4 times what the city had been paid. Finally, in 2010, Forbes reported that in fact the city had been underpaid by a factor of 10.8. 7. Strapped cities have long sought emergency local currency, such as Germany's Notgeld or need money in the early 1920s. They are accepted locally to the extent that local governments accept them in payment of taxes and other public services. The problem is that there is little acceptance of such Notgeld, except by store owners or other businesses who can use this emergency money to pay for taxes or for goods and services provided by the locality. 8. Rick Perlstein, on Privatization's Cutting Edge, The Nation, September 5, 2013. http://www.thenation.com/blog/1760443/privatizations-cutting-edge. Such privatization sharply raised the cost of driving in Chicago. Neighboring Indiana has turned the state's main roads into toll roads. The financial firms acquiring toll booth rights raised tolls so high that much traffic chose to take slower side roads. In 2014, the private operators of the Indiana Toll Road, one of the best-known public-private partnerships, PPPs, filed for bankruptcy after demand dropped, due at least in part to rising toll rates. Other high-profile PPP bankruptcies have occurred in San Diego, California and Richmond, Virginia, and in Texas. 9. China's rural areas and small towns have experienced a similar budget squeeze. Many localities have sold public land on long-term leases to real estate developers. These contracts are often for periods as long as 75 years, and prevent the locality from raising land taxes to reflect the land's rising rental income and valuation. As Wen Taijun summarizes, Fiscal constraint had been a long-term problem for many local governments except some developed provinces and municipalities. The economic lockdown in early 2020 further worsened the problem. The national fiscal revenues dropped by 21.4% and 26.1% in February and March 2020 year-on-year, the worst numbers since 2008. The local budget deficits might reach 56% in the first season of 2020.10. The way to alleviate this problem is for the central government to extend funding to localities. That has long been done in U.S. revenue-sharing arrangements between the federal government and the states. Kindred proposals are being pressed for the European Central Bank to help finance the national and local budgets of Eurozone members. Without such central government aid, there often seems little alternative but to resort to distress sales of the major local asset, land. As Wen describes the economy-wide effect of this fiscal problem. To release local governments from over-relying on land revenues, it is pivotal to reform the taxation system, which after all functions as the wealth redistribution mechanism of a society. Land revenues are usually generated at the expense of transferring rural land resources to the urban sector. Inflationary land prices imply an implicit land tax on lower and middle classes as their costs of living and commerce are also being inflated. China's current taxation system mainly taxes personal income, goods trading, value-added tax, and services. Such a system discourages involvement in the real economy and motivates people to speculate. It results in an unfair burden among classes. According to estimates, the richest class, who own over 50% of the total wealth in China, have contributed less than 10% of personal income tax, while 60% is paid by wage earners. The current practice apparently fails to redistribute wealth among different classes in an equitable manner. A sensible taxation system should keep tax rates low on earned incomes from the real economy, including salaries and profits from manufacturing and commerce. It should instead tax non-productive unearned income, rent-seeking, of the rentier class, and capital gains, such as by a property tax or asset holding tax. Only through conversion of the current pro-speculation tax structure can China prevent its economy from being hollowed out and orient its society toward wealth redistribution in favor of the lower and middle classes. 9. William Mallet, Indiana Toll Road Bankruptcy Chills Climate for Public-Private Partnerships, National Council for Public-Private Partnerships, September 29, 2014. http://www.ncpp.org/wp-content/upload/02/crs-insights- quoted in Ellen Brown, Banking for the People, Democratizing Money in the Digital Age, Democracy Collaborative, Washington, D.C., 2019, p. 282. 10. Wen Taijun, 10 Crises, The Political Economy of China's Development, 1949-2020, London, 2021, Chapter 5. He notes that, only 8 out of 31 provinces and municipalities recorded a revenues/expenditures ratio over 50% in 2019. National revenue sharing or direct subsidy would save localities from having to relinquish the public domain to privatizers enclosing the commons and levying rent charges as access fees. Apart from such central government subsidy to save localities from having to lease or sell land and tax rights under distress conditions, the other way to prevent a rentier class from gaining power over local governments is to tax away rents and land price gains. 4 problems to avoid in creating post-rentier economies. The interest of governments in taxing away rentier gains that are not earned by providing a productive service is inherently opposed to the implicit business plan of commercial banking, namely, to lend and charge interest up to the point where it absorbs all the land and natural resource rents and monopoly rents. The higher the tax rate on these rents, the less leeway the banking system will have to expand the market for debt. From the vantage point of banks and other creditor institutions, the aim is to increase the loan market by loosening credit terms, with high debt/income and debt/asset ratios. The resulting debt leveraging inflates prices for housing and other rentier assets, while holding the rest of the economy in deepening debt to banks, as well as bondholders, example via junk bonds, and other creditors. That cuts into fiscal revenue and also ends up slowing the economy while enriching a rentier class. The most obvious way to avoid this proliferation of debt and its associated asset price inflation is to keep money and credit creation in the public domain, in the national treasury, or at least firmly under its regulatory control. The second, equally obvious way, is to limit the financialization of economic rent by taxing that rent away at its source. Whatever the tax collector relinquishes is left available to be paid to the bank, and whatever is taxed leaves less to be capitalized into bank loans. Such a tax would reverse the rollback of taxes on economic rent since the 1920s, which has left this rent available to be pledged to banks as interest. Keeping land, natural resources, and natural monopolies in the public domain is the traditional way to minimize rent seeking. Although China's government is the nominal owner of all its land, it does not collect all the land rent. That is why housing and other real estate prices have risen so high. Leaving economic rent uncollected, privatizing it, threatens to raise the overall economy's cost structure. That occurred in Britain under Margaret Thatcher and Tony Blair, resulting in soaring prices for housing, buses and railways, water and public needs. Even when land and future tax rights have been sold in advance, the federal government can pass a windfall, capital gains, tax on the rising valuation of the leasehold. To help recapture the free lunch, the government could construct a land price and rental value map, establishing uniform land and rental tax rates to prevent localities from competing in a race to the bottom in their attempt to attract business from other jurisdictions. Such civic rivalry has become a serious problem in the United States, where cities offer tax breaks to large corporations to persuade them to relocate and employ local labor. New York City offered so enormous a tax exemption to Amazon if it would relocate to Long Island City in 2018 that public demonstrations were mounted to stop the giveaway. Entire states are played off against each other to extract special local tax holidays and related incentives. This race to the bottom has led many corporations to locate their head offices in Delaware, with its corporate-friendly deregulatory laws and absence of income taxation. Likewise, credit card companies have incorporated in South Dakota, from where they are able to charge high interest rates hitherto blocked by local anti-usury laws. Point 11. The result of permitting such localism is to create a legacy of giveaways that weigh down a nation's present and future development. If China lets contractual leases at low land taxes or rents run their course for another 60 years or so, it will forego growth while rentiers will gain political leverage and try to make their favorable status quo permanent. Any successful alternative to today's neoliberal attempt to create a unipolar diplomacy extending creditor power and that of international banks and financial institutions such as the IMF, World Bank, and USAID requires replacing the pro-rentier assumptions of neoliberal orthodoxy with a more reality-based economics, reviving the classical doctrine of value, rent, and fictitious capital. The most important characteristic of any economic model should be to show the tendency of economies to polarize and become unbalanced. That is the dynamic that should inform governments as to what needs to be done to restore balance when it is destroyed. For the need for a clean slate to restore economic balance. The major dynamic polarizing and unbalancing society is the exponential growth of debt. As noted earlier, this growth results from the dynamics of compound interest implying a doubling time and from accruals of unpaid bills in general, and endogenous new bank credit. This dynamic is self-destructive in the long run, because the rising debt overhead leads to debt deflation that slows economic growth, leaving the economy unable to pay its carrying charges, not to mention paying off the principal itself. The fiction underlying rentier economies in their Ponzi stage is that loans can be paid, if only banks will keep lending more backed by the debt-inflated rise in the price of the assets pledged as collateral. A related belief is that creditors cannot lose, because they can seize the real estate and other collateral of debtors in case of the debtor's insolvency. In addition, the capture of central banks by creditors enabled them to save themselves in the face of the tidal wave of foreclosures of 2009-16. While making the victims of junk mortgage lending homeless, the Obama bank bailouts and Federal Reserve support made creditors and private equity property investors such as Blackstone rich. 11. See for instance and Sullivan and National Journal, How Citibank Made South Dakota the Top State in the U.S. for Business, The Atlantic, July 10, 2013, on that state's lax banking laws. By the time the COVID-19 pandemic hit in 2020, the US and Eurozone economies already had reached the end of their post-1945 expansion and were entering an epoch of debt deflation. Economies suffering such financial austerity are unable to grow out of debt, because existing claims on income do not leave enough economic surplus for new direct investment. That leaves only one way out: cancel the bad debt overhead. The economy's net worth does not change with the debt cancellation. Lower debt on one side of the balance sheet wipes out an equal volume of creditor claims on the asset side. The net worth of debtors recovers, while that of creditors is rolled back toward the levels that existed prior to the explosion of bad loans, takeover loans, and related financial overhead. Wiping out the savings, creditor claims, on the asset side of the balance sheet is politically difficult, because of the power wielded by the vested creditor interests. China has minimized this difficulty by keeping the financial system as a public utility. It is easy to write down debts when you are the creditor. It has regularly written down debts to troubled companies deemed to be in the public interest, rather than closing them down. Even after economies have their balance restored, the natural tendency is for the polarization process to begin again, the exponential growth of debt at compound interest, with interruptions of business activity and personal income causing arrears. The adverse effects of these economic phenomena can be held in abeyance by a tax policy that falls mainly on rentier income, with the ultimate creditor being the national government and its banks. Countries owing debts to foreign creditors do not have this option. Governments can only wipe out debts within their own national economy. They are blocked from wiping out debts owed to or protected by official international organizations. The pro-creditor rules of IMF central planners and other bureaucratic enforcers of U.S. diplomacy still follow the model used ever since the 1920s to squeeze debt service out of indebted countries, without regard for their ability to pay. The guiding idea is to impose austerity on debtor countries, shrinking the domestic market by taxing labor and industry heavily, in the expectation that this will free output for export. The reality is that such austerity programs discourage new capital formation and erode educational, health and living standards. That increases dependency on foreign suppliers and creditors, impairing rather than helping the balance of payments. A downward spiral ensues. This policy continues to be imposed with the same result over and over again. That has been the case ever since German reparations in the 1920s, when the financial austerity doctrine was refuted and shown to be fatally disastrous. The fact that this anti-labor austerity continues to be applied after a century's demonstration of its effects, and after decades of IMF riots by its victims, shows that it is a deliberate policy of financial conquest. Its predatory and destructive effect remains central to mainstream economic policy as perhaps the most successful policy error of the 20th century. It is not an error for predatory banks and bondholders, to be sure. The destruction of third-world economies is not a bug in the program, it's a feature. That makes the IMF, World Bank, and USAID unreformable, at least while they remain subject to U.S. control and wedded to the neoliberal orthodoxy on which their destructive policies are based. 13. The war against governments strong enough to check oligarchs. Is China's market intervention to promote industrial growth and raise living standards an autocratic road to serfdom, or a classical policy of prosperity that is rapidly outstripping the West's industrialization, economic polarization and road to debt peonage? Neoliberals accuse public enterprise, protective tariffs, and subsidies to check rent-seeking and reduce economic inequality of being less efficient than free markets. The question that needs to be asked is, efficient at what? Rentiers look to efficiency at maximizing economic rent, and measure economic success by their own fortunes and those of the 1%. Financial and property investors would like to siphon off China's economic surplus as interest, rents and dividends. That aim has led George Soros to urge U.S. firms to boycott investing in China to protest against President Xi's common prosperity aim to reduce inequality by distributing the wealth of the rich to the general population, because putting the people's interests first does not augur well for foreign investors. In his view, rentier income can be maximized by preventing wages and living standards from rising. Also deemed unacceptable is China's policy of subsidizing public services to minimize its living costs and the market prices for its industrial exports. Arguing for fair trade and a level playing field, American diplomats complain that providing low-cost support for basic needs in this way is an unfair mode of trade competition. Yet this was the policy that the United States and Europe followed in their own industrial takeoffs. China simply is doing what the United States did in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and indeed what the social democracy of that era was expected to achieve in the West. China's interference with markets follows the classical aim of minimizing rentier-free lunch income. It has achieved its remarkable growth in capital investment, productivity, and living standards largely by public investment and regulatory shaping of its economy, the market, above all by keeping money, bank credit creation and other key infrastructure as public utilities instead of privatizing them for profit and rent extraction. U.S. trade diplomats blame China for deindustrializing America. But even if China didn't exist, there seems little way for the United States to regain its former industrial dominance. The aim of the Clinton administration's NAFTA trade agreement with Mexico and Canada in 1994, followed by its invitation to China to join the WTO in 2001, was to facilitate the offshoring of U.S. manufacturing to countries with lower wages. Deindustrialization was inevitable as privatizing education, healthcare, and other basic infrastructure, alongside a debt-financed real estate bubble, has made the U.S. cost of living so high that industrial employers have little choice but to shift their employment and production abroad. 1 George Soros, BlackRock's China Blunder, Wall Street Journal, September 7, 2021. It hardly is China's fault that the United States has rejected the 19th-century American schools policy of public infrastructure investment that fueled the nation's rise to power, instead leaving investment and economic returns to a market controlled by the rentier class and the monopolies it has created. However, the need for a mixed public/private industrial economy is again being recognized in the United States. On May 27, 2021, the U.S. House of Representatives passed a 470-page bill, Ensuring American Global Leadership and Engagement Act, EAGLE. Supported by the U.S. business community, the Senate moved to back this public subsidy to industry. As the New York Times summarized, the ideological orthodoxies have been swept away by the realities of how China funds its national champions like Huawei, the telecommunications giant that is wiring nations around the world with 5G networks capable of directing traffic back to Beijing. Senator John Cornyn, a conservative Texas Republican who has been critical in the past of government funding of industry, said of the semiconductor funding, "Frankly, I think China has left us no option but to make these investments." The bill is gaining support after years in which the United States has objected to government subsidies for private industry, whether it was Airbus in France or Huawei in China. "We're making an attempt to punish China and their bad industrial policies," said Sage Chandler, the Vice President of International Trade at the Consumer Technology Association, a trade group. "But rather ironically, we punish them and then start to copy exactly what they're doing in a number of ways too." While such recognition of the need for public investment is welcome, the problem is that the most remunerative ways to obtain wealth in the United States and most other Western economies are no longer by industrial capital formation. Fortunes are acquired financially, mainly by capital gains as bank credit inflates prices for real estate, stocks, and bonds bought on credit, that is, by debt leveraging that loads down the economy with interest charges, and by companies raising their stock prices by using profits and rents for stock buybacks and high dividend payouts instead of for new tangible capital investment, research, and development. Financialized wealth is further increased by monopoly rent extraction obtained by privatizing public infrastructure. To David E. Sanger, Katie Edmondson, David McCabe, and Thomas Kaplan, Senate poised to pass huge industrial policy bill to counter China, The New York Times, June 7, 2021. This financialization and rent overhead is deterring capital investment and effective public subsidy to lower the economy's cost structure. The U.S. government does indeed undertake its own research and development and provides this at a low price, but to private pharmaceutical, information technology and other campaign contributors to extract monopoly rents from the economy at large. The effect of all this has been to deindustrialize the US and other Western economies while concentrating wealth in the hands of a rentier elite. Contrasting this deindustrialization and polarization in the West with China's economic success leads to the obvious question: should governments limit private rent-seeking, as classical free market economists urged, or support it, as neoliberals demand, and what kind of social system will emerge dominant? This question is the basic issue that shapes today's rivalry between the United States and China. The conflict is not an industrial trade competition, but a fight between opposing economic systems. Burdening family budgets and industrial companies with debt service, land rent, and monopoly rent is not something that China seeks to do better by creating more rentier billionaires. Its policymakers view the U.S. economy as an object lesson in what to avoid, not what to emulate. Financialized markets produce austerity, not prosperity. Neoliberalism presents itself as a free market opposition to centralized planning, but its aim is precisely to use control of credit to concentrate resource allocation in the hands of the major financial centers. There is still big government, but its role is to protect the wealth of the 1% from public regulation and taxation of rentier income, not to raise prosperity for the economy at large. The financial sector's aim is to promote rentier oligarchies in which bankers play the dominant role, wielding their wealth to control national politics much as landed aristocracies did down through the 19th century. The Clinton administration, 1993 to 2000, epitomized this philosophy by backing Boris Yeltsin's turning over of Russia's natural resource crown jewels to the 7 bankers in 1994. Russia's government endowed these banker insiders with deposits in their banks. The banks then lent this money back to the government, which redeposited the checks in the banks that had written them. In effect, this was a free giveaway. The aim of this charade was for the government to pledge oil and gas, nickel, and other assets as collateral, which it forfeited when its central bank was persuaded by Western advisors to refrain from simply printing the money to pay the loans on schedule. The forfeited collateral began to be sold off to U.S. and other foreign investors, the only ones with money to buy shares in the privatized rent extraction companies. The effect was to enable U.S. banks, investors, and official creditors to become Russia's new central planners, and they organized a bonanza of asset grabs. Dysfunctional state planning became even more dysfunctional privatized financial planning. U.S. officials applauded this carve-up as being the alternative to centralized planning. But the planners had simply left government to become bankers. The bankers' aim dovetailed with that of U.S. Cold War strategists, whose dream for Russia's post-Soviet economy was summarized by Senator John McCain's quip disparaging Russia as a gas station with atomic weapons. The plan was for this weaponry to be dismantled, by buying out the military's major industrial suppliers and closing them down, and by breaking up the old Soviet Union's far-flung supply system. U.S. advisors helped the new oligarchy's members cash out by selling their takings to foreigners and keep their gains safely abroad out of the government's reach. Natural resource rents from oil and gas, nickel and land, and monopoly rents from public utilities, were to be paid to stockholders as dividends and to bondholders as interest, not to the government to restructure the post-Soviet economy. U.S. investors had similar neoliberal dreams for China's economy upon its admission to the WTO in 2001. In the United States itself, the 2008 junk mortgage crash led to a wave of evictions, reducing U.S. home ownership rates, and has been capped by the 2020-22 COVID pandemic, leading to what threatens to be a new wave of evictions of renters and defaulting mortgage debtors. Millions of employees who lost their jobs are falling behind in their rents and mortgage payments, and have been left debt-strapped and in danger of losing their homes. Evictions were temporarily frozen to prevent a homelessness crisis, but the day of reckoning is looming for 2022. U.S. housing prices rose by 20% in large metropolitan areas from August 2020 to August 2021 as buy-to-rent investors increased their share of U.S. housing. The result is that the U.S. home ownership rate is plunging, as it is in Britain, as housing is turned into a rental investment vehicle. Meanwhile, the wealthiest 1% in the United States gained $1 trillion in their stock and bond holdings in the 12 months after the virus began. The upshot has been a K-shaped economy, up for the 1%, down for the 99%. Homeowners and stockholders imagine that not only themselves but the overall economy is growing richer when housing and stock market prices rise. However, U.S. home ownership rates have fallen since 2006, and mortgage debt now exceeds owners' equity for U.S. housing as a whole. Banks capitalize rising rents into larger bank loans at rising debt-to-price ratios, fueling rising prices by lending more and more for housing. Debt-financed inflation of real estate prices has made banks and speculators rich, but has left most homeowners only with a minority claim on their home's market valuation while debt deflation intensifies. State and local budgets also have suffered instead of sharing in the rise in real estate prices. Public investment in transportation and other amenities has been increasing the rent of location for real estate owners along the routes and in favored neighborhoods, but this windfall gain has not been recaptured by a tax on rent of location to recover the public cost of making the civic improvements that increase these rents. Land ownership has been turned into an investment vehicle and a market for bank credit to extract rent instead of serving as a public need for living and shelter at minimum cost. The rentier problem has become endemic. Financializing U.S. education has created a student debt treadmill to debt dependency even before one enters the labor force, effectively blocking the traditional way to achieve upward mobility through higher education. University degrees have become a financialized commodity, paid for by running up student debt instead of education being provided freely as a public right. Labor and its employers share the high cost of privatized health insurance, in contrast to socialized medicine abroad. A self-proclaimed meritocracy is emerging, based largely on the merit of inheriting wealth via trust funds, along with the associated oligarchic mutual aid educational and employment networks. Financialization of basic needs for housing, education, and health care has raised the cost of living so high that even if all Americans were given their physical consumer goods for free, their food, clothing and so forth, they still could not compete with China or other countries that have minimized the rentier charges that burden finance capitalism. How China has avoided the American financial disease. 1. Instead of privatizing natural monopolies and key infrastructure, China has kept its commanding heights in the public domain, headed by banking as the most important public utility. The central bank, the People's Bank of China, provides credit for tangible investment in high-speed railroads, schools, transportation systems, and research laboratories to keep down the cost of living and doing business. 2. China has pursued an economy of high wages policy by providing high-quality education and health standards to make its labor more productive and thus able to undersell low-wage but less productive labor and that of high-overhead rentier economies. 3. As a socialist economy, China has aimed to free itself from rent-seeking and usurious banking by government regulation strong enough to prevent an independent financial oligarchy from emerging with its own self-seeking rentier agenda. Still to be achieved is a progressive tax policy falling mainly on rentier income, headed by land rent. 4. To protect themselves from U.S. and other trade and financial sanctions and related attempts at disruption, China and Russia are creating an alternative international payments system to avoid using the U.S. dollar and the SWIFT bank payments clearing system. The policy of de-dollarizing their monetary systems, foreign trade, and investment includes securing their own self-sufficiency in food production, technology and other basic needs. U.S. defense of rentier privilege and opposition to foreign reforms. Neoliberalism attacks the classical and progressive era ideology formerly advocated throughout the West. Viewing fiscal and regulatory checks on rent-seeking as posing an existential threat to the rentier takeover of national economies, the United States seeks to isolate China and other countries resisting financialization and privatization. The essence of the Thatcher and Reagan privatizations of the 1980s was a giveaway of the public domain at low prices that afforded opportunities for capital gains and enormous underwriting fees for investment bankers, deriving ultimately from monopoly rents charged to labor and its employers. In the 1990s, neoliberals obtained a free hand in Russia and other post-Soviet republics to endow a kleptocratic pro-Western oligarchy with natural resources, real estate, and public infrastructure. Regulatory capture of government agencies throughout the West has blocked enforcement of antitrust laws and other constraints on predatory monopoly rents resulting from privatizations. Wages and living standards in the United States have been kept stagnant since the 1980s by weakening labor rights, declining unionization, and ending defined benefit pension plans. Indebted workers fear to strike or make any other form of protest that might cause them to be fired and therefore miss their rising debt and rent obligations and lose their employer-sponsored health care. Wage earners are being turned into self-employed gig workers such as Uber drivers, lacking corporate responsibility for health care and social security contributions, vacations and overtime payments. To distract attention from this deterioration in U.S. wage and workplace conditions in the face of rising FIRE sector expenses, identity politics based on racial, ethnic, gender and religious categories has replaced the common identity of being wage earners. Classical fiscal policy was supposed to tax away land and natural resource rent, while antitrust regulation and keeping natural monopolies in the public domain was to minimize monopoly rent. But progressive-era tax and regulatory reforms have been reversed, creating a neoliberal counter-reform era. The major markets for U.S. high finance are lending against assets already in place, headed by real estate, corporate rating, buying and selling companies, privatizing public asset sell-offs, and stock market speculation. The banking sector's major market consists of lending against rent-yielding assets pledged as collateral, to the point where rents have been almost fully pledged to pay interest. Any move to restore taxation or re-regulate rent-seeking threatens to reduce prices for these assets, most notably stocks, bonds, and real estate. That would crash the debt superstructure that is supporting asset prices. Classical reformers spent the 19th century trying to free economies from rentiers. Yet their effort failed in the West. Democratic reforms proved unable to prevent rentiers from dominating electoral politics and political parties, having co-opted the liberal-leaning middle class, whose members hold rentier aspirations for themselves and shy from taxing away or limiting economic rent-seeking. Proposals to gradually enact classical tax and regulatory reforms are unlikely to work, because banks and other rentiers would have time to wield the political power that they have built up during their counter-revolution against the classical economic reforms to limit rent-seeking. The degree to which central banks and treasuries have been captured by the financial sector was demonstrated after the 2008 financial crash. The U.S. Federal Reserve and European Central Bank pursued quantitative easing to subsidize debt-leveraged financial and real estate speculation. Then, responding to the 2020-22 COVID crisis, they reinflated asset prices by near-zero interest rates for financial borrowers. Restoring interest rates to normal levels, or taxing the rents now being paid to the financial sector, would crash prices for real estate, stocks, and bonds, threatening insolvency for debt-leveraged investors and banks. So housing and other asset prices remain high. For claiming to spread democracy, America's foreign interventions have been to promote Chicago-style free market fundamentalism, as in Pinochet's military dictatorship in Chile, spreading its terror squads throughout Latin America. Foreign alternatives to rentier finance capitalism are to be deterred by sanctions and, where deemed necessary, by force to impose a neoliberal free market for finance capital and its rent-seeking clientele. Blaming China for the deteriorating U.S. economy, American diplomats have escalated military confrontation and sanctions against it and its Shanghai Cooperation Organization allies. The new Cold War against countries. Resisting neoliberal takeover. What seemed to be the inherent logic and destiny of the Industrial Revolution, creating economies free from unearned income, required tax and regulatory policies that have now been reversed by U.S. demands that countries privatize their infrastructure and relinquish economic planning to U.S. and other banks, polarizing their economies at the hands of a rentier class backed internationally by the U.S. rules-based order. To neoliberals, a free market means letting the rentier class become the economy's planning agency. Governments are accused of being autocracies if they resist this takeover. It is as if the label democracy cannot be applied to such a nation as if letting the rentier 1% monopolize economic gains is a natural and even efficient post-industrial stage of economic evolution. This is the ground on which neoliberalism presents itself as an evangelistic drive for global conquest against nations that resist its takeover. But China's industrial success shows that financialization, privatization, and monopoly rent are not natural laws, and that debt deflation, privatization of basic needs and the associated polarization of wealth and income do not have to occur. Perception that nations do not have to follow the rentier lead is what ultimately threatens the U.S.-based world order. Isolating strong governments opposing rentier control of their own natural resource rents and monetary and credit systems is therefore the essence of today's new Cold War trade and financial sanctions and related moves against China, Russia, and other nations rejecting the U.S.-sponsored rules-based order. Such nations are not only to be isolated by economic sanctions but destabilized by color revolutions in the hope that this will lead to dissident regime change, such as the destabilization attempts that the United States has sponsored along Russia's southern and western flanks, and in China's west and Hong Kong. To cap matters, U.S. officials have brought pressure on Europe to reverse the trade agreements negotiated with China at the end of 2020, hoping to lock Europe into economic and political dependency on the United States. But the cost of this confrontation is so high that for many counties the dollar, sterling, and euro are losing their status as acceptable international currencies because they are seen to be arms of U.S. Cold War diplomacy. A Russian commentator on the hostility of the EU Parliament in Brussels pointed out that as a result of its subordinate satellite position leading to threats to cut off Russia from the SWIFT bank clearing system, the EU is losing the opportunity to strengthen and promote the role of the euro as a more desirable instrument for international payments. 3. And as for sterling, Britain's role as an international financial haven was shaken when the Bank of England seized Venezuela's gold reserves and gave them to a U.S. designated opposition nominee. To protect themselves against such ploys, China and Russia are de-dollarizing their trade and investment relations. Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov summarized matters at year-end 2020, announcing that Russia would maintain relations with individual European governments but not with Brussels, given its support for U.S. NATO confrontation with Russia. He concluded. 3. Ivan Timofeyev, disconnecting from SWIFT? No, we did not hear about it. Valdai Discussion Club, April 30, 2021, in Johnson's Russia list, May 5, 2021. See also Gabriel Gavin, vicious sanctions are hurting Russia, but Moscow has planned to ditch US dollar and axe dependency on West, Foreign Ministry tells RT, www.rt.com, May 3, 2021, in Johnson's Russia list, April 4, 2021, number 17. We are pursuing our own foreign policy, which has taken shape over the past 2 decades. Attempts to destroy external opportunities that can be used to promote Russia's growth continue unabated, but, in any case, there's more to the world than the West. In the 1990s, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, we wanted to become part of something, but we now realize that there isn't much we can become part of. At least, the West is not building anything of its own. If we take Western development models, we have no place to fit in. The coronavirus, as if everything else wasn't enough, showed it very convincingly. We need to build something ourselves. This is a fairly ambitious and complex goal, but it calls for immediate action. Point 4. Promoting a coercive pro-rentier rules-based order at gunpoint, U.S. diplomacy continues to back the world's most oppressive governments and the most violent and intolerant jihadist movements, as it has done for many decades. It is a strange kind of democracy and human rights that euphemizes kleptocratic insider grabbing enforced by client oligarchies as a free market. Installing warlords and military dictatorships has led to waves of refugees pouring out of Honduras, Guatemala, and Ecuador, and America's alliance with Saudi Arabia has backed Salaf jihadist forces in Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan. As Chris Hedges has summarized, there is not a single case since 1941 when the coups, political assassinations, election fraud, black propaganda, blackmail, kidnapping, brutal counterinsurgency campaigns, U.S.-sanctioned massacres, torture in global black sites, proxy wars, or military interventions carried out by the United States resulted in the establishment of a democratic government. The idea that America is a defender of democracy, liberty, and human rights would come as a huge surprise to those who saw their democratically elected governments subverted and overthrown by the United States in Panama, 1941, Syria, 1949, Iran, 1953, Guatemala, 1954, Congo, 1960, Brazil, 1964, Chile, 1973, Honduras, 2009, and Egypt, 2013. And this list does not include a host of other governments that, however despotic, as was the case in South Vietnam, Indonesia, or Iraq, were viewed as inimical to American interests and destroyed, in each case making life for the inhabitants of these countries even more miserable. 5. For Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov's opening remarks at the 28th Assembly of the Council on Foreign and Defense Policy, Moscow, December 10, 2020. https://www.mid ru/n/foreign_policy/news/dash/asset_publisher/nanka02bw/content/id/4478752. The oligarchic fight to limit the power of democracies. From Rome to the modern world, the main source of oligarchic power has been financial. What is euphemized as security of property actually is an insecurity of the property rights of debtors, leading to foreclosure or forced sale of their property. Backed ultimately by the rule of force, that is how oligarchies through the ages have gained control of land and its rent, and have indebted labor to make it dependent on creditors. Western democracies have not been able to protect citizens from the power of creditors, landowners, and monopolists to create an underclass of debtors and rental tenants. Preventing that fate would require governments to make the monetary and credit system a public utility, supported by credit laws to protect the indebted population at large. Rejecting such governmental control, oligarchies seek to restrict the meaning of democracy to the political sphere of letting all citizens vote but limiting just what they are permitted to vote on. Classical Athens empowered a pre-boule to limit just what laws and policies the popular assembly could discuss and vote on. Rome's constitution let all enrolled citizens vote in its popular assembly, but weighted voting groups according to their property holding. Even if a populist leader could be elected or popular reforms approved by citizens, oligarchies historically have had fallback positions to nullify voting, not to mention using violence against reformers. Roman senators claimed to find religious omens to suspend or nullify the voting. Today that quasi-religious function is filled in the United States by the Supreme Court, empowered to nullify congressional reforms, much as it blocked passage of an income tax for many decades before 1913. As chapters 8 and 9 have described, the oligarchic U.S. system permits private funding of political campaigns as a form of free speech, the result of the Supreme Court Citizens United ruling in 2010. Electoral candidates for the Republican/Democrat political duopoly win nomination according to how much money they can raise from donors. This enables the donor class to negate meaningful democracy in practice by effectively letting it veto candidates who would tax and regulate the rentier sector's financialization and rent-seeking. The effect is to limit what citizens can vote on. That always has been the essential feature of political democracies controlled by oligarchies. 5. Chris Hedges, The Unraveling of the American Empire, Consortium News, April 19. Political democracy overshadowed by economic oligarchy. The seemingly most obvious way to determine whether a society is democratic is to ask whether voters are able to get enacted the policies that they want. Recent opinion polls in the United States show a strong preference for public health care and forgiveness of student debt, but no political party is backing these policies. These are beyond the permitted range of options open to democratic choice. Nominal political democracy has faltered at legislating policies that would benefit most of the population by limiting rentier power. Western democracies tend to polarize into oligarchies composed of creditors, landlords, and monopolists, who win support from middle-class voters who fear radical policies threatening their aspiration to make rentier gains for themselves as small investors and property owners. Werner Sombart characterized this bourgeoisie as the most ambitious layer of the 99%, floating like globules of fat on the rich soup of the economy. Some professionals, innovators, and artisans are able to save up and make gains in housing and the stock market. Their feet are in the wage-earning class, but they are reaching up to the asset-holding class as its advocates, enablers, and entertainers. 7. The 1% views the role of this layer of the well-to-do as being to co-opt ordinary wage earners, encouraging the dream that enough opportunities for upward mobility exist to raise living standards for the population at large, as if wealth will trickle down instead of extracting yet more income from the economy below it. Recognizing this ploy, the philosopher John Dewey ridiculed the belief that those who have privilege and power will remedy the breakdown they have created, and characterized American politics as the shadow cast on society by big business. 8. 6. Werner Sombart, Der Bourgeois, Munich and Leipzig, 1913. 7. In the United States, the Democratic Party has today reached the stage that in seeking the votes of this class, it openly dismisses even the need to win working-class votes. As New York Senator Chuck Schumer put it, for every blue-collar Democrat we lose in western Pennsylvania, we will pick up 2 moderate Republicans in the suburbs in Philadelphia, by which he means upper-middle-class housewives hoping to rise in society via rentier wealth. Oligarchies oppose strong government power unless they control it themselves. Greek oligarchs feared tyrants because the reformers of Corinth, Megara and other city-states in the 7th and 6th centuries BC gained popular support by cancelling debts and redistributing land. Subsequent critics accused these reformer tyrants of being prone to power lust, but most Greek philosophers warned that the main social danger was the tendency of the wealthy to succumb to addictive money lust and resort to violence to protect their takings. Rome never was a democracy. Its legendary kings are credited with having kept wealthy families in check, but the oligarchic coup against them in 509 BC led to 5 centuries of civil warfare over debt cancellation and land redistribution. The Senate oligarchy killed the most threatening and viable reformers, accusing them of seeking kingship. That was the accusation made against Julius Caesar, fearing that his popularity might enable him to cancel Roman debts, as Catiline had sought to do a generation earlier before he and most of his followers were killed. The Gracchi brothers had been killed a century earlier for advocating land redistribution, and Sulla killed the followers of the popular general Marius who sought land for his troops. Western civilization's unwillingness to check rentier dominance. Greek and Roman citizens wanted liberty from debt and its associated clientage to creditors. The refusal by their oligarchies to cancel debts and redistribute land led their economies to polarize and collapse into a dark age. Subsequent Western democracies have not been able to prevent economies from succumbing to a similar dynamic, polarizing and impoverishing their economies by the combination of debts growing at compound interest and the concentration of land and wealth resulting from economic rent-seeking. 8. John Dewey, The Need for a New Party, 1931, reprinted in Dewey, The Later Works. 1925 to 1953, Carbondale, Illinois, 1985, p. 163, cited in Jake Johnson. Dewey was right, American politics is merely the shadow cast by big business. Common Dreams, July 21. To reduce the privileges that the landlord class had inherited from feudal times, 19th-century reformers extended voting rights to a broader constituency. But the legacy of Rome's pro-creditor ethos and legal system remains intact throughout today's Western world. It has been left to socialist economies to resist the power of finance capital to capture the state, rolling back rentier power by restoring control of money, credit, land tenure, and basic infrastructure to governments. This socialist effort is closing a long historical loop. For thousands of years it was normal for Bronze Age Near Eastern rulers to prevent wealthy families from becoming an independent oligarchy able to resist royal protection of indebted smallholders. Byzantine rulers of the 9th and 10th centuries AD also succeeded in this aim. Clean slates cancelled the debts of smallholders, liberated debtors from bondage and restored land they had lost. This was a pragmatic policy, not utopian. It aimed to regulate credit relations and land tenure in ways designed to stabilize economic self-reliance, the flow of fiscal receipts and the supply of goods to the rest of the economy. To save subjects from having to pay their crop surpluses to creditors and work for them instead of for the palace, clean slates asserted the priority of subjects paying taxes, working on public construction projects and performing the military duties normally attached to their land tenure. There was no Milton Friedman to argue that land and labor should be made part of a free market or that market efficiency should permit the wealthy to expropriate smallholders who fell into debt. Any realm that adopted such a policy would have become depopulated from flight of its population, or conquered or overthrown, or experienced a revolution. Restoring liberty to smallholders could not have been achieved if rulers had left debt and land tenure relations to the market. Strong authority was needed to regularly roll back the credit and debt dynamics that drove smallholders into bondage and transferred land to creditors. Roman law's support for property rights transmogrified this term to mean the right for creditors to expropriate the property of debtors. This has been a defining feature of Western civilization ever since. Only strong governing powers, such as Babylonian and Byzantine rulers or 20th-century socialist governments, have been able to check financial and other rentier interests. Opposing such power, today's neoliberal antagonism toward China resembles Rome's hatred of kingship or civic government not firmly under oligarchic control. From antiquity to today's world, kings, tyrants, and revolutionary governments have been the only powers able to successfully cancel oppressive debts and promote widespread land tenure. Yet such authorities are called autocratic, as if the tyranny of debt has not been even more oppressive throughout history. Table 13.1 shows the kinship between modern socialism and pre-classical monarchies in their ability to block a rentier financial class from taking control. Table 13.1. Ancient, oligarchic, and socialist economic relations. Bronze Age Near Eastern monarchies. The market is regulated by the palace administering land tenure, credit terms, and interest rates. But trade and other activities are delegated to merchants. The result is a palace-dominated mixed economy. Western democracy/oligarchy. Financial and landlord oligarchies unseat kings and minimize state power, public spending, and regulation. Economies polarize as the state serves the wealthy at the expense of overall prosperity. Socialism. A state-regulated economy administers basic prices and public services, leaving opportunity for business innovation to create personal fortunes within limits, but not letting wealthy families monopolize national growth and prosperity. Land is a public utility, allocated in standardized lots with holders owing corvée labor, service in the armed forces, and in some cases sharecropping payments to the palace. The aim is to preserve smallholders as viable taxpayers, free from debt bondage. Land becomes commodified as the crop surplus is concentrated in the hands of absentee landlords. Becoming an entrenched oligarchy. Latifundia are farmed by tenant labor, initially working off their debts, slaves, and later by serfs. Housing becomes debt-financed and its price inflated on credit. State ownership of land manages it as a public utility, but may lease it. Owner-occupancy is promoted by a land rent tax that discourages absentee ownership and debt financing that turns rent into interest payments instead of tax revenue. Citizens are self-supporting on the land, but pay debts by working for their creditors and turning over crops. Pro-creditor laws force debtors into clientage, leading to debt bondage and ultimately to serfdom. Citizens receive basic needs as a human right without a need for debt financing for housing, health care, and education. Money is developed to denominate debts, public services, and taxes, above all to the palace and temples, by standardizing prices for products designated for such payments. Monetary fortunes and hence credit shift to private owners. Silver money is still given value by being accepted as taxes and tribute. The state creates money and credit as a public utility. Its central bank extends credit for public purposes, not for financial speculation. Major prices are administered for payment of taxes and other transactions between the community and the palatial economy. Prices may be controlled for basic needs such as food. But most services and prices are privatized, leading to monopoly rents and profits. Basic needs and services are provided freely or at subsidized prices. The aim is not to make a profit but to subsidize widespread growth. Debts and their associated clientage to creditors are reversible, being cancelled by new rulers taking the throne or in times of economic disruption or warfare. Debts are irreversible as they accumulate over time. Advocates of debt cancellation are denounced by oligarchies and often killed. Modern bankruptcy laws only cancel debts on a case-by-case basis. Debts are written down when that is needed to avoid major close-downs and economic disruption. The palace and temples are the major early creditors. Hence, royal clean slates are cancelling debts mainly to the palatial economy itself. Credit is privatized, and debts are cancelled only by civil war. Debt dependency, clientage, and forfeiture of land become irreversible. The state is the major creditor via its public banks, and treats credit as a public utility to finance tangible investment and growth. Divine kingship is sanctified by rulers being subordinate to their patron deities and the ethic of justice and equity protecting the weak, widows and orphans, from the strong and powerful, creditors. Monetary fortunes and money love, wealth addiction, break free of public regulation, as the wealthy gain control of ideology and religion. Private charity replaces public social welfare spending. The state and its officials are committed to protect overall prosperity and restrict the power of wealthy individuals to act in ways adverse to public policy and prosperity. Restoring widespread self-support and viability preserves a resilient economy. Royal clean slates and palace regulation prevent an independent creditor-landlord power base from emerging more than temporarily. Social resilience is lost as a creditor-landlord oligarchy gains control of the state to enact pro-creditor laws, administer its courts and prevent debt cancellations and land redistribution. Resilience is achieved by subordinating personal wealth seeking, above all in finance and land tenure, to social objectives. Wealthy individuals remain subject to public oversight. The palace is the major customer and also creditor for merchants. Unlike the grain debts of smallholders, mercantile silver debts are not cancelled by clean slates. States and localities become net debtors to a creditor oligarchy, which privatizes tax collecting and mobilizes state power to enforce its claims on debtors. The state organizes money and credit as a public utility, adjusting debt service to the ability to pay without causing economic disruption. Circular time, rulers intervene from outside the market by proclaiming clean slates to restore economic balance as an idealized status quo ante. That reverses the buildup of debts, bondage, and forfeiture of land for debt arrears. Linear time, economic inequality, debt bondage, and loss of land rights become cumulative and irreversible as debts and financial savings grow exponentially. The resulting economic polarization is only reversed by revolution. State-sponsored stability prevents a financial debt cycle from emerging. Debts may be written down to save individuals or firms threatened by insolvency when that would disrupt the economy. Credit and debt regulation as a natural public utility. When the basic economic elements of markets were being put in place in the 3rd millennium BC in Mesopotamia and Egypt, almost all transactions during the crop year took place on credit, from farming inputs to drinking beer at the public ale house. The palatial sector developed the monetary and credit system to facilitate fiscal account keeping and resource allocation, and leased land on tenure arrangements that obliged its holders to provide corvée labor to build public infrastructure and serve in the military. Money was innovated as an administrative device to allocate the flow of labor, crop production, temple handicrafts and foreign trade, not as a commodity to enable its holders to disrupt this economic order. Harvest time was the occasion for small holders to settle the debts that they had run up during the crop year. These debts were denominated in grain, and were paid on the threshing floor, the point at which actual money payment was required. Most agrarian debts were owed to the palace and temples, as well as to officials acting on their own account. Silver was the unit of account for merchants, who typically paid debts at the end of their contracted voyage or trading venture, typically 5 years. The palace for its part kept unified economic accounts by setting a unit of grain equal to a unit of silver for keeping balance sheets of its relations with the rest of the economy. This created a common denominator to consolidate its various operations, track income and spending, and calculate overall institutional surpluses and deficits. Agrarian debtors who could not pay enough grain or other crops to settle their debts at harvest time usually had to pay the remaining debt balance by performing labor services for their creditors. This caused a fiscal tension between the palatial economy and individual creditors. Early societies could not afford to leave private creditors with a free right to enserf the population and take crops for themselves at the expense of the palace's need for this labor and produce, nor a right to in time monopolize the land and its yield by appropriating the debtor's land tenure rights. For thousands of years, rulers restored economic balance by canceling personal grain debts, liberating bond servants, and returning self-support land to its customary former owners. That made archaic economies resilient instead of letting creditors foreclose and permanently turn land, labor, and interest-bearing credit into choke points for private ownership to extract the economic rent that was the original fiscal base. These redistributive and fiscal principles are the basis of modern socialism but not of Western economies. Ever since classical Greece and Rome stopped the Near Eastern practice of clean slates, Western economies have not been able to save themselves from polarizing between creditors and debtors, landlords and tenants, patrons and clients. Today, the neoliberal reaction against social democracy has ensured such polarization, first by letting debts grow faster than the ability to be paid and hence concentrating wealth in the hands of creditors, and second by advocating that basic public utilities be privatized and run by financial managers, not provided as a human right. The financialization and privatization of hitherto public functions have gone together, with rent-seeking and asset price gains being the essence of today's finance capitalism. The United States leaves education, banking, and other privatized monopolies that control basic needs to the market. Housing is the largest financialized sector, followed by privatized healthcare that enables pharmaceutical companies to charge monopoly rents and even to block the government from bargaining over prices for drugs to reduce monopoly rent charges. Health management organizations meanwhile monopolize medical treatment for profit, or more accurately, for monopoly rent. Can the West achieve resilience by debt write-downs and deprivatization? Today's Western economies face a choice between shrinking into financialized austerity or taking the seemingly unthinkable step of writing down the debts that are polarizing their distribution of wealth and income, and taking the further step of ending the dominance of rentier unearned income. What is blocking these reforms are the political, legal, and informational blocks that the rentier interests have put in place, and their willingness, even enthusiasm, to protect their privileges by force against any political movements or governments that resist neoliberal privatization and financialization. Rentiers and exploiters have almost always shown a much greater willingness to defend their takings with violence than victims are willing to fight to protect themselves or achieve substantive reform. This is the essence of U.S. support for client oligarchies in Latin America and elsewhere in today's world, as it was of Rome's oligarchy throughout ancient history. Faced with the mobilization of police, the military, politicians and the courts by the vested interests to block reform, victims are confronted with the fact that throughout history the rentier class and its defenses have been so strong that it has taken a political revolution to establish an alternative to rentier domination. Today, the willingness, and even evangelistic eagerness of the United States to engage in military and economic aggression against countries seeking an independent path explains the need for such countries to create a countervailing power by investing in their own military overhead to avoid the fate of countries like Libya, Iraq and Syria, and to decouple their economies from reliance on foreign food and other basic needs so as to defend themselves against U.S. sanctions aimed at destabilizing their economies, such as those imposed on Iran, Russia, and China. The alternative to U.S.-centered Western finance capitalism. China's economic success in resisting the rentier revival and takeover has led U.S. officials to declare that nation to be an existential enemy. The idea of having a public sector that administers money and credit creation, debtor rights and creditor practices, land tenure, educational and healthcare systems to meet human needs instead of turning them into rent-extracting choke points is treated as aggression against today's U.S.-sponsored financialized economic system. U.S. diplomats and politicians accuse nations that put in place public restrictions against monopoly and related rent-seeking of being autocratic and authoritarian if they defend their economies against privatization and the associated American attempt at financial takeover. As U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken asserted rhetorically in August 2021, the Chinese and Russian governments, among others, are making the argument in public and in private that the United States is in decline, so it's better to cast your lot with their authoritarian visions for the world than with our democratic one. 9. That assertion is an Orwellian rhetorical attempt to obscure the most important economic issue dividing the world, which offers more real democracy in the sense of reflecting what most people want, a strong independent state engaging in public regulation and social investment to make its economy prosperous and less unequal by keeping the rentier sector in check, defamed as autocracy by its opponents, or oligarchic quasi-democracy, nominally political but not real economic democracy, in which financial and rentier power prevents governments from protecting debtors, employees, consumers, and renters. As matters were coming to a head in August 2021, not long after Secretary of State Blinken's rhetorical assertion, China's President Xi Jinping expressed his view on this basic global issue. At present, income inequality is a prominent issue around the globe. The rich and the poor in some countries are polarized with the collapse of the middle class. This has led to social disintegration, political polarization, and rampant populism. Our country must resolutely guard against polarization, drive common prosperity, and maintain social harmony and stability. 10. 9. Blinken urges investment at home to compete with China. Yahoo News, August 9, 2021. https://sg.news.yahoo.com/blinken-urges-investment-home-invest-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-investment-inv that the United States ranks 13th in infrastructure and said that China was spending 3 times as much and also investing more in research and development. And in October 2021, Russia's President Vladimir Putin framed this contrast as the main crisis facing today's world. The crisis, he said, is conceptual and even civilization related. This is basically a crisis of approaches and principles that determine the very existence of humans on Earth. Despite claims in recent decades that the role of the state was outdated and outgoing, he emphasized that only strong nation-states can resist the economic carve-up and immiseration of the planet. Globalization supposedly made national borders an anachronism, and sovereignty an obstacle to prosperity. This was said by those who attempted to open up other countries' borders for the benefit of their own competitive advantages. 11. The age-old conflict between broad economic welfare and rentier wealth grabbing. Today's global crisis is repeating the fight that characterized the Western takeoff in classical antiquity. The free world/NATO alignment has no state power corresponding to ancient divine kingship or what is reported for Roman and Spartan kings whose interest lay in preventing a rentier oligarchy from emerging to use financial and rent-extracting power to reshape the economy in its own narrow interests. In today's neoliberalized world, autocratic governments are strongest in the most highly financialized oligarchies and their client protectorates. Money lords, U.S. clients, and military caudilos have become the new rulers in the West, denying the majority of citizens an opportunity to elect governments whose policies reflect what they most want. That leaves nominal political democracy with little real meaning. This problem has been endemic since antiquity. For century after century, during the entirety of Rome's Republic, 509 to 27 BC, the system of voting by wealth cohorts gave electoral power to Rome's 1%. This voting system was imposed by Rome's oligarchy after it overthrew the kings and blocked popular cries for debt cancellation and land distribution. The resulting autocracy was in sharp contrast to the policy of providing for basic needs that Rome's kings are reported to have promulgated to attract immigrants to Rome to fuel the city's remarkable early growth. 10 Xi Jinping, to firmly drive common prosperity, translated by Adam N.I., published in Kyoshi, available at https://www.neicon.org/p/to-firmly-drive-common-prosperity. 11 President Vladimir Putin's remarks at the plenary session of the 18th annual meeting of the Valdai Discussion Club in Sochi, October 22, 2021. Global Shake-Up in the 21st Century, the Individual, Values, and the State. https://valdaiclub.com/events/posts/articles/Vladimir Putin meets with members of the Valdai Discussion Club. Transcript of the 18th plenary session/ Debt relief protecting smallholders had been proclaimed for thousands of years by Near Eastern divine kingship. Clean states restoring economic order were proclaimed because rulers were strong enough to prevent oligarchies from emerging and irreversibly expropriating debtors from their self-support land. Similar protection is promised today by socialist movements in China and other countries. However, American diplomats characterize any nation seeking to provide widespread economic resilience as autocratic. Regulation to limit rentier power is deemed antithetical to U.S.-style democracy, whose idea of a free market turns out in practice not to promote universal values, but rather to mean central planning by Wall Street financial managers politically empowering themselves as the donor class. At issue is who will get the benefit of rising economic and productivity growth. In the Orwellian vocabulary of finance capitalism, a free market means whatever the wealthy rentier class wants to charge for access to the land, financial credit creation and monopoly rights that it has appropriated. The neoliberal ideal of today's finance capitalism is epitomized by what the Chicago Boys were able to impose at gunpoint in Chile under the Pinochet free market dictatorship of the 1970s, and what US neoliberals and neocons created in Russia under President Yeltsin in the 1990s. Militarizing neoliberal rentier ideology. Neoliberal ideology has taken on an evangelistic dimension in Western elite society and its mass media. And just as religious fights often have been settled by violence and armed force, so today the United States has militarized its attempt to force other countries to abandon their drives for financial and commercial self-reliance and even for social democracy not under the free market patronage of U.S. financial investors and planners. Russia succumbed to neoliberal mythology in 1990-91 because President Mikhail Gorbachev and other leaders were enamored at the prospect of ending the Cold War. The dream was to create an era of international peace among the world's most highly militarized nations. How it was dashed has been explained by Vladimir Putin, most recently in his above-mentioned Valdai Club speech of October 2021. Humanity entered into a new era about 3 decades ago when the main conditions were created for ending military, political and ideological confrontation. We were looking for this support but must say that we did not find it, at least so far. Where are the humanitarian fundamentals of Western political thought? It appears there is nothing there, just idle talk. The attempt to create an extremely favorable precedent after the end of the Cold War on the basis of Western domination failed, as we see. The current state of international affairs is a product of that very failure, and we must learn from this. Since the 1980s, Western leaders have insisted on the Chicago School free market claim that neoliberal economies are naturally self-regulating and more productive than mixed economies with government regulation and ownership of basic infrastructure. Friedrich Hayek proclaimed that such government interference is the road to serfdom. That was the Orwellian rhetoric that so entranced Margaret Thatcher and American libertarian free marketers and deregulators, and which underlies much of the new Cold War's hyperbole. A market with public interference is accused of violating economic liberty, by which is meant the liberty of the wealthy to deprive debtors, clients, and consumers of their own economic and personal freedom. The 2,000 years of historical experience since classical Rome shows that such liberty or free markets for the wealthy lead to oligarchy, and that oligarchies literally are the road to serfdom. Today's civilizational fork in the road. There are essentially two types of society: mixed economies with public checks and balances, and oligarchies that dismantle and privatize the state, taking over its monetary and credit system, the land and basic infrastructure to enrich themselves but choking the economy, not helping it grow. The lesson of history is that privatized oligarchies polarize and become failed states. Mixed economies with governments strong enough to protect their society and people from predatory rentier exploitation are successful and resilient. A mixed economy in which governments aim to combine economic progress with social stability can only survive by resisting the attempt by the wealthiest families to gain control of public power and put themselves in the government's place. Recognizing the dangers that result from not resisting such an oligarchy, China's President Xi pointed out in his August 2021 article cited above that, some developed countries have been industrializing for hundreds of years, but due to their social systems, they have not solved the problem of common prosperity and, in fact, the problem of disparity between the rich and the poor has worsened. To avoid this fate, China must maintain the public ownership system as the mainstay. While we should allow some people to get rich first, it should be emphasized that those who become rich first shall lead and assist those who are not yet rich. 12. Neoliberal Cold Warriors deem China to be an existential enemy for having taken this position. What they oppose is China's ability to prevent the U.S.-centered rentier interests from extracting exorbitant amounts of wealth at its expense, and its demonstration that there is a highly successful alternative to neoliberal finance capitalism, potentially leading countries away from the U.S. policy orbit. The threat posed to society by rentier interests is the great challenge of every nation today: whether its government can restrict the dynamics of finance capitalism and prevent an oligarchy from dominating the state and enriching itself by imposing austerity on labor and industry. So far, the West has not risen to this challenge. Financialization and rent-seeking remain the dominant features of today's Western economies, which have put in place a Potemkin village of political democracy as window dressing for rentier oligarchy. That is the West that Putin and other Russians speak of rejecting. It might be argued that Western Europe itself has rejected what made it the West in the time of Peter the Great and the 19th century progressive era of classical political economy and parliamentary reform that aimed at strengthening the power of social democratic governments over the rentier class inherited from feudalism. Today's new Cold War is thus a clash of economic systems, confronting the world with an either/or conflict between the resurgence of rentier wealth and privileges, and the ability of governments to resist this anti-progressive counter-revolution. Rosa Luxemburg described the choice a century ago as one of barbarism or socialism. Today it is a choice between financialized austerity on the one hand, and a recovery of society's ability to put its overall prosperity and growth above that of special interests gaining wealth by extractive means. 12. She concluded by emphasizing the most important potentially destabilizing dynamic that his nation and in fact, every nation throughout history has had to address: we must improve the housing supply and support systems, and insist on the position that housing is for living in and not for speculation. Western finance capitalism is being dragged down by financialization, privatization, and debt deflation. But the decline of the West is not necessary or historically inevitable. It is the result of choosing policies dictated by its rentier interests. Failed states emerge when rentier oligarchies are allowed to prevail and dismantle government regulatory and taxing power on the basis of the false logic that their rent extraction is payment for productive activity, and that their rentier wealth adds to society's prosperity rather than being an overhead burden to the rest of the economy. Embracing this flawed logic has seen austerity and polarization throughout the West. Perhaps China's successful state-sponsored development may inspire the United States and other Western nations to recover what used to be their own industrial dynamic. The 19th century flowering of classical political economy developed the concepts of value, price, and rent to distinguish earned and unearned income. The progressive era's alternative to rent extraction was to make money creation a public utility, and to supply health, education, and other basic public services as human rights. These were long the social democratic ideals of Europe and North America when industrial capitalism seemed to be evolving into socialism. Today, it is through these ideals that China's socialist government seeks to realize the traditional economic aim associated with democracy, preventing a rentier oligarchy from polarizing and indebting society by extracting income, economic rent, that has no productive role. This aim was precisely that of the West's long 19th century fight by classical political economists to free economies from a hereditary landlord class, predatory banking, and privatized monopoly privileges. But this drive failed in the West. By the early 20th century, the landlords, monopolists, and bankers whose rent-yielding privileges the classical economists hoped to democratize, by nationalization, or at least taxing away, fought back by promoting a post-classical economics that swept aside the concept of economic rent as unearned free lunch income. The result is that the economic reform movement that started out as a democratic revolution has failed in the West. Today's economic ideology is basically the economics of the 1%, erasing the classical distinction between productive and unproductive income and credit. Rentier gains are now reported as if they add to national output, as measured by GDP, not as extracting overhead rents from the rest of society as transfer payments. The result is not democratic, it is oligarchic. The question is, can the West recover its former progressive path by a revival of democratic reform, or must that final reform require a revolution which does not look likely, to be sure? So where does that leave the Western economies? Failure to restrain today's rentier dynamics threatens to impose debt-ridden and rent-ridden austerity on the Western neoliberalized economies. Their future in this case would be to limp along in a slow crash, weighed down by their financial and privatization overhead paid to the now politically entrenched rentier layer at the top. America's response to its declining industrial and economic power at home has been to tighten its control over Europe and other client economies by military force and political sanctions. The result is a new Iron Curtain aiming to block these allies from expanding their trade and investment with the Russian and Chinese economies in the rising Eurasian core. Forcing nations to choose which geopolitical bloc they will belong to is driving many out of the dollarized trade and investment orbit with remarkable speed. Postword. After I completed writing this book, the new Cold War became hot in Ukraine. The result is that the world is now quickly dividing into two blocks. 13 The US seizure of Venezuela's, Afghanistan's, and Russia's gold and foreign exchange reserves has ended the dollar-centered trade and financial system that was put in place in 1945. Despite this system's benefit to the U.S. economy by making its treasury bonds and bank debts the basis for U.S. economy by making its treasury bonds and bank debts the basis for 24, has taken the lead in ending this globalization of American power. 13 The war that began in Ukraine in February 2022 has dramatically accelerated the process of de-dollarization and global fracture, impelling the creation of a new world order much faster than anyone had anticipated. For my initial writings on these events, see America's Real Adversaries Are Its European and Other Allies, February 8, 2022, America Defeats Germany for the Third Time in a Century, February 28, 2022, and The American Empire Self-Destructs. But nobody thought it would happen this fast, March 6, 2022. at https://michael-hudson.com/2022/02/America-the-Third-time-in-a-century and https://michael-hudson.com/2022/03/ The American Empire Self-Destructs/ respectively. Summary of Michael Hudson's intellectual contributions. 1. In 1972, Michael Hudson gained renown for his book Super-Imperialism, The Economic Strategy of American Empire, the first explanation of how going off gold would strengthen rather than weaken the United States' ability to finance its military spending abroad. It demonstrated how the U.S. Treasury bill standard provides an international free lunch to the United States as the key currency nation, obliging foreign countries to recycle their dollar inflows into new loans to the U.S. Treasury. The effect is for the military-induced balance of payments deficit to help finance the domestic U.S. federal budget deficit. That analysis prompted the State Department to do everything it could to block foreign attempts to resist dollar diplomacy. 2. Without government protection, the international economy tends to polarize rather than converge. Hudson's critical history of international trade theory, trade, development, and foreign debt, shows that this awareness was the basis of mercantilism and early free trade imperialism, whose advocates realized that reality is the opposite of the factor price equalization theorem rationalized by Paul Samuelson and similar free traders. Hudson's analysis also shows how IMF austerity programs are based on the blind spot that characterized the bank spokesman David Ricardo's free finance logic 2 centuries ago. That logic assumes that payments of debt service to creditors will be spent back into the debtor's economy, enabling all debts automatically to be paid, so there can be no monetary deflation. Hudson showed how this logic was refuted in the 1920s in the German reparations debate, yet continues to be retained as a tool of financial aggression against indebted global South economies, above all to prevent their public spending domestically by earmarking government spending to pay foreign debt service, not for investment in public infrastructure and related social programs. 3. Financing domestic spending by domestic money creation is no more inflationary than borrowing, and certainly is less inflationary than borrowing foreign currency. Hudson's analysis in Canada in the new monetary order applied what later would become modern monetary theory to the balance of payments and international credit and debt. When money is borrowed abroad to spend locally, the central bank has to create the domestic money for use in the local economy in any case. Why then is foreign credit needed at all, except to pay for imports or military spending? 4. The fire sector is a form of rentier overhead, and as such, its economic rents should not be treated as a contribution to GDP. Killing the Host and numerous scholarly articles outline Hudson's reformulation of the National Income and Product Accounts, NIPA, to revive the classical concept of economic rent as price without value, and hence income without an economically necessary cost of production. The Financial Times credited Hudson with using this analysis to forecast the 2008 financial crash and its aftermath. 5. Killing the Host and numerous articles by Hudson explain the tendency of interest-bearing debt to grow in excess of the community's ability to pay, and why this results in debt deflation. The more credit that banks create, meaning debts owed by their customers, the larger the phenomenon of debt deflation becomes. This led Hudson to explain a dynamic that is the opposite of the mainstream monetarist theory. Contrary to the assumption that newly created credit, debt, is spent on goods and services, causing proportional inflation in consumer prices, wages, and other current costs, and the related assumption that new lending to business borrowers finances new direct investment in means of production and hiring, Hudson shows that most bank credit/debt is taken on to buy real estate or other existing assets, bidding up their prices, not goods and services for consumption or industrial use. What is inflated are asset prices, not commodity prices. The effect of increased bank credit on these commodity prices and economic activity is in fact deflationary. That is because more credit means more debt, whose carrying charges siphon off purchasing power from the economy. Paying debt service leaves households and businesses with less income available to spend on goods and services. Hudson's analysis shows how debt, and hence, the savings of creditors, grows exponentially at compound interest, leading to debt deflation that slows the real economy's expansion, tending to deflate consumer prices and, at a point, leading to austerity. Financial crashes occur when these exponentially expanding debts cannot be paid, forcing bankruptcies and foreclosures, transferring assets from debtors to creditors. And to cap matters, this debt and related fire sector overhead has priced American labor and industry out of world markets, and hence is largely responsible for post-industrializing the U.S. economy and eroding its former competitive advantage in international markets. 6. Ever since antiquity, attempts to impose public regulation and control over creditor claims have been fought, often violently, by emerging financial and landowning oligarchies. The resulting conflict between a mixed public/private economy and a privatized and financialized free market oligarchy is the major fight characterizing today's global economic and military conflict. Hudson has traced the analysis of this public/private tension back through history. One result of this historical analysis has been to show that interest-bearing debt originated in the Bronze Age Near East in the 3rd millennium BC, and was brought to Greece and Rome only in the 8th century BC, and forgive them their debts, and his forthcoming the collapse of antiquity. But unlike the ancient Near East, classical antiquity had no palace rulers nor their tradition of debt cancellation and land redistribution, clean slates. Creditor oligarchies emerged and ultimately prevailed against reformers, monopolizing the land and most monetary wealth on the road to the Roman Empire's eventual collapse into feudalism. The resulting pro-creditor body of post-Roman law has distinguished Western civilization from others. A related contribution has been to show that money and debt did not originate out of barter, but as an accounting device in Bronze Age Mesopotamia and Egypt, above all to denominate fiscal debts owed to the palatial economy in diverse commodities, by setting a gur of grain equal to a shekel of silver. From the outset, money has been a legal phenomenon, not a commodity. Creating economic order and numerous articles in scholarly journals regarding this palatial origin of money creation has led the mainstream of Assyriologists and anthropologists to reject the Austrian individualistic, anti-government, theory of money that imagines it to have evolved out of barter with no role of government even as minter of monetary metals and overseer of standardized weights, measures, and quality. 7. Given the tendency of interest-bearing debt to grow in excess of the community's ability to pay, clean slates are needed to avoid the economic polarization that results from foreclosure and transfer of assets from indebted families, businesses, and governments to the financial sector. However, financial oligarchies seek to limit the power of governments to implement oversight policies that aim to restore economic stability and revive economic growth. These oligarchies seek to shift the tax burden off themselves onto the rest of the economy, and to replace public spending with private charity and private ownership of basic infrastructure and administration. 8. The bubble and beyond and the destiny of civilization explain how most wealth in finance capital economies is achieved by asset price inflation for real estate, stocks, and bonds, not by saving up profits or wages. In contrast to industrial capitalism, the dynamics of finance capitalism are based on financing the privatization of rent-extracting assets and seeking finance capital gains, which far exceed current net income. Adding these capital gains to current income provides a measure of total returns that traces the degree to which the inequality of wealth exceeds income inequality. 9. Mainstream economic theory inverts the classical concept of a free market as one free from economic rent into one free for rentiers to extract such rent. Killing the Host traces the 20th century's reversal involving advocacy for tax privileges and a dismantling of government regulation to make economies free for rent extractors largely to J.B. Clark in the 1890s and the Austrian anti-socialist school. This anti-classical body of economic theory denies that any income or wealth is unearned. The pretense is that whatever produces income or wealth is, by definition, productive, and hence an addition to GDP, not extractive land rent, natural resource rent, or monopoly rent. The resulting economic theory does not aim at explaining how economies work in the real world, but serves as special interest pleading by the vested interests. J is for junk economics seeks to untangle today's vocabulary of economic deception. 10. The destiny of civilization explains how democratic politics tends to end up promoting the interests of the middle class striving to join the rentier class instead of those of wage earners as a whole. Playing on middle class aspirations and opposing policies that would tax or limit rentier gains in real estate and finance, oligarchs translate their economic power into political co-option of social democratic and labor parties. The result is to shift and centralize economic planning and tax policy away from government to the financial centers, Wall Street, the City of London, etc. 11. International trade, finance, and related economic relations reflect a conflict of economic systems. U.S. NATO diplomacy supports neoliberal rentier economies in which the top 1% monopolize wealth, mainly in the form of financialized economic rent from absentee real estate ownership, natural resources, monopolies, debt-inflated housing and other real estate prices, and privatized banking and finance. The great fear of this diplomacy is that socialist economies may succeed in minimizing rentier income, above all by keeping money and credit creation as public utilities. Public control of credit allows socialist economies to create credit to increase productivity and advance other social aims, and also to write down bad debts that threaten to polarize their economies. Finance capitalism is deindustrializing the U.S. economy and that of its allied NATO satellites. The destiny of civilization explains that the resulting international diplomacy is not a competition for markets, as the Western economies already are deindustrializing as a byproduct of financialization and capital's war against wage labor, nor a conflict between democratic freedom and authoritarianism, but rather a conflict of economic systems juxtaposing the rentier economics of debt deflation and austerity to socialist state-subsidized growth protecting the 99% by keeping the 1% in check. 12. The irony is that only mixed public/private economies with strong public regulatory sectors can promote economic democracy. What usually are thought of as political democracies turn out to be economic oligarchies, just as Aristotle noted was the case in classical antiquity. Most economic practices, money, interest-bearing credit, standardized prices, and contractual profit agreements, were developed by the palaces and temples of the ancient Near East for their interaction with the economy at large. Greece and Rome had no such central institutions, and hitherto public functions were privatized in the hands of an economic oligarchy from the outset in the West. It took until the 19th century for political pressure to develop a program of socializing finance, real estate, and natural infrastructure monopolies in public hands. That was the aim of classical political economy. But World War I untracked that reform program. Its failure explains why the Western economies are suffering austerity and debt deflation as a result of the rentier recapture of economic and political power, sponsored mainly by U.S. diplomacy. The remarkable growth of China suggests that civilization is now reaching the other side of the Mobius strip of history's long spiral, by seeking to restore a balanced public/private economy steered in the interests of the population at large, not by a narrow and increasingly predatory and self-destructive rentier class seeking gains at the expense of the rest of the economy.